And welcome, good morning in beautiful sunny Ballito in the Quadrucuza area of the North Coast. And we are really excited to be back with day 2 of competition here at the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. I'm sitting in the booth here with my co-commentator Greg Emsley, and we are excited to take you guys through today's action. We've got some stacked heats lined up for today. But before we get into that, let's talk a little bit about a recap from yesterday. Greg?
Yeah, obviously some good surfing yesterday. We saw the surf solid, sort of 4 to 5 feet. We had some great action, some big heats in the men. This morning we're going to see the ladies take to the water. Some absolutely massive heats to start. That first heat of the day is a huge one. We've got good conditions on hand. To be honest, a touch smaller than everyone expected this morning. But we'll see when that tide drops out, it's going to look good. That wind is directly offshore. Beautiful northwesterly winds funneling off the foothills of the Drakensberg mountain. That higher altitude creating this very cold wind this morning, but it's a direct offshore wind, and that should stick with us until around the low tide, which is just before midday.
Yeah, 100%, Greg. Great day of action. You can see just some replays and some highlights from yesterday's action. Saw a few standout surfers, and of course we are really excited to get underway here. Bigger conditions, but it looks very smooth and it looks very clean today out there, Greg. And as the tide drops out towards the latter stages of the morning, oh, look at that from yesterday. We had lots of big rides, but today it's looking smooth. It's looking a little bit cleaner out there, but quite a lot smaller. And just look at that, the wildlife here on the Dolphin Coast. Some surfers surprising. That's showing us what they've got. That was surprise, Mapumulo. We'll see him again today. And we are going to be starting off the morning with our round of 34 for our women. And we'll be progressing into the men's later on this afternoon. So if you guys are joining us and you're tuning in, welcome to beautiful Ballito. There's lots of vibes down here. And we're excited for another day of competition. Of course, this is part of the biggest surf festival of the Ballito Pro. So this is the Ballito Open that we'll have running today and tomorrow, finals day tomorrow. Here's a quick look from Winter Vincent. He impressed us yesterday, didn't he, Greg?
Yeah, Winter Vincent's been looking super sharp out there. Equipment looking great. Spoke to him yesterday after his heat. He's feeling good. His coach, Carl Otten, really happy with his performance. And looking forward to obviously a good contest here, and we're obviously going to look to run into the next event as well, the Ballito Pro, and that's going to be, obviously this is going to be a warm-up for him for that event.
And in studio here, Greg Emsley. We are excited to take you guys through the action. So we are looking at an official heat start very soon. The heats are going to be 25 minutes long, so providing our surfers with enough opportunity and time out there, it's going to be 4 lady heats to start off the day. And there's just a beautiful view of the Dolphin Coast. So this is what we're dealing with. It's going to be a great day. So it's going to be a little bit warmer than yesterday on the beach, about 21, 22 degrees Celsius. So we are in the middle of winter here, so a little bit more chilly compared to what we used to here on the Dolphin Coast. And that's just a little bit of a lineup of what we're going to be expecting in heat number 1, the round of 34, sorry. That is Kira Pinkerton, Laura Rapp, Kiara Gold, and Sky Brown. So we've got a lot to talk about when it comes to the stacked international heat that we got up. And we are just looking at a heat start in just a couple of minutes. So just looking at these names, Greg, there we've got Kiara Gold in picture. She's the young Tahitian. And she's impressed us so far, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's very good. Kiara is only 14 years of age. She's been very impressive, fast surfer. So you ask yourself, how do we end up with these championship tour surfers in round of 34, such a stacked heat? Well, it's because they don't have any ratings on the World Surf League Africa ratings. So this is a QS Africa 2000. So no ratings for them, so they go through this first round, and they're generally using this again as a bit of a warm-up. They can't qualify through the Africa rankings, but a good warm-up for the WSL Championship,
Challenger
Challenger
Series.
series that's coming up next week. And yeah, you got 4 girls in the water, lovely waves. And this tide will drop out quickly through the morning. And I think we're going to see some very contestable waves. And through that low tide, it should start standing up lovely for our surfers.
100%. You can see a nice crisp little offshore on the water, and those last few free surfers just making their way in. So we are almost ready to go for a heat start down here in Ballito. And if you guys have just tuned in, welcome from wherever you're tuning in on. If you're watching on the WSL app, or if you're tuned into YouTube, make sure to go and give us a like, subscribe to that YouTube channel, and go and download the WSL app. There's some more views of the scenes that we got down in Ballito. So not even a cloud in the sky. It is beautiful on the beach. We just watched the sunrise. So if you don't have the opportunity to be here in person, thank you for tuning in. If you are in the area, please come down. It's going to be an electric atmosphere today. It's a Saturday, so the beach is going to fill up throughout the course of the morning. And of course, if you can't be here, tune in on the WSL app and make sure to follow all of the live action today. We're going to have a nice long broadcast and a pretty long day today, I would say, Greg.
Yeah, it's a very long day. We're gonna look at those tides. I think it's gonna get a bit tricky again into the late afternoon, but the best period coming through that late morning. It's a beautiful start here, though, to the morning. That sunrise was next level. We've got contest director Jono Hutchinson. He's created a little bit of a passion around this event and a little bit of history. Every morning at 7 o'clock with the sunrise, we have our national anthem, and that's very special. It rings through the beach, and yeah, it's a great way to start off competition every day, show respect to the country. And this morning was just nice, cool offshore winds, clear skies, and it's the winter mornings we look for here in the KZN region, just the Dolphin Coast showing off. As I mentioned, a touch smaller, but we'll see conditions improve quickly as that tide does bottom out.
100%, Greg, and just looking at our jet ski operator there, we'll just run through the quick schedule here. And Ballito Open presented by Flojos Day number 2. So this is the women's round of 34. Next up, we'll be running into the men's round of 32. We're excited to see that. Followed by the women's round of 32, and we'll end off the day with the men's round of 16. So we are very excited to get competition underway, and the buzzer has actually just gone off. And this is the round of 34 heat number 1 for the day. So welcome. If you guys are just tuned in, it's the Ballito Open presented by Flojos, and we're excited to take you guys through this first heat. So introducing the stacked international field, we've got some younger surfers here, as well as some more experienced competitors that have taken out wins here at Ballito in the past. So introducing these surfers, in the red we've got Kira Pinkerton. Of course, she's been here a good couple times to Ballito and gotten some good results here. So that's Kira in the red. In the blue, we've got the Brazilian Laura Ropp. Of course, this is the QS, but last year, Greg, she ended up taking out the win in the JQS, as far as what I believe. And then in the white, we've already chatted about her a little bit. It's the young lady from French Polynesia, Kiara Gold. And in the green, she doesn't need an introduction. Everybody knows that she's got what it takes. That's Sky Brown.
Packed heat. All these girls have massive credentials. They're all Challenger Series surfers. They've all got a ranking, and this is, the start of the day, but I'm calling this could be one of the heats of the day.
Definitely, and like you said, it is the round of 34, and you might ask yourself, how are these girls not seeded through to the next round? But as they are internationally traveling surfers, this, of course, a local event under WSL Africa. They have to start from that bottom round of the round of 34 and work their way up through some of the local athletes. So the Africa region, obviously, we're in South Africa now, but this is covering the whole Africa region. Predominantly, a lot of the surfers that do compete in the Africa region are from South Africa, but we are seeing more surfers from other countries come in, from countries like Morocco, like Senegal, and from this Africa region, it's going to be important qualifying points. So these ladies, not in the Africa region, so you do need to qualify through your local region, so they are outside of the Africa region. So they start off in the round of 34. It's just practice for them for that Ballito Pro that's coming up next week. And I'm sure that they'll have fun surfing through some of the local athletes as well that are looking for points for that 2026 qualifying season.
Yeah, and you talk about those rankings. This is actually our second contest now for the Africa WQS 25-26 season. On the women's front, we saw Sarah Baum take out the eThekwini Pro. That was last week in Durban. It ended up being at North Beach, Durban. We see surfer up and riding, Sky Brown, on that opening wave. We saw Lilius Tabai coming in second. So that was her first final. So strong, and she's out of Morocco. So we talk about the Africa region. So it's good to see names from other countries other than South Africa starting to represent the region as well.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see that strong South African contingent, but it's great to see some other African surfers and impressing the Moroccan surfers, that's for sure. And it was just an early start there for Sky Brown. It's going to come through to 1.0, and if you guys are watching that one, you could see that she just got one little carve off the top, but that one's still on the high tide. We're just going to watch a little replay. You can see it's still very flat out there, and as that tide starts to drop, it should get a little bit steeper on that inside bank. But normally what you'll see your surfers doing on the high tide is trying to connect through that inside section to find a final closeout turn. On the low tide, you don't need to work as much for it. It comes pretty much right at you and throws itself at you. So definitely a little tricky right now on the higher tide, but still plenty of potential. As we were saying, Greg, some beautiful offshore breezes. It's looking smooth out there. And we were watching some of the free surfers before this, and they were getting some pretty good rides. So yeah, I think 20 minutes to go. We definitely got a lot to see.
Yeah, I think if I look at these conditions with the higher tide, it's probably not a bad option to look for those waves that actually close out. If you get that one with a tapered wall, there's a good chance it's just going to be a soft wall that runs into a hole. But at least if you take off on a wave that's closing out that has a section, you know that you can possibly get one big hit, and at least you're in for points. As you see those waves, they run and hit that deep water, and there's not much scoring potential on that sort of fattish deep face, where at least if you have a closeout section, you can try and get the board up into the lip and click one good maneuver. But it's going to be slow. The start is, especially we got this high tide. It's going to be interesting to see if the surfers can find two decent scores in the 25 minutes. It might become one decent score and a battle of the backups.
Oh yeah, that's true. So that's all it takes is two decent scores to advance through to the next round. So if you guys are joining us and you aren't not necessarily fans, not just yet, and you don't know how it works, the top two surfers in each heat do get to progress through to the next round, and their top two scores count towards that heat total. So you can see our three ladies in picture. It's red, looks like blue and white. And as mentioned, we've got a stacked international field here. So look at that beautiful sunrise over Ballito. We've already got some spectators. I'm sure they're settling in for the day with a nice warm cup of coffee. So it is winter time here in South Africa, and we still have some beautiful sunrises, and things are going to heat up throughout the course of the day, that's for sure.
You know what I enjoyed this morning? I've got my little routine. I wake up at 6 o'clock, do a stretch on the beach, get in the water, try and have a wave or two. I call it a swim with my surfboard. This morning certainly was. It was quite flat still on the high tide. I go just down the beach in front of where I'm staying, quickly into the shower and get down here and have a cup of coffee before we come to work. But this morning, with it being the weekend, a Saturday, it was a cold morning, and seeing the family setting up around the coffee shop, getting their coffees, doing their orders. They've got blankets because it's a cold morning, and they're really setting up and making themselves nice and homely and warm to watch the best action. And that was really cool to see the family vibe down here.
Yeah, and it's Saturday morning, so we'll see a lot of the families cruising down. And it looks like we might have some action here, Greg. This looks like our surfer in the white.
Yeah, quick right for Kiara Gold. So, yeah, she would have liked to have just found that one maneuver on that wave. again, it is tricky. It's going to be hard to get in early. Of course, before priority is established, there can be a bit of hustling. So I always like a heat once we have that priority established. The surfers can position themselves better. And here we go. That's Kira Pinkerton. 2 seriously good turns for today. I think that's going to set the scale for this heat. But to find those 2 maneuvers out there in the lineup, she's going to have a big advantage here at the start.
Yeah, Kira Pinkerton, the surfer in the red in picture. Up and riding here, surfer in the blue. And this looks like Laura Rapp, and she's the Brazilian contingent here in the heat. So a super stacked one. We do have a couple scores coming in, a little bit more info on some of these surfers. So Kira Pinkerton, obviously from the United States, from San Clemente in the US. And she's 22 years of age, and she's already competed on that highest level of the championship tour, and this year she nabbed a 9th place finish at the Surf City El Salvador Pro and a 9th at the Lexus Trestles Pro. So she has got what it takes. She knows what it's like to compete at that highest level, and that was her on that replay, watching the replay here from the talented Brazilian.
Yeah, and also just watching Laura Rupp. She's also just 19 years of age, from Florianopolis. I just saw that wave have a bit of backwash, and she negotiated it very well. The Brazilian beach breaks known for a bit of backwash, so when there's any of that sort of jump in the waves, they really are ready for it because of the waves they train in. And she's also doing really well this year. She's was the champion, as you mentioned, of the JQS here last year. She's currently sitting 11th on the Challenger Series, and that is after the first event of the year, which was the Burton Automotive Newcastle Pro. So that's a good position for her, and we'll get those first couple of scores in, but it looks like Kira Pinkerton will get the best of that opening exchange.
Yeah, definitely excited to see those scores drop in. Yeah, Laura Rapp, she's been here a couple of years, a young Brazilian, and still in the pro junior ranks, but obviously focusing on that Challenger Series. She's had a couple good results on the qualifying series as well. She took down a first place at the Layback Pro in Floripa. It was a QS 3000, so excited to see that score drops in, and it comes in at a 4.5. So that's a 4.5 for first of blue. But the talk there, Greg, was first of red. It comes through at a 7.0. So throwing a little bit of a statement there in her first wave of the day.
Yeah, so Kira is looking very focused. She's almost gone a bit quiet when you on the competitive front over the sort of last few years, maybe not reaching the result what her talent is. She's chased big waves, big tubing waves. She's fearless. You see some of the clips she puts out of just epic surfing. But this year she seems to be really focused. It looks like the goal is to get onto that championship tour. She's certainly looking great. As you mentioned, she's had a few showings in that championship tour this year. Currently 8th on the Challenger Series rating, so right there knocking on the door. And she's looking focused. I've watched her around the competition site. She's really taking note of the waves. And you saw that opening one for her was that 7-point ride. And that's a nice strong start for her. So watch this replay. Off the bottom, straight up into the lip. And this is what I'm talking about. Find those ones that close out so you can get the turns. And the bonus, again, with that being the first decent wave of the morning, the judges will go, okay, well, what score are we going? Let's give it a nice round score. Let's make it look good. Let's use it as a marker. And she gets a 7-point ride. And yeah, to be honest, it'll be hard to go wrong with that score in your score line in these very slow conditions.
Yeah, you know what? It was a good wave. So she just had to make sure that she finished it off. And there aren't as many of those good waves popping up. So she managed to nab one, and that was Kira Pinkerton in the red. So we're just over halfway through the heat, and it is red. Kira Pinkerton sitting with a 7.0. All of our surfers sitting on one score at the moment. Laura Rapp is sitting with the second highest score, the Brazilian, a 4.50. Sky Brown just with that opening one, and then just a 0.5, very small score for White. So we've seen 4 waves ridden, and it's been a little bit of a slow start, but things should heat up towards the back end of the morning as we progress down these heats, and the ocean looking nice and quiet. All four of our surfers just staying patient. And Greg, what do you think's running through their head right now with just under 12 minutes remaining and not much in terms of waves right now?
Yeah, so you've got to control what you can control. You can't get a score if you don't have a wave. And just watching the lineup, tactically, I like what I see. You've got your priority positionings, and look at Kira Pinkerton in red, third priority. So she's low down on that priority list, but she has a 7-point ride. So what has she done? She's made a little bit of space between her and the other competitors. So just in case a wave comes a bit wider of the bank, the other three are out of position, maybe she gets a bit lucky and finds a one-turn wave to put her, or whatever it is, and put her into a really strong, almost uncatchable lead. So that's good competition surfing. She hasn't gone right into the mix of the other three girls where she won't have any opportunities.
Yeah, taking a look at this one, up and riding, it is the Brazilian surfer. This is Laura Ropp, and that's a nice turn.
So answering back here, can she get one into the shore break as well? Let's see. Wow, that's going to go right onto the sand. So doing really well, Laura Ropp, and it seems like she's getting close to matching that opening of Kira. She gets her 2 turns out the back, pretty much a turn on that inside shore break. She couldn't have ridden out any more on that maneuver. And the judges do take that into account. I mean, you've ridden it out. You can't go any further because you're up on dry land. So I like that wave. Really enjoyed the second turn. She set up the first turn. The second turn, she put a bit of extra spice on it, pushing that tail a bit harder with that spray flying into the morning sunrise, and then gets a little finish. And the speed on that wave was really good as well from Laura.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see a replay shortly of that. Here we go, up and riding Laura Ropp. Just a little float to start, and that was a great turn.
Yep, I loved that second turn. And then even the finish was a quick turn, but hits the lip and slices, and of course just has to eject before going into that shore break. So Laura Rupp, surfer in blue, and of course Kira Pinkerton looked to run away with the lead here early on. And of course that first wave from Laura came in at a 4.5, so she already has a score on the board, and that 4.5 we'll probably call it her backup score. So because this score is going to come in as a bigger number. So yeah, she's working the system. She's going to put those 2 scores on the board and go into first year.
Yeah, and just trying to compare it there in my mind, trying to think of Kira Pinkerton's wave. She had 2 nice turns. Laura Ropp, maybe a little bit of a smaller wave, but that second turn was electric. That was really great, and showed a lot of commitment trying to hit that last section. Got pretty much washed up all the way onto the beach. I wouldn't even know how the judges would score that, if that would be a completed maneuver or what they would do in that situation.
Yeah, we'll see where that comes in. The second turn was the money for me. The first turn was, she connected the lip. It was lovely, a bit of a float through that section, and kept that speed up for the second turn. So the judges might argue that maybe not quite as committed on the first turn as what Kira was, but I think it's going to be, it's going to be up there. We'll see where, how they determine that score. I think it's probably going to come just under Kira, just on that first turn. They're going to say, well, Kira's first turn was a bit better, and then the second. So let's see where they come, but it's going to be up, close to that score.
Yeah, so that number does drop in, and you are spot on there, Greg. It's a 6.33, so just under that 7-point ride from red Kira Pinkerton. So there was a situation change there. Blue Laura Ropp jumps up into the lead with courtesy of that last 6.33. Here's another angle, and she's up and riding. Just a replay.
Yep, so that first turn really was a connected turn, but this turn, the money in the lip, really pushes that tail beautifully, gets a rotation, and then the inside section was basically maybe a couple of bonus decimal points, but that second turn is where that score lies.
Yeah, and you can see she finishes off right there. Great commitment and really slopey beach gets pushed all the way up. Some great replays here from our broadcast team, and it just looks beautiful out there on the beach. Look at the scenes. We got just about 7 minutes remaining on the timer for this round of 34 heat number 1, and just a little situation. Blue is in the lead with the red in second. Red looking for a 3.83. Kira Pinkerton to jump up to first, so not a huge requirement. Surf in the green, Sky Brown looking for a 6.01 to move up to second, and white Kiara Gold looking for a 6.51. So I've watched a couple of the heats for white, Greg, and there's been one or two where she's been really patient and it has paid off for her. Currently she's only sitting with a score of a 0.5, so she's playing the patient game, she's waiting, but with 6 minutes remaining, she's got to be thinking about getting a wave now, surf in the white.
Yeah, it's sometimes this ocean can go flat, and then you can have a rhythm of a few sets very quickly. You see the Fen kayaks cruising through out the back. So lovely to see our watermen enjoying the Dolphin Coast here this morning. And as you look out there, those guys are going over swells. You can see there is swells out there. It's just the tide is not allowing all these waves to break at the moment. So we'll see Sky Brown and Kiara Gold hoping to use that priority and find something, and possibly a line or two moving in towards them now. But they're going to have to act quickly as we head down to the 5 minutes. There's definitely a lot of jockeying in the water now for position. And sitting wide, Kira Pinkerton does find one, but not too much on offer there. And she's got to be careful here as well, Kira, because she wants that backup score. She wants it to move up as far as possible, because there's big requirements from Brown and Gould. And if a big set wave comes through and they use that priority and they manage to get 2 turns on a much bigger wave, the judges are going to have to look at where they're going to reward those scores.
Definitely, Greg, and these are 4 world-class young surfers, so no doubt that green and white have got what it takes to drop that number pretty easily. They've done it many times before. Just a little replay, that was the last of red, and of course that one just closing out on her. She was under priority though, so she might as well have rolled the dice to see what that one had on offer, but it's not going to really help her surf in the red. Kira Pinkerton. So there's our scores. To the left-hand side of the screen, it's the Brazilian, Laura Ropp. She is currently in the lead with a heat total of a 10.83. In red, Kira Pinkerton is in second. She's looking for a 3.83 to jump up to first. So currently those are the 2 advancing surfers. And there we have our Water Patrol team out the back, working hard. They've been here year upon year, so great to see the Water Patrol team and all the hard work they do, keeping our surfers safe. So just under 4 minutes remaining, and we're just showing you guys some of the scenes down here so you can get the best idea of what it's like down here on the Dolphin Coast. At the moment, it's just pretty chilled vibes in the morning, but the surfing is going to get more electric as the day ramps up, and it looks like we might just see a look here. Sky Brown looking for a 6.61, but it looks like red has a wave.
Yeah, so Kira Pinkerton's definitely going to improve the scoreline with that. And, you just look at those sort of turns and you think about the heat. And up and riding on this one, I think that was that Laura Ropp on another wave? You just think about these scores and the backup numbers. That's where it's all going to come into play. And surfers, Kiara Gould and Sky Brown just sitting out there way too long. If they had just found something, even if they had gone left on those 2 good scores we saw from Ropp and Pinkerton and just got a 2.5 or something to their name, it just would have given them an opportunity in this heat to chase, say, a 5-point ride. And hold the others off on priority. But the time's just running out. There's not going to be enough time for 2 waves. So they're going to have to find that 1 wave and do it on that 1 wave and get those big scores. But it's not impossible, but yeah, the task, in my opinion, could have been a bit easier.
Yeah, definitely. It's getting More and more difficult as time winds down for green and white. But of course, doable. 661 requirement for green. And she might take a look at that one. She's not going to paddle for it. So she maintains that priority, does Sky Brown in the green. But it looks like our surfers are interested in something here. This looks like one of the bigger waves of the morning so far.
Yep, Sky Brown up and riding. So sets up, carves off that first turn. So no connection of the lip there. There we go. That's a bit better, but straight into the shore break. And that is unfortunately not going to be the number she requires. But if she had had a wave, something like that at the start, there would have been less pressure. And she could have attacked, sat with priority and attacked that second place position. But time's just not on her side right now.
Yeah, it's going to go into a score line, but unfortunately, she's still looking for a rather big number. Reason being, red dropped in a score. It came through at a 5-point ride for last of red. That was the one that we caught the end of. Kira Pinkerton dropping in a 5. So there was a situation change there. Red jumped up into the lead. Now blue Laura Ropp in second position. Sky Brown in third. Now looking for an excellent ride of an 8.5. And it's looking very tough for Surfer in the white. She's now in a combination of a 10.83. We've got 40 seconds remaining. Here's the replay from red.
Yeah, this was looking good. And I mentioned Kira Pinkerton's looking very focused this year. I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't get a very good result here and in the Challenger next week. Just looking super focused at the moment. It's good to see. And this is that replay from Sky Brown. A lot of pressure on Sky as well. She's obviously got some huge accomplishments over the years. We see a bronze Olympic medal in Tokyo and Paris. And her goal, one of her goals, is to represent Great Britain at the Los Angeles 28 Olympics in both skate and surfing.
Wow.
So she's looking to really get up there on the ratings.
Yeah, that would be a first, that's for sure. And very talented surfers here. And that is the conclusion, the round of 34, heat number 1. And it does look like it's going to be Kira Pinkerton and Laura Ropp advancing through. Just the replay for that last one there. And our surfers making their way in. So around 34, heat number 1. And we are going to move into our men's division here. So guys, this is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. Stick with us, we'll be back shortly. Welcome back. This is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos, and we are stoked to bring you guys this next heat. This is the round of 32, heat number 1, and just welcoming you guys to the screens. So make sure to let us know where you're watching from. And it's a beautiful day here in the Dolphin Coast, the north coast of KZN. It's Johan Frey as well as Greg Emsley to take you guys through these couple heats. And introducing these surfers, Greg, we've got the round of 32, heat number 1 for our men's division down here at the QS 2000. And we are stoked to see some of these names. We've got some really stacked heats coming up next. So make sure that you stick to the screens to be watching all of the best action here at the Ballito Open. Introducing these surfers in the red and and we've been looking forward to seeing him. It's the Championship Tour surfer. He's on the Challenger trying to re-qualify. That's Matthew McGillivray, the local South African. We've got another South African in the blue. That's Levi Epinitas. In the white, we've got a Brazilian surfer. He impressed us yesterday. That was Lucas Vincente. And in the green, you can never count him out. Very exciting surfer from Hawaii. That's Luke Swanson.
Yeah, it's a packed heat on paper. You know, we've got top seeds coming through, some of them surfing 3 rounds yesterday, and now into the seeded African seeded surfers in the QS. So packed heat on paper. This round of 32 is going to be very exciting, and we'll see if these surfers have taken note of that opening round of the day, and we'll also see what sort of tactics they have. You know, the other issue we have is non-priority interferences at the start of a heat like this, because these surfers know how important it will be to get a start. So any sort of wave that they can find, they're going to get moving. And this is Lucas on that first wave, so gets one turn. Sort of battles to ride out of that with, you know, nice and cleanly. That strong offshore wind sort of doesn't really want you on the wave. It blows you off the back of the wave. So you've got to get your top turn rotation off the top, almost a little bit lower on the wave. Don't go too high, because you'll get caught up with that lip. You want to really rotate nice and low on the wave and surf deep in the wave, and stick with that power and obviously the speed through in that bowly section of the wave.
Definitely, Greg, and finds a completion nonetheless. But Lucas Vincente, talented young surfer from Brazil, he impressed us yesterday. He had a couple nice scores in the good range, and he is looking good. Paddling back out into the lineup, so there's going to be a score that's going to drop in. Here's the replay, and he just eyed that section, and it was looking good, but just got a little bit caught in that lip, as you mentioned there, Greg.
Yeah, he just took a bit of time to ride out of it. But that being said, it will be a score that he can work with, and try and find a better wave than that. And with those two scores, he will be able to put a bit of pressure on his competitors. You know, you try and read your surfers as you go, especially when you're a competitor. You sort of try and premeditate what your surfers are going to do, their strategies, and you look at each one, and over the years you actually get to know their strategies quite well. Some surfers are hard to predict, some are very predictable. The guy that's hard for me to predict is Matt McGillivray. I try and sort of look at his strategies. He's definitely changes them up, as we see up and riding. Nice looking wave for surfer. I think, is that surfer in blue or white again?
It looked like it was surfer in the white, Lucas.
Yeah. So he's
Vicente.
finding a second wave. So he's just working these ones through. So, you know, Matt McGillivray, we battle to see his strategy. I've seen him of late really pulling the rabbit out the bag in the last couple of seconds of heats to do big maneuvers. So he deals with that pressure well, and we see the strategy for Lucas is you know quite apparent. He's going to get a quick start. He just wants to ride waves, put points on the board, and then he'll probably once he gets a couple of scores on the board, pull up that handbrake with priority and wait for a good wave, a good set wave to come through. So we'll keep an eye on these different strategies. But watch Matt. He doesn't rush it, and he's pretty simple. I think what I can see, he only goes on good waves, and I think he knows, okay, it's either I'm going to get 2 good waves, and if I do, I will make the heat because I'm that good a surfer. But if the ocean decides that I'm not going to get those 2 good waves, then I won't make the heat. It's a very simple way of looking at it.
Yeah, he's competed at that highest level. Of course, his best result in the Championship Tour, that classic heat with Jordy Smith in El Salvador, taking a 2nd place on the tour. But of course, now competing on the Challenger Series, and he had a good result in Australia a few weeks ago, and we're excited to see him in the challenge as well. Of course, this is just a nice warm-up, but this surfer in the white has been keeping busy. That's Lucas Vincente. First of white dropped in at a 2.17, but we are still waiting for a couple more scores for white. So we'll see. In about 15 minutes, we'll let you guys know. We'll be able to see if White, all the surfing in the beginning of this heat paid off for him. So definitely keeping that strategy of just getting his wave count up and looking at that beautiful view. There's some dolphins rolling through the lineup. This is the Dolphin Coast. You'll probably see them pop up on your screen shortly. So here's a little replay from the last of White.
Yeah, so he's the only surfer with waves on the board. He's got 3 waves, and he's sitting with a decent scoreline, a 5.17 and a 3.33. So that gives him an 8.5 total. Not a bad sort of heat total in the first few minutes of the heat. And like I said, he might just, while the others are giving him waves and he's got 4th priority, maybe he'll keep riding waves, but he'll probably get to a point where he wants to get that 1st priority as well and keep the others off the very good set waves when they do come through later in the heat.
Definitely. So a couple scores have dropped in for White. Lucas Vincente, it comes through at a 5.17. Second to last, a 5.17 for White. And then last of White drops in at a 3.33. So he's got to be feeling good right now, is Lucas Vincente. He's got a couple scores on the board. None of the other surfers have gotten underway, but here we go, as I say that, blue.
Yeah, nice turn for Levi Epinitos, one of our junior surfers coming through the ranks here in South Africa. He's out of Melkbos in the Western Cape. And his dad, George Epinitos, good friend of mine. He used to compete on the local series as well with me. Also a goofy foot surfer, strong surfer was George. Really nice guy, very cool family, and very supportive of Levi. So Levi's had a great junior career. And watch this set wave up and riding. Swanson. This is a really good looking wave, one of the better ones of the morning, getting a series of big maneuvers out the back. And he's going to work it through the inside, but the job's done already. Slashes it into the shore break and actually gets the ride out. So having a bit of space before hitting the sand. So yeah. Luke Swanson is going to start with a very good score here. So we'll talk about those strategies again. Do you get those early waves, build a bit of pressure like we saw from Lucas Vicente, or do we wait 10 minutes and really select a good wave like we saw from Swanson?
And up and riding here, surfer in the blue, Epinitos. He's going to get one turn off the top. And yeah, I'm really excited to see just the replay, that last one of White, Luke Swanson. And of course, that leaves Matthew McGillivray out the back. Maddie waiting for something down the line. But here we go. This is surfer in the blue. And this was a replay, his first wave. Did come in at a 2.30. That was first of blue, and then of course he backed it up with another wave now, so another score to come in. But here's the replay from green.
Yeah, and just watch these turns, nice and strong, straight up. Look at the vertical attack again, straight up. So those are big scores. If you compare it to, say, the young South African Levi, a lot more vertical in those turns. And that's why if you see Levi scores a little bit low, but we'll see Swanson coming in with higher scores. As I mentioned, yeah, the South African, you see that board sort of goes horizontal, where the difference, the talking point, Luke Swanson straight up in the lip. And that's what, at international level, what you've got to be doing. That point of difference is a lot more difficult, the degree of difficulty to get that board 12 o'clock up in the lip. And sure, that's going to be a marker, I guess, for the rest of this round, because judges will be looking at it. They know this tide's going to drop out. There's going to be more of those waves on offer, so they've got to be careful. They don't want to go too low because it's a great score, right? But they've got to be careful of going too high, because this lineup could suddenly start producing multiple waves of that quality.
Yeah, as you say that, a couple scores have dropped in. 2.5 last of blue, but the talk of that one was a 7.17 for last of green, Luke Swanson, and that is a great score that he's got on the board there. Swanson, a 7.17, so up into the higher good range there. And then surfer in the red, still waiting out the back patiently, Matt McGillivray with 13 minutes on the clock. So things are getting a little bit more exciting. here on our screens, Greg, it was great to see that score drop in. It shows us that there's still plenty of potential and we might see an opening wave from red.
Maddie McGillivray up and riding. And that's just the one turn for Matt. Probably the most fearless man there is around this competition. Likes to jump off bridges and out of aeroplanes with little parachutes on his back. We spoke yesterday about Oliver Zeetz's uncle, Sebastian Zeetz. They talk of arguably the best 10-point ride in history. He got that wave at in Gracetown at North Point. For me, the best ride in the history of surfing is at Chope, and it comes from Matt McGillivray, his 10-point ride, that wave. And if you've ever surfed Chope, you would know why. It's so scary, that wave. That 10-footer that he fell out of the lip, his whole tail dropped out. He had no right making that wave, and then somehow stuck it and just got absolutely shacked. That, to me, is the best 10-point ride in the history of surfing.
Wow, yeah, that was an incredible wave, Greg. And Maddie McGillivray, oh, look at that. Some of the dolphins, I think, just jumping out the back there, showing us why it's called the Dolphin Coast.
It almost looks like we're staging this, right? But it's not. It's as beautiful as it gets down here, folks.
Oh, yeah.
And if you can't get down here, which is number one, then of course we'll be with you to talk you through it and bring you the action at home.
Yeah, that's what we've been enjoying. We are locked onto the screens and we watched another wave there from Luke Swanson. So Swanson, I think he's really surfing the heat well, and he's looking to just add another one. He's going to add another one on his scoreline, and he's going to improve on his situation. Well, Luke Swanson, the young Hawaiian, and I think he's got everything in his repertoire. I'm pretty sure that we are going to see him on the highest level championship tour definitely within the next couple of years. So we are excited to see what that score comes in as. He's got the airs, he's got the turns. Really like that vertical attack from Luke Swanson. So I think there's a good chance he's going to jump up into the lead here, the surfer in the green. First of red, Maddie McGillivray at 2.03. So just about 10 and a half minutes remaining on the clock. There's a beautiful view of our beach, and that score did lock in for last of green. It was a 3.33 for Luke Swanson. So green now up into the lead. Surfer in the white, Lucas Vincente, has been quiet the last couple of minutes. He's looking for a 5.34 to jump back up into first. Levi Epinitos down in third, looking for a 6, and then Matt McGillivray requiring a 2.47 to jump up.
Yeah, so panned out view of the ocean, and surfers now starting to pull away from the South African contingent. So Luke Swanson with a strong lead, and that is courtesy of that opening wave, that 7.17. You get a score like that in your scoreline in these sort of conditions, life becomes very easy, because you know you back it up with a 3 and suddenly you're on an over a 10-point total. And you'd say on a morning like this, and you know, 2 5s are going to get you through a heat, you would think. But you know, you got to be looking at that number. Get me to 10 points one way or another, and then try and improve from there. But you'll see, you know, trying to get that average score, you know, 10 points total, will be tricky with few waves on offer here this morning.
Yeah, definitely. And we see Luke Swanson on the top there on a total of 10.50. And I think he's setting the benchmark for the morning, specifically with that 7.17. So with scores like that, you're definitely looking to advance through. And pretty much all of these surfers on a very similar level. They're all professional surfers, or building up to be professional surfers as younger athletes. And they're all at that same level. So we've seen from the heat totals, that heat total, as you were saying, Greg, of about a 10 points or plus is more or less going to get you a heat win or a second position to advance through. So at the moment, Swanson is looking pretty good at the top, but still plenty of time. 8 minutes remaining on the clock, and our surfer in the white in second. Blue looking for a 6-point ride. We know he can do it. He's got a really good backhand, has Levi Epinitos, And then, of course, Matt McGillivray, you can never count him out. He might just do a big punt and get that 647. So 7.5 minutes remaining. This is heat number 1 of the round of 32 if you guys have just joined us. And there's a beautiful view of the Dolphin Coast. Our surfers in the green, white and red. White and red now in our screen. So priority with white, Lucas Vincente. And looking at this one, Greg, Vincente has got the priority. He's going to choose not to go. And green is up and riding.
Yeah, Swanson up, working this one through. Oh, manages to hold on, almost got a bit stuck on that second maneuver. So he'll just keep working this lineup. We look at these surfers and, we think about the scores that are needed, and we look at the actual official surf judging scale. You get a 0 to a 1.9. It's all out of 10. That's a poor ride. So we see this replay. 2 turns, spins a tail, manages to ride out of it. 2 to 3.9 points is a fair ride. So we see a good couple of fair rides on the board there at the moment. A 4 to a 5.9 is an average ride. So we've only got one average ride on the board at the moment. And then we've got a good ride, which is a 6 to a 7.9 out of 10. Of course, we've got the one good ride, which is from Luke Swanson, the 717. And then, of course, we go into the top end. 8 to 10 points is an excellent ride. And that's, of course, the one that everyone wants. We don't see too many of them thrown out every heat, but we have seen through competition a good couple of excellent scores, especially yesterday with the bigger waves and those big sections on offer. So, the better the waves, the more chance of those excellent scores being rewarded. There is the chance today with the smaller conditions, because you could get that one really special wave that comes through and a surfer really tags all those sections. And we saw Luke Swanson getting close to 717, so just under a point off that excellent score. But we will see a couple of excellents today as this tide drops out, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. And the judges having to leave a little bit of room in their scale there, of course. It was a very good wave for Luke Swanson, a 717, but we know that we can see a lot more from these surfers. Swanson can throw down big punts and do even bigger turns than that, so the judges have to leave a little bit of room for those excellent waves, and we might just see a paddle here up and riding. This is Matt McGillivray. That's one turn off the top, and just hitting that deeper section. So struggling to find some momentum here is Matty McGillivray in the red. We do have 5 minutes remaining. He is going to lock a score in the board, but currently sitting in 4th position. That comes through to 1.4, so locks in really quick. And surfer in the red still looking for a 6.47, so that doesn't really help his campaign. And then, of course, Epinitas in the blue looking for a 6-point ride. So at the moment, it's the two international surfers watching a replay, and this one's not going to really help his scoreline, Greg.
Yeah, and the reason being that wave just fading out, not allowing any opportunity for that judging criteria that we talk of. But have a look at the ocean. The surfers paddling out to this wave. So as this tide drops out, we see this better looking wave. And this is surfer in white, Lucas. So just into that one too late. Didn't get any board speed up. So he knew that speed, power and flow would not be part of any maneuvers on that wave, so the judges would score him down, so he gets out of there. And talking about that criteria, we've spoken about the point allocations, that the scale that the judges work on. Now, what do they look for on the actual wave? Commitment and degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive maneuvers, major maneuvers, a combination of major maneuvers, a variety of maneuvers, so they don't want to see the surfer doing the same turn all the way to the beach, and then speed, power and flow through all those maneuvers. So that's always key. Speed, power, flow, that's been in every criteria for as long as we can remember. And the criteria has changed many times over the years, from the sort of late 60s to the 70s, when we first had the ASP, Association of Surfing Professionals, which then later became the WSL, which we're at now, the World Surf League. Surfers used to have to actually catch 4 waves in 20 minutes, and one of the criteria was length of ride. So you could ride, how long can you stay on the wave? And then you had to do that 4 times. So fitness was key, because in 20 minutes you had to find 4 waves. And length of ride was seriously spoken about. So you could have downtime, and that counted. Where now length of ride means nothing. It's not in our criteria. It's all about intensity, who can take off and actually have no downtime, who can hit the leopard, come out of that maneuver straight into another big maneuver, and then show us variety, show us the big airs, show us rotations. So it's all a much more of a wow factor, much more exciting criteria that we have these days.
Yeah, and I mean the surfing is the scores as well as the criteria has progressed as the surfing has progressed. Of course, we're seeing more and more progressive surfing, even in events. I mean, you're seeing guys throw down crazy things in events these days. We might see a paddle here. It's going to be a no-go, but it looks like Blue Epinitas gets a shot.
So Levi working this left-hander. So he's found a couple of sections early on. He's going to bring this one all the way through. Of course, looking for a 6-point ride. So let's get that replay. But it looked like he connected the lip a couple of times outside. Obviously, a 6-point ride is into the good range. So let's see with that replay. He's paddling back hard. Maybe he thinks it's going to be close, but maybe not enough. He might still be thinking he can do this in 2 waves. And let's have a look. Slices that first turn. I like that. Straight up into another turn. Tell you what, I like those first 2 turns. Committed. Then gets a little slice back to the whitewater. So maybe a decimal point added there at the end. 6-point ride. I'm not sure it will be quite there, but it's definitely going to be points on the board, because I like those first 2 committed maneuvers.
Yeah, definitely, Greg. And young Levi Epinitas, the youngest surfer here in the pool of surfers, and he will be eyeing that advanced position there. So score to come in for Blue Levi Epinitas.
The other score we'll probably look at is the 517 from Lucas early on in the heat, that right-hander. He had a couple of nice turns on the backhand, and this is a point of difference because it's a left-hander. So, I don't know, maybe the judges might look at that. It could just sway Levi's way. He is a local surfer. When I say local, he's from the South African shores, Melkbos in Cape Town. But time's winding down here. That one score is going to be in the judges' hands.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. The score to lock in. So it is Blue looking for a 6-point ride. And it looks like the time is all out on this one. And our surfers will be making their way in. The buzzer goes off. So that was the round of 32 heat number 1. And we are anticipating that score to lock in for Blue Epinitas. So it's been great taking you guys through all this action. This was the first heat of the round of 32, and we have got a lot of stacked heats coming up. So we'll get you guys the official results in a moment. This is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. We'll be right back.
On the beach. Welcome back. It's the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. We're into heat number 2 of the round of 32. And introducing the surfers to you in the seat. In red, we've got Jordi Marie. In blue, Thomas Lindhorst. In the white singlet, Oliver Zietz. And in green, Shane Sykes. Wasting no time, getting onto the very first wave of the heat. It's surfer in blue, Tom Lindhorst. With these type of conditions, an early start like that, really important. And that could be a banker score for you later in the heat. We see it is very lully out there. It's quite a high tide still at the moment. Low tide is a little later on this morning. A couple of hours for the tide still to drain. Low tide at 11:42. And we should see it get a lot more consistent. From an elevated position in the judging tower, you can see lines out there, but the sand is quite deep and a lot of the waves not breaking. This is a replay of First of Blue. It's Thomas Lindhorst. Tom on the Challenger Series as well this year. He's a previous South African surfing champion too.
Multiple, actually.
Welcome to the booth, Tasha Mentasti, who will
Morning.
be alongside myself, Mike Frew, for the heat call. This is a great looking wave for surfer in red, Geordie Marie. Tash, you were on the beach announcing for the first two heats this morning. I heard you doing the call early at about 6:45.
Yeah, that's
Give us a report direct from the sand. What's it like out there? It does look challenging, quite tough, but it's the same for all four competitors.
Yeah, well, definitely different conditions to yesterday. Not as much opportunity, but I just want to watch this replay because this is one of the better waves that have come through the lineup all morning. Geordie Marie choosing to actually only paddle out with 1 minute remaining, so he was watching it the whole time. I do agree with you, Mike. I think that it is going to become a little bit more consistent with the waves that come through and hit that sandbank as the tide drops. But it wasn't easy to actually watch that from the beach. There wasn't a lot of scoring potential for the women in the first heat. But when you do find a wave with just a little bit of an open wall, the judges' scale has totally changed compared to yesterday. And we've seen like 7-point rides. As soon as you get that two-turn combo of two major maneuvers, not a check turn or a minor maneuver, they are rewarding the 7-point rides.
So, Tash, we'll be calling this heat Geordie Marie, Thomas Lindhorst, Shane Sykes and Oliver Zietz. 3 South Africans in the heat, the one international surfer, but those 3 names on the South African side of the draw, big hitters, all with big results. And like you say, we're going to have the tide drain out, and I'd expect that through the morning that it's going to get a lot more consistent out there. We'll see the surfers perhaps taking to the air like we saw yesterday afternoon. But some exciting surf lined up for day 2 of the Ballito Open presented by Flojos.
Yeah, and I think if you look at these South African names, you say heavy hitters, they're South African champions as well. They know this wave. They've probably come through from when we had Rookie Rippers and through all the other events that we have under the Ballito umbrella. But just definitely challenging this morning, just because there's limited opportunity out there.
So scores drop in. First of red, Geordie Marie comes in at a 5. And we got a paddle. This is local surfer Shane Sykes. Shane knows this wave well. He grew up just north of here, a couple of kilometers at Salt Rock, and grew up surfing this point break. Shane has got multiple wins in various competitions at this break. He actually won the South African Surfing Champs back in 2021 here at Ballito. So we'll wait for his score to drop in. Looking at this replay, Tash.
Oh, well, I don't know the priority situation, but hopefully he had it. A little bit mistimed on that first turn. That was nice and more open, got onto the rail, and then just that little bit of flair and creativeness. So it's going to be interesting to see what they put a score down on with Shane. It wasn't the most vertical hits, but there was variety, and he kept his speed and his flow, which is really important in these small conditions.
You know, these kind of conditions, it is small. 2 to possibly the 3-foot range on the sets. And looking at that last wave of Shane, it reminds me of when he surfed at the Stab High, the wave pool event in Japan. It was a very similar wave to that, and he was doing like Superman airs and alley-oops and big varials and that. So by his sort of standards, what he's capable of, he surfed that wave quite conservatively, but importantly, he's banked a score now that he can build on for the rest of the heat, and possibly we'll see a bit of that explosive flair coming out in some of his later waves in the heat. You know, you could go for it on that very first wave, but with so few waves in each heat, you want to make sure that the waves you get actually count. And once you've built that foundation,
Yeah.
for instance, if you've got 2 5s, I guess, then you can look at flaring out and sort of pushing it into the 7s and the 8s. It is looking so much more consistent, just in the last 10 minutes,
Yeah,
Tash?
absolutely. I mean, it actually looks like a different break compared to what I was seeing down on the beach. We just saw a couple of those lines coming through, which just shows that there is more water getting drained off the sandbank. Oliver Zietz with his second ride there, really his first counting ride, looking nice and loose. He came through yesterday, a couple of heats yesterday. So it must be quite difficult, to transition from the conditions that we had yesterday, where there was too much opportunity out there, to having a morning like this. You've really got to reset, might even be having to change equipment a little bit. And I just think all these heats are stacked though, Mike. I was looking through the draw. There's no easy heat.
So this is a replay of Tom Lindhorst's second wave. Gets 2 turns. Just had the 1 turn on his opening wave, so we'll wait for the scores to drop in on that. And then behind him, this was Oliver Zietz, wearing the white singlet in this heat, also 2 turns. So each of the surfers there had 2 turns on their wave, Tash. Now the judges are going to analyze it, break it down. They have access to replays, and they can slow it down if they need to, because they're going to need to differentiate between those two and determine who had the better score. For you, we're just watching on screen, just like you back at home. What would you say in terms of if you had to compare those 2 waves, Tash?
I knew you were going to do that.
I'll give it a go.
No, I'm joking. Look, if I had to really be critical with everything, I felt that Surfer in Blue, so Tom Lindhorst was a little bit more on the rail. He was able to get his nose a little bit closer to 12 o'clock if we had to compare it to Green's first ride. And then when I look at Oliver Zietz, also 2 lateral. There was speed there, a little bit of variation, but just that board was a little too lateral.
Out in the water, this is Jordy Marie wearing the red singlet, the surfer from Cape Town in South Africa. Just the 1 turn on that one. So just going back to that discussion, that breakdown or comparison between Tom Lindhorst and Oliver Zietz, I kind of agree with you there. Tom was quite vertical on his turns. And then Oliver's wave actually had a bit of froth and foam left over from the first wave of the set, which didn't make his wave as clean as what Tom's did. So Tom Lindhorst's wave comes in. It's a 5.23. This is a replay of Jordy Marie just tagging the lip, losing his balance a little bit on the bottom turn straight after that one. So Tom Lindhorst, a 5.23. Oliver Zietz's one comes in at a 4. So a great breakdown and a great comparison there, Tash. It plays into pretty much exactly your sort of analysis of the wave. Tom getting a 5.23, Oliver Zietz a 4. Looking at the heat situation, all the scores are in. We have 16 minutes remaining. Tom Lindhorst is in the lead with Jordy Marie in second. Both have got a score up into the 5s. Tom's second wave is the difference there. He's got a 3.67, so he's slightly ahead of Jordy. Shane Sykes, he's down in third, looking for 1.88. And then Oliver Zietz in fourth at the moment, looking for a 2.78. So pretty close between all 4 surfers at this point. And if you have a look at the lineup there, it's on this high tide. It's quite a distinct takeoff spot at the moment, Tash. It's not like there's multiple peaks all over the beach like we saw yesterday. Most of the sand is concentrated right in front of this little rocky outcrop that you're seeing in the bottom right or left-hand corner of your screen there.
Which is pretty far north, Mike, as well.
It is quite far north. Up and riding, this is our surfer in the green singlet, local boy, Shane Sykes. There's a nice hit. We spoke about those closeout turns all of yesterday. The wave, not quite the same power and energy as it was yesterday, but Shane making the most of that section and getting a great closeout turn.
Yeah, he navigated that quite well. You could actually see there was water coming up and he had to adjust a little bit. But clearly, being a local, surfing this wave for, since he was a Grom, definitely knowing the intricacies on what happens, especially in that zone with the higher tide. We see it all the time by watching it. I think some of the surfers, not so much. But just watch, he's setting up. He's seen that closeout section. He knows he needs to complete it. Is that going to be a counter down the line for him? I don't think so. I honestly think he's going to have the 4.9 for wave number 1 is going to become his backup score. This wave number 3, for now, it's going to go into his top 2, but he's going to get rid of it. It's not going to be a keeper at all. I don't see it going into the 5-point range just with that one hit. Also, once again, not as vert. He had to be a little bit more lateral to follow the lip and make sure that he actually completes that maneuver.
So let's see what the judges' scores come in at, Tash, because it will also give us a good indication of what the judges are considering on that end section and kind of where they've set the scale. But with Shane Sykes having had 2 bankable waves now, he's got a decent foundation in the heat. Now, I'm really interested to see whether he pulls that air game out in the latter part of this heat, because it's certainly something, if you look at a surfer like Tom Lindhorst and Geordie Marie as an example, we do see Geordie Marie launch as well, but Shane Sykes is really known for his air game, and I'd like to see if he's able to pull it out and share some of that explosive energy with us in this heat. Needs the right wave though, obviously. This is our surfer in the white singlet. It's the surfer from the Netherlands. It's Oliver Zietz. Now, compared to Shane's, wow, that was a big closeout hit.
And well read, really well read.
So that'll give us another indicator of how the judges are looking at that end section. Geordie Marie going for the same sort of thing, but unfortunately coming unstuck. Tash, we see a couple scores dropping in now for Shane for that one hit.
Yeah, it's quite a spread though. It's interesting. I mean, look, I think the judges have got a very hard job on their hands today. I personally didn't see it coming in as a 5, but thank goodness I don't judge.
It's so Shane Sykes
a 5.43.
Shane's wave comes in at a 5.43, as you said. We add that to the 4.5, and he gets a 10.33 total. So that puts Shane in the lead now.
What are they going to do with White's wave, though?
Now, if we look at that, you saw what Shane did. I felt like this was it's certainly a bigger wave. It's probably the biggest wave of the morning, to be honest.
Yeah.
Lovely first turn, commitment, bang, goes up and actually airdrops down with the lip.
Great wave. Really,
Would
really
you say
well read.
potentially the best wave of the morning? Was it surfed the best of the morning? We'll wait for the judges. We just here to break it down, analyze, give you our thoughts, and the judges will post a score on the board, and then the surfers will have an idea of where the scoring is going here. Now, if I was Shane, I'd be listening very carefully to this, because he knows he got a 5.43 just for the one turn. He's going to hear Oliver Zietz's score here. Also, he would have heard the beach commentary talking about that last turn. And if you're in Shane's position now, you'd have to think, he's thinking, if I can boost on that end section, if I can get to the air, do something spectacular, it's going to go back up into the excellent range. This is another wave. The first little cover up of the morning. No exit for Oliver Zietz. So Tash, that 2-turn wave of Oliver Zietz with a big hit on the end section comes in at a 7.17. A 7.17.
Yeah, nice.
So
in the good scale. Definitely being rewarded for the commitment, being rewarded for the criticalness. I think that's a great score, and that's kind of what I was looking at.
Let's have a look at a replay of that 7.17, the highest single wave of the heat. It was a bigger set.
So you see, he actually sat wide though. He wasn't right on the peak, wide, off from them. I loved that first turn. You could see he released the fins quickly. He had to readjust to what that lip was throwing at him, but well read, well timed, lots of control, and getting rewarded with the 7.17. Oliver Zietz must be feeling really happy right now. A little bit of pressure off him, especially when you're coming up against these 3 South Africans.
I like how the tail dropped
Yes.
with the lip on that one, and it gave it that extra sort of flair that we hadn't seen from previous waves. So someone's going left. Tom Lindhorst decides to go right. Tom goes up at the lip. Lovely flaring turn. This wave doesn't have the closeout section now that we saw on Shane Sykes and Oliver Zietz's wave. So 2 turns in a critical section there. Great flow and a good transition between the turns. So no real downtime. He didn't have to sort of flap his board much to get through sections there for Tom Lindhorst. Let's have a look at the replays of the last couple of waves, Tash. So this was Tom Lindhorst.
Okay, so split peak, but Tom choosing to be on his backhand on the right. Gets the first turn, he kind of gets stuck a little bit. There, pushes it harder for turn number 2 and is able to fit in that third maneuver, but very similar, those second and third maneuvers. Once again, where's the nose going? That's what you're looking at. Is he on the rail enough? And we're seeing a pulled back shot. This looks like Shane Thorne. He's eyeing the section. There it is. Oof. That's what he's looking for.
Shane Sykes. So Shane Sykes taking to the air, as you said there, Tash, and comes unstuck. You know, looking at that, the replay there of Tom Lindhorst's wave, I initially said there was nice transitions through the turns, but when we looked at it again, you pointed out he did get a bit stuck on that first turn, and you are looking for flow through the turns, and that could be the only sort of niggle or down points in that wave there for him, I think.
They've got to be critical, you know, like it is, unfortunately, it's the judging, you have to be critical. What is that point of difference? And for us, that was a great wave. For any average surfer, that was a good wave. But we've got to really start picking out those nuances. And if we had to be picky, you know, his flow stopped. And then he had to kind of reset a little bit. So
all scores are in, Tash, with 8 minutes remaining. Oliver Zietz is in the lead with that 7.17. He backs it up with a 4. Shane Sykes is in second. Tom Lindhorst's last wave was a 4.77, his best. And then Jordi Marie in fourth at this stage, looking for 5.34. Here we've got the wave of Shane Sykes. He went left, little floater. Wow, old Richie Collins style floater there with a bit of flair on top of the lip. This is Shane's right, so he's been really busy. Shane with a couple of waves, going for that turn, the air that we said he would probably take to try and get the lead in the heats. The wind is blowing northwest at the moment. What that means is it's blowing from the shore out to sea in a northwesterly direction. So not straight out at sea, but sort of from the left of your screen out to sea.
yeah, kind of like bottom left corner, really, hey?
Yep, 100%. That's exactly where it's coming from, Tash. And what you call an air wind at Ballito here, it comes from a northeast, which would be the top left-hand side of your screen. So had it been a northeast in that type of maneuver, the board would have kind of stuck to Shane's foot. On that one, there wasn't much air to keep or wind to keep the board under his feet, and the board sort of flipped over. Here's a nice looking set of waves coming through. It's definitely getting better in the third heat of the morning here. Take this one through for us, Tash.
Really important ride for Jordi Marie. He's holding that average 5-point ride. He wants to replace the 2.23. I love this guy's surfing. I mean, it's just textbook. Only fitting in the 2 turns, but there was variation with those 2 turns. But now we see Oliver Zietz, he's flying down the line. He's almost not getting caught up with everything. He's doing his own thing. But Jordi was looking for a 5.34. So he started with a 5. That was a slightly bigger wave, had more of an open face, and he did fit in 3 turns for that 5-point ride, but they were quite lateral. Okay, what was this? Wave number 4 for Jordi. My apologies. Wave number 6 for Jordi. He fit in 2 more vertical maneuvers compared to the 5. So he's definitely going to replace the 2.23 that sits in his top 2. But is he going to get the requirement he needs to move from 4th to 2nd? I like that carve power off the top. There, 12 o'clock re-entry, found the little corner. And then if we had to compare to his first ride, I do think that he's going to get higher than a 5, and I do believe it could be the requirement that he needs. I thought that was a well-ridden wave.
That closeout section, the way he put the board straight up at the lip, that was the differentiator. And there you go, the score drops in, Tash. It's a 5.93. It puts Jordi Marie into second place. Now, with 5 minutes remaining, a little bit of pressure now on the local surfer, Shane Sykes, in the green singlet. Tom Lindhorst, the other South African, is in 4th. So if I look at the leaderboard, on the top there, we got Oliver Zietz in the lead, Jordi Marie in 2nd. This is Jordi on a small inside wave, and still working it. I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised he kept with that wave. But Jordi Marie in 2nd. Have a look at the screen there. Shane Sykes is in 3rd. So let's look at the requirement for Shane. He needs a 5.51. And then Tom Lindhorst in fourth needs a 5.71. Not big scores.
Close.
Not very big scores. There's the requirements there.
But look at the heat totals. There's really not much in between it all at
No,
all.
there isn't. It's a very, very close heat. If I was Shane out there, I think, and potentially even Oliver Zietz, who we know can take to the air in the last 5 minutes on their next two waves, we could see these guys going for something a little bit more than a re-entry. So it's either that, Tash, or 2-3 solid turns. We've seen Oliver Zietz get that 7.17 with a big hit. He didn't take to the air.
Well, you either need to find the best wave out there and it'll give you the score, or you're going to find a subpar wave and you need to go to the air, and that's it. That's all that's out there right now. So Oliver Zietz finding one of the better waves and a better canvas to work off and surfing it well to get the 7.17. You know, Geordie's first wave, that 5-point ride, I actually thought it was a good quality wave. It just didn't hold up as much as he needed for his type of surfing. And that's where the 5-point ride came in. So looking at priority now, Tom Lindhorst, he's sitting in fourth, but he's got that first priority and he's got 3 minutes on the clock. Is something going to come through this lineup to give him an opportunity to find the score he requires? He's definitely capable of doing it. He's actually he's a back-to-back South African champion. So he's won SA Champs 2 years in a row, and we have got such a pool of talent in South Africa. To take a national title like that is a big thing, and to back it up year after year is also, it says a lot about his talent. So he's not out. Shane Sykes as well, former South African champ. I actually think Tom Lindhorst took the title from Shane from the previous year. So both these guys, very relevant and very capable of getting the scores. It's just about the canvas, the wave. Are they going to get that opportunity?
We're down to 2 minutes remaining, and the surfers that need the scores in this heat are surfing green Shane Sykes and surfing blue Tom Lindhorst. And importantly for them, they have priority. So with 2 minutes to go, there's not much sweep or waves coming through in terms of battling to paddle out here. So I would imagine in today's conditions, you could potentially get 2 waves in 2 minutes, Tash.
Absolutely.
Unlike yesterday where you had like 5 minutes between waves. So Shane Sykes is in second priority. Tom Lindhorst is in first priority. So if a set comes through with only 2 waves, we'll most likely see the 2 of them taking off. The surfers all positioned quite tight next to each other there. So on the right-hand side, on the far right, that's Tom Lindhorst, and right next to him on the inside is Shane Sykes. So Shane paddles across a little bit now.
Coming.
Geordie Marie is following him, and then Oliver Zietz paddling across as well. So they've seen something in the lineup. Geordie decides to break away from the pack because he doesn't have priority and look to get something under priority from these two. Shane Sykes now. Look at this. He's seen something. He's not going to go. Tom Lindhorst looking around, Tash, with 1 minute remaining. It's a bit of pressure for those two surfers. Let's see what they're looking at. So Shane, he's paddling, having a look at this one. He's a little bit more inside than Tom Lindhorst, but it's our surfers in first and second at the moment. Geordie opting not to go there. He wants to stay part of the action. Keep the pressure on Shane Sykes and Tom Lindhorst. Oliver Zietz breaking away from the pack with 30 seconds to go. Shane Sykes now. It's going to be his last wave of the heat, Tash. Gunning down the line. What are we going to see? Goes for the air. Comes unstuck. So Shane Sykes, look at his body language there. Just falls back off the board in frustration. Not going to get the score with 20 seconds. Tom Lindhorst still out at the back. He's listening to the beach announcer. They'll be announcing what he needs. 12 seconds to go. Tash, it looks like Oliver Zietz and Geordie Marie most likely going to hang on to it as we count this heat down. And we can hear the beach siren in the background. So well done to Oliver Zietz and Geordie Marie making it through heat number 2 of the men's round of 32 here at the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. We'll be right back. And we're back. We're into heat number 3, round of 32 at the Ballito Open, presented by Flojos. In this heat, in the red singlet, we've got Connor Slipen, a young junior on great form through the events in July, well, rather the June month so far here in South Africa. In the blue singlet, we got Slade Prestwich, recently back from a long stint in Hawaii where he was working at the North Shore Surf Shop. In the white singlet, we got Lucas Silveira from Brazil. And in green, we've got the little firecracker, Ntokozo Surprise Mapamulo. Another loaded heat here in heat number 3, the round of 32 in the men's. Early start for Connor Slipen in the red singlet. He's got a 2.67, and then we've got one short wave from our Brazilian competitor at 0.4. So very similar to the last heat, Tash. We've got 3 South African surfers and 1 international surfer, and some exciting surfing lined up for the next 25 minutes in heat number 3.
Yeah, and up and riding. This is Slade Prestwich. And like you said, been spending a lot of time in Hawaii, but he comes home every time we've got these QS events on. He does want to qualify for the Challenger. He kind of almost was there pre-COVID, and then, you know, the whole world got affected, and unfortunately with minimal events in South Africa or in the Africa region for a while, it didn't help the situation. But he has been coming back for the 24-25 season and now for the 25-26, and he's committed. He wants it. He wants to be on the Challenger. His dream is to be on the Championship Tour, as with all these other surfers, actually. But you were saying another heat, 3 South Africans, 1 international. Why is that happening? We're in the seeded round for the Africa side of things. So round of 32, you're going to see your first 2 names in each of these heats are our seeded African members. But then you go into heat 5, and we see Jackson Bunch as one of those names. And the reason being, he's the only CT surfer that's entered a QS.
Okay.
So that's why he's been pushed high up into the draw. We have CS surfers that are competing, but he then as a CT.
So if a CT surfer is an event of this nature, do they automatically go into the highest round?
Pretty much the highest.
Okay, that makes sense. So technically, then Jackson Bunch would be one of the highest seeded surfers in the event.
For this QS. And it's not often you have a CT surfer surfing a QS, but clearly wanting to put some reps in.
This is Lucas Silveira, the surfer in the white singlet, his second wave of heat number 3 in the round of 32. Lucas Silveira bringing some momentum from a big win earlier this year. He won the Layback Pro in Floripa.
That's
so
huge.
There's a massive event that he won, and that would have given him confidence coming into the Challenger Series season here in South Africa. It's preceded by this event, the QS 2000 presented by Flojos, and as we've been saying through the event, a lot of the international competitors and the South Africans using it as a bit of a warm-up for the Challenger Series event. So, Tash, the South Africans in this event are using it as a warm-up if they're in the Challenger as well, but they're banking points to qualify for the Challenger Series next year.
Yes,
Talk
correct.
us through how the structures work in terms of qualifying for the Challenger Series. I know that we've got local QS events, then you have the Challenger Series, which eventually goes on to the WCT. And this event is a QS 2000, so there's been a points change in allocation as well.
Yeah, so thanks. Good question, Mike. Firstly, so we've got 3 tiers. It's your Championship Tour, your Elite. You've got Challenger Series, which I personally think is sometimes more difficult. Top 80 men in the world, top 48 women in the world. And then you've got your regional qualifying series. So if we want to talk about it in a different way, like soccer, this is an Africa qualifier. Okay. We get 7 Africa qualifiers. Your top 5 results count towards your rankings, really, and then top 4 men, top 2 women on the 25-26 Africa QS rankings go to Challenger, and then we also get a wild card for men and women. So in total, there's 8 African members that are able to be on the Challenger Series for 2026.
Okay.
I'd like to also, see more representation with our African members, and it's going to take some time, but we had Sidi Kamara from Senegal that was represented this year. Last year we were very fortunate to have a couple of the Moroccan surfers come in. But the reality is, Mike, it's actually quite difficult to travel through Africa. We all need visas. It's not an easy process, so we'll get there.
So Tash, I want to ask you, you say there's, at the end of the season, we'll have 7 events on the Africa series.
Correct.
The 7 QS events,
qualifying
right?
series events.
From
yes.
out of that, the points that the surfers get on that, the top 4 will qualify for the
Men.
Challenger Series,
Top
4
four
men.
men.
And on the
the
ladies'
rankings,
side,
top 2
top
women.
2 on the ladies' side.
And then each men and women, there's a wild card.
Okay. And Tash, then going into the 25-26 season, there are also more slots available for the ladies on the WCT. Am I correct? They've allocated more slots there?
Yes, so that'll be our next year's championship tour, correct.
Okay.
I think something that a lot of us don't actually know is we currently as a region are sitting quite low when you compare it to Asia, Australasia, North America. However, if our African members have good performances in Challenger Series and those rankings keep getting higher, what that does for the region is it starts opening up a few slots for more surfers to go in. So they're already under so much pressure. Oh, lovely first turn here from Slade Presswich. Just watching this live action. Oh, catches his rail. You could see it almost caught a little bump there.
So that's a great breakdown for us, and it gives us a good context of why the Ballito Pro presented by Flojos is so important for South Africans. So it isn't just a warm-up event. These guys, like Slate Presswich on the wave right here, are surfing for a spot on the Challenger Series
If they get a good
season.
result here at the Ballito Open presented by Flojos, it's a keeper points. And it's points. Yes, there's prize money, but it's all they're doing is actually going after the points.
So let's have a look at the heat and how it's playing out in the water right now. We have all scores in. Slade Presswich is in the lead with a 4 and a 217. Surprise Mapamulo, that's in Tokozo. Mapamulo is in second. He has the single highest wave, a 583. Lucas Silveira is in third, looking for a 117. And Connor Slipen in fourth, looking for a 317. A very close heat at this stage. Look at the total scores there. Slade has a 617. And Connor Slipen has a 327. So it is very close. If Connor scores a 6.2 on a wave now, he would go straight to the lead. So very close, Tash.
Yeah.
And they're fighting for points out there. Now, on the back of what you were just explaining to us in terms of the Africa rankings, right? You've got a surfer like Lucas Silveira out in the water now. He doesn't earn any points from this event.
No. But he does take away points really
from the South Africans,
from the African members.
Oh, from the Africa members.
Yeah,
right.
So that's the one. It's like it's a double-edged sword sometimes in this regard because we've got so many internationals at a QS where other regions are not seeing that. We've got I think we've got about almost 10 other countries coming in or nationalities coming into this event, and yes, it's a practice run for them for the CS. And we have had feedback from athletes going like, we're not gaining the full amount of points because of the placings. But the reality is we can't stop people from entering, you know.
100%.
And that's how we've answered back to that is adding more events onto the calendar.
So 7 events must be one of the busiest seasons we've had in a while. Let's have a look at live action. It's Slade Presswich is our current heat leader. He's having a much, much better heat than he did at the eThekwini Surf Pro a few weeks ago when he didn't even catch a wave in his heat. He'll be much happier with that one. Behind him, it's Connor Slipen getting to work. So the set of waves comes through. Slade Presswich on the first one, Connor Slipen on the second one. I was looking at Slade on that wave and it threw my mind back to that heat at the eThekwini Surf Pro a couple of weeks ago. He sat with priority the whole heat.
Yeah.
It was very small, very inconsistent, and he actually never caught a wave. Very frustrating for Slade. So great to see he's managed to come back, reset his mind, and he finds himself in the lead here. So a lot of those surfing losses, you know, you can take it so hard. It's so difficult. But Slade obviously doing a great job of a reset between Durban and Ballito, and he finds himself as in his first heat here having a good run so far.
Yeah, but you know, Mike, I mean, they take it hard, but this is their job. This is everything. This is everything that they work for. They wake up every morning, the time they put in with training, the time they put in the water, the time they put in the gym. You know, like it's not easy to not be able to get the result you're looking for all the time that you're putting in, and then at 25 minutes, it changes that, you know. So let's watch this replay. I mean, look, he sets up high line, deep bottom turn, gets that first, I would almost call it a check turn really than a major maneuver, but then able to get the rotation in, so get his board up above the lip and rotate it. For me, Connor Schleipen, almost the same turn as Blue, as Slade Prestwich with the first turn. The point of difference there being that Slade could get his board up above the lip and get the air rotation in, where Connor just had to adapt quickly, transition, and get that closeout maneuver.
So the scores reflecting that.
Oh, wow.
Slade Prestwich's wave comes in at a 4.73 and Connor Schleipen at a 4.77. And we're having a look at the athlete deck. There's the Tosties. There's now 3 of them.
There is.
There's been 2 Tosties at the event for the last couple of years. It's Pierre Tosti and Nicolette. And congratulations to them. They had little baby Alexandra a little while ago. And there's
only
now
3 months.
There's 3 Tosties, and they working still as media and photographers on the event. And he's definitely the youngest person I've seen on the Ballito Pro athlete deck for a while.
Yeah, you're
at
right.
3 months old.
You know, it's also interesting. We were at the Ballito Pro media launch, and Geordie Smith's parents were there, Lou and G, and they had a big photo. And you know, Toaster's so proud of his son. He's like, this is the future champ with the current #1 parents. You know, so yeah, it's going to be cool to have this little guy around these events. And Pierre Tosti, also a former pro surfer. I mean, he's had some big results over the years, and then quite a important person who changed surf photography. He was the first surf photographer to go digital back in the late 90s.
On screen, we see Surprise Mapamulo, Tash. On his second wave, he just needed a 1.8. He gets a 3.53 for that wave. It puts him in the lead, knocks Slade down to second. So we've had a situation change, a bit of a shake-up in the heat. And Surprise Mapamulo taking the lead in that last wave from Slade Prestwich.
Wow.
But wow, that's interesting to hear that Pierre was the first photographer to go digital like that. I know he worked on the World Tour for many years.
That's how he got the contract.
When you were competing on the World Tour, Tash, and you were doing all those events around the world, I remember Pierre must have been the photographer at that point that was at all of the events as well. And that digital transition obviously transformed photography, and Pierre's been at the leading edge of that for a long time. Interesting.
Yeah, you know, there's a couple of us that can actually say thanks to Pierre giving us our first job. Look at where we are now. But I actually was kind of temping for Pierre Tosti, and the job I had got given was, Tash, I need you to create a digital image archive library. Please understand that was 22 years ago, okay? And I looked at this man and I said, I don't know what that is. And he said, come to my office. And there were thousands of CD-ROMs, which you Groms probably don't know what those are anymore. But there were thousands of CD-ROMs all over this office floor. And he said, I need you to look at this, edit them, make sure you label them, and then put them into this library. And I said, okay, so you're going to pay me to look at the best surfers in the world's images? And he said, yes. I said, great. But that's, you know, he was quite ahead of his time in that regard. All the photographers back then who were still on film, whether it was in the water or on the beach, they had said to me, crazy.
You know,
they really did, and it was a massive investment. I mean, the first camera I think he invested, it was like close to R1 million.
Wow.
22 years ago.
Yeah, he's got an incredible story. I remember Pierre Tosti. I was at school with a guy by the name of Simon Tosti, who is Pierre Tosti's nephew, and I was always so impressed because my friend Pierre Tosti's his nephew was a pro surfer. And the one year, Pierre Tosti actually got a 10 at sunset. He did a huge floater across a big section in, must have been then, the late 80s when he was still on tour. And Simon came to school on the Monday and was like, hey, Pierre, you know, do you hear about Pierre's floater? at sunset. And I was like, you got a perfect 10. You only heard about it a week later because it was in the newspaper, you know. You didn't hear about it on social media or anything.
No, there were faxes back then. That's another thing you kids wouldn't know.
So Pierre Tosti, it's great to still have him and his family being very instrumental in helping broadcast this event, get the images out, and he's been part of the surfing tribe in South Africa for decades now, and his young son on the competitors' deck today. Let's have a look at what's happening in the water. There's been no change for the last 4 minutes or so, Tash.
We also haven't had a good wave. Like, there's no... what's our highest score here? 5.83 by Surprise, Mapumulo. That's the highest single wave score. We haven't actually seen a good score, anything over 6 points. This is the first heat of the morning that hasn't had anything over a 6 so far.
Compare it to the last heat where we had the guys have about 7 or 8 waves. There was an incredible pulse of waves in that heat. We had sets, probably 5 or 6 sets, so a real pulse of energy coming through, lots of waves. We had Oliver Zietz's wave going at a 7.17 into those ranges. This one, by comparison, has been a bit lully. What we mean by that is there's big sort of flat spells between the sets, and Surprise Mapumulo making the best of what's been on offer in this heat so far. He has a 5.83 and a 3.53. Slade Presswich, he's in second with a 4.73 and a 4. Connor Slipen in third, looking for a 3.96, and Lucas Alvera looking for 4.07. Very close still between these 4 surfers. Could go any way.
Yeah,
7 minutes remaining.
I think what's also interesting, they've all only had 3 waves. So it's not like anyone's been looking everywhere. Their Surprise goes to the air, just unable to get his board around to land in the flats correctly. He actually just landed on that one rail. So almost there, wanting to produce a similar score to yesterday. I think our conditions are so different. So let's watch the replay here. He did have priority and he wanted to utilize it.
Surprise on the highlight reel from yesterday with a maneuver like this. See what happened, his foot came undone, or his foot came unstuck from the board, but he didn't get the rotation, so he wasn't able to get the rotation going in the initial section of that. So the board didn't rotate around and he wasn't able to ride that out. The wave he had yesterday was on like a 4-footer, and he managed to go above the lip with a full rotation, landed in the flats, and it made its way into the highlight reel of the day. I think that'll be replayed a couple of times potentially as one of the highlights of the event so far from Surprise Mapumulo. I spoke to him afterwards and I was like, whoa, Surprise, I was so stoked for you. You landed one of those in a heat. He practices it in his free surfs over and over and over and over. And he said, hey, Mike, I was so stoked because he landed one last year, but it was a small one. And he said, I just wanted to go one better. And he did that, and just so stoked. He got through the heat. And Surprise, if you look at how he surfed this heat so far, that 5.83 was big backhand turns and snaps. So he built a foundation there. The 3.53 was also backhand turns. He has that sort of foundation done. And now the last couple of lefts he's been trying to take to the air. So I'm sure it's part of his strategy. Just get a couple turns in, get a score, and then take to the air to put a stamp on the heat.
Yeah, you know what, it's just, I was very fortunate to work with Surprise in 2022 at the World Junior Champs. And
was that in El Salvador?
That was El Salvador, yeah, and it kind of was his first big year on a global stage. Nice big closeout turn there for Connor Schleipen. He wants to get rid of a 2.67. So everyone's got a 4 sitting with them, second, third, and fourth place surfer.
That reminded me a lot of the turn that Shane Sykes did in the previous heat.
Very
so
true.
Shane, do you remember he got about a 5? It went just into the 5s. And that one of Connor Schleipen got a lot of speed down the line. He hit the end section pretty hard. Drifted out into the flats a bit and rode it out nice and clean. So we're waiting for scores. Let's hear what this comes in at for Connor Schleipen. He's got a 4.77 and a 2.67. He only required a 3.96 there to take second place away from Slade Presswich. This is the wave, Tash. It cups out on that inside sandbank. So it was a quick wave, and he went straight to the lip.
Yeah. You're right, it's very, very similar to Shane Sykes. If I have to be critical, I did think Shane had a little bit more space to work with than Connor.
So Connor basically straight off his takeoff, didn't even have time to pump speed. So that speed was generated straight off
From the paddle,
straight
really.
off the paddle.
Yeah.
The wave cupped out very nicely on that sandbank, so it gave him that initial speed. He utilized the bottom turn to go straight up at the lip. I think those judges are really looking at that a couple of times because the score hasn't come in, and I'm sure they'll be comparing it or remembering Shane's wave and thinking what they gave that. Right, up and riding now, just a bit of a closeout there. That's going to be a non-counter for Lucas Silveira because he has, although look at this, he's got a 0.4. So if he gets a 1 there, it's going to actually go into his top 2.
What did it win? 0.7 went into his top 2. They're still deliberating, though, on that last wave of red. So he's, Connor, needing a 3.96. I'm sure Joe Schleipen is watching as well as John right now, and nail-biting moments, especially with 3 minutes on the clock. You know, for me, it has to be the score required, because if we look at the whole morning so far, you're getting a 4 point something for a one turn. Did you get it?
As you're talking, it drops in. So Connor Sleipen gets a 4.23. It's a decent score in the context of this whole heat, and he moves up into second place, knocks Slade Presswich down to third. So now Slade was in the lead. He moved then down to second. He now finds himself in third, requiring a 4.28. Lucas Silveira did improve on his lowest score. He got a 0.7. And Tash, our surfers in blue and white with 2 minutes to go, both looking for a 4.28 and a 4.3. This heat could go anyway. No one is way out in front. No one's had a really dominant performance in terms of being way away from the other competitors. Surprise Mapumula in the lead. He's got the highest score, a 5.83. His backup is a 3.53. Connor Sleipen needs a 4.6 to take the lead.
Well, look at this.
Very close.
Second and third, both with 4s, a pair of 4s. Literally, the point of difference is Connor Schleipen's total. Wow, look at that dolphin.
Whoa.
Sorry, distractions.
Whoa.
So rad.
How crazy is that? That's cool.
Yeah.
The Dolphin
local.
Coast.
Yeah,
the
the Dolphin
Quadakuza
Coast.
region. Those guys are just having fun on a Saturday morning. It's the first morning of the school holidays in South Africa.
They're
It's
celebrating.
a beautiful winter's morning.
Putting a big
that's
show on for us.
spectacular. We haven't seen a surfer land a single air in the event, so the Dolphins go, hey guys, check this. What would you score us for that?
That's so true.
Connor Sleipen on the inside, you can see from his body language, not particularly amped with the landing there. He's still got a minute to go though, and not very far to paddle out. So if something comes through on the inside, Connor Sleipen could still get another wave, Tash.
Yeah, well, Mark, he's moved into second, but when you've got Slade Prestwich in third and only needing a 4.28, that's pressure. He's trying to make a bit more distance and create more space. He's not going to have priority, so he's going to have to find something under priority and maybe away from where everyone's sitting. With 30 seconds on the clock, priority is sitting with Slade Prestwich, who's in the blue singlet, sitting in third place. It's right now, it's almost like who's lucky. You know?
So 15 seconds to go in the heat. The international competitor, Lucas Silveira, a big name in fourth place. And this will be a big heat win for Surprise Mapamulo with Connor Sleipen carrying his form, but getting a wave with 2 seconds to go, Tash. Slade Prestwich. Let's see what the judges thought of those 2 turns on that little left-hand insider. We won't call it because the judges' score is still to come in. The heat has ended, so the surfers making their way in. Slade Prestwich getting a last gasp
He must have got it
buzzer
in the-
beater.
yeah, it's last
Is it
3
going to be a
seconds.
buzzer beater though? Because we'll wait for the score to come in. Takes off with 2 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Score
And
dropping in.
and
I see Lucas Silveira had one too. Sorry to interrupt you, Tash.
We
And
didn't get to see that, but it's going to be close. It's definitely going to be close.
so Lucas Silveira's drops in at a 0.97. That's not going to impact the heat. We still await last of Slade Prestwich's though. We'll be back. Stay tuned. Keep your eyes on the screen. the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. When we come back, Greg Bigfoot Emsley and Johan Frey will be able to tell you whether Slade Prestwich got the score.
And welcome back. This is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. And this is the round of 32, heat number 4 underway. And big thank you to Mike and Tash taking us through the last couple heats. And it's myself and Greg Emsley that are joining you in the booth. So we are going to look at a couple of replays. We didn't catch the first couple of waves during the ad break. So round of 32, heat number 4 underway. And we'll see these replays unfold up and riding. Greg, this is Aiden Masonkamp, of course, Challenger Series surfer. And looks like he's looking to get a good start here.
Yep, and Aiden's on his favorite board. It's at Mayhem Squash Tail. He's got the Kaloe and Dino fins. It's been his go-to the last couple of events. He loves that board. I was chatting to him just before he paddled out. But wow, how much spray coming off that board. And he actually paddled back out and got straight into another one, Aiden Masonkamp. So he's finding rhythm early on. News is of that last heat that Slade Prestwich score was not enough. So he did not advance out of that heat. So we see a couple of rides here. So Aiden Masonkamp on 2 waves already here. And this heat is an absolutely stacked heat. I've been looking forward to this one all morning. 2 South African surfers against the 2 Australian surfers. And we're going to see lots of action. Good to see this tide dropping out as well, Mr. Johan Frey. It's nice and clean out there, and some lovely sets starting to pull through the lineup.
Here we go, up and riding. That was a replay from our Surf in the Green. That's Tully Wiley, the Australian representative. And then, of course, you've got Jarvis Earl, another very talented young Australian, as well as Brad Scott in the blue. So, as mentioned, 2 South Africans coming up with 2 Australians in this one. And as mentioned, that previous heat, it was a really exciting one that Tash and Mike took us through. And those numbers did come through for Slade. It is unfortunately not enough. So, Surprise Mapumulo and Connor Slipen advancing through from the last heat. And look at these numbers dropping through, Greg. So Aiden Masonkamp, he opened up with a 7.33 and a 2.67. So he is coming hot out of the blocks. He is off into a pretty decent lead. Is Masonkamp in the red?
And hopefully we can just talk through that 7.33 again. With a replay when we have a bit of downtime through the heat, because that was a great opener. I loved how attacking he was on those maneuvers. And Aiden, he's just so, he's so calm at the moment. His heat strategies have become really good. In his younger days, he would really be very hard on himself, and things not going his way, he couldn't control his emotions, and it would affect his performances. Where of late he's just settled down. He's very focused, a clear mind, and his heat strategies are so much better. On a 10-point total already within 3 minutes of this heat, which in these conditions is pretty epic.
Yeah, Aiden is a professional, and he behaves like a professional. And he's going out here and he's just seeing it as another day on the job as a professional surfer. So he must have been watching a few of the previous heats and those surfers that have been going nice and early, have been advancing through to the next round. So Mason Camp starting off really early, getting a fast start, and it's going to pay off, and it's definitely going to help him down the line. Up and riding, this is Jarvis Earl, the Australian, and that's a nice one up into the lip. So light on his feet, but throwing some good power. And unfortunately, he is going to go down on that last turn, but I like the first couple turns there, especially that first one up into the lip. And as you mentioned earlier, a couple of heats ago, Greg, really pivoting nicely with some speed to try and go more vertical. I think that's what the judges are looking for. So Jarvis really throwing all that he's got into that last turn. But he's going to go down, and he's going to lock a score on the board nonetheless. That's Jarvis Earl, the young Australian in the white.
Yeah, so that wave, solid. So let's have a look at this. Let's not focus on the last turn. Let's focus on that. Buckets of spray, straight into another turn. Okay, now the judges will look at that and go, okay, we're not going to look at that fall. We're going to, what has he done on that wave? 2 really critical maneuvers. So you've got to be scoring them for that. If he had made that last turn, yes, then we're looking at a seriously good score. But still, that number is going to be a decent score for him to hold on, because you've got to say those first 2 turns were really electrifying and had lots of speed. And he's back up again, unfortunately catching that rail. But I think Jarvis Earl will still fetch a good number for that opener, even though he did fall off. It's the two very good maneuvers before that happened. So it looks like Earl and Mason Camp getting the best of the openers here, getting a good start. Lots of time in this heat, and it's good to see the consistency of the wave starting to improve with this tide dropping. And there it is, a 5.33. So as I mentioned, a good score will come through for Jarvis Earl, that 5.33. Had he completed that last maneuver, he would have comfortably matched Aiden Mason Camp on that opening score, but still a number that you would keep in that scoreline for the start of a heat.
Yeah, definitely. Jarvis Earl, of course, previous world junior champ, and just taking a look at some of his results, a couple good ones. So he got a 3rd place at the Gold Coast Open earlier the year, as well as a 2nd at the Cruy Pro, which was a Cure 6000 in the qualifying series run. And then, of course, he got a 9th place finish at the Burton Automotive Newcastle Surf Fest earlier, the Challenger Series a few weeks ago. So he's showing a lot of promise, 20 years of age, young Jarvis Earl out of Australia, one of the young, bright, rising stars out of the country. And drops in a 5.33. So just an early recap. So far it's that 7.33, the highest number dropped in from Red Mason Camp, and he's going to paddle for this. He's looking confident. He's up and riding.
Yeah, Aiden on the backhand, lovely whack off the top, gets the one maneuver. And he also sort of used that priority, kept Jarvis off that wave. And this is Brad Scott. So Brad opening up nicely, whacks it up off that pocket, just losing that footing a little bit just on that second maneuver, just going onto the heel side a touch, and just being stuck on that rail for a second and not getting into that final turn.
Yeah, here's just a replay here for surfer in the Red Mason Camp. One strong turn on the backhand, and you can see how that tide is slowly going to start to drop off towards the latter stages of the morning. This is Brad Scott, and standing up a little bit better this wave, but squeezing in a couple turns. Brad Scott, 21 years of age, from Cape Town, South Africa, and he is a household name here in the local circuit. Brad Scott's best results so far, a 7th place at the Cape Town Surf Pro. So of course he's competing on the Regional Africa Qualifying Series of events, and looking to qualify for next year's Challenger Series in the 2026 season for the Challenger. So all of these are quite valuable opportunities to earn points, specifically for Mason Camp in the red and Brad Scott in the blue, to reclaim that position for Mason Camp on the Challenger. And Brad Scott, of course, trying to build. He's been competing on the local circuit as the surf in the blue. First to blue drops in, Greg. It's a 5.10 for Brad Scott with 16 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and it's quite a different mindset. I've been thinking about it and trying to get my head around it. If you're a competitor, say and this is obviously the same for all regions, But if you're a competitor on the WSL Africa region, but you on the Challenger Series this year, I'll get back to this story that I'm heading for now. As we see up and riding, this is Brad Scott again, looking fast and loose, getting nice and compact through those turns. And you've got this event which is a 2,000, but these are now points that are starting to accumulate for the 26 Challenger Series. Who's going to qualify? But actually your focus this year is on the Challenger Series because you're one of those surfers. It's like, where's your mindset? It's like, okay, I need to build points for next year. But actually, if you're on the Challenger Series, you'd be wanting to focus on the Championship Tour. How am I going to get onto that? So it's a bit of a different mindset. You're backing yourself up for next year, but your big focus should be on actually nailing the Challenger and trying to get onto the CT.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, for a surfer like Brad Scott, he isn't on that Challenger Series. He's going to look to qualify for next year's Challenger. So his main focus is going to be to do well in this Ballito Open. And then, of course, Mason Camp, Wiley, as well as Jarvis Earl. We just saw a wave there. They're going to be looking at that Challenger up and riding surfer in the white Jarvis Earl. And breaking this one down here, Greg, a couple nice turns in the backhand.
Yeah, just not really connecting too much with the lip on this wave. So a lot of open face turns. The judges, it will be a score that will go into his score line. But Jarvis Earl, his best is when he's attacking those vertical turns up into the lip. But that wave just not offering him those sections. And Tully Wiley being a bit quiet here so far. He's also very dangerous when he gets going. And Brad Scott has also got a couple of scores. That first wave coming in at a 5.1. So Brad's looking good. He's got to have a bit of belief in this heat. That board's looking fast. There's lots of spray coming off his board. So he needs to take it to these surfers that are more high profile than him. He's got to be thinking, well, I surfed that 5.1 pretty good. I thought he probably feels he could have surfed it better. If I can get another wave like that and get that last turn, maybe it's going to be a 7. So he's got to be happy with that number and have a bit of belief.
Yeah, I definitely think right now that 5-3 or that 5-1 in his scoreline is a keeper, and we have been seeing surfers advance with scores like that. But in saying that, Jarvis Earl dropped in a last score of 4.67, so he's building. So that's our surfer out of Australia in the white. Jarvis is sitting with a 5.33 and a 4.67, currently in second position. So Mason Camp on the top in the red, white Jarvis Earl in second. Brad Scott now looking for a 4.91, which is quite an easy score for Brad Scott if he gets the right wave. And then, of course, Tully Wiley, the surfer in the green, and he's looking for an 8.0. So we're going to look at a potential replay here. And red, of course, opened up with a great number.
Yeah, this score was, this was an earlier heat from the ladies. That was Kira Pinkerton in the opening heat of the day.
Yeah, we'll get the replay in a sec. That was Mason Camp with the 7.33. So we'll analyze that one, Greg.
Right, so down to 12 minutes. Plenty of time left in this one. You think about surfers like Tully Wiley. He does have that first priority. He's looking out at that ocean going, give me something soon, because on a sleepy ocean, you don't want to be stuck too far behind on the scoreboard and having to chase a big number towards the end. You want to build some sort of score. And we see our other surfers having a look at almost any sort of opportunities on those waves, especially under priority. Is there, an opportunity to improve the scoreline? And Brad Scott hunting up and down, but Aiden Mason Camp sitting solid with that 7.33 and a 3.07 in his scoreline. And Jarvis Earl, a 5.33 and a 4.67. Not safe, but fairly solid for now.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited to see what Brad Scott can bring. He's got that 5-1, as you mentioned, Greg, and he's got a very smooth style. He's a consistent surfer, very easy on the eyes, and a good surfer to watch from Komiki in Cape Town. And Brad Scott is going to be looking for that 491. And of course, Tully Wiley in the green. He's a Challenger Series competitor. So he is going to be looking for an 8.0 to advance. And it looks like we might just cut into a replay here. This is the one we were looking for.
Yeah, this is now Aiden Mason-Camp. Watch this replay. Whack. I mean, that spray off the board and then straight into the combo. And he's got the variety just slicing away as well. So you can see the intensity. So Aiden Mason-Camp went out into this heat. He was pumped and he just got going straight off the bat and really trying to take it away from his competitors early on.
Yeah, very passionate. He carries a lot of energy. And that's exactly what he was looking for in the beginning of that heat. Perfect start from Mason-Camp. We might see a wave up and riding surfer in the white. That was Jarvis Earl. And we thought for a moment there, we haven't seen too many airs this morning, Greg. I think as the tide drops out, there's going to be more of an opportunity. But he must have been eyeing a ramp, and he must have thought, nope. And he jumps off the back. So just under 10 minutes remaining. And you can see our 4 surfers in picture. You might give a stab at this one.
So Jarvis Earl did come here in 2024 and win the O'Neill Smith Shapes WSL Pro Junior event. Yeah, as we see, Mason-Camp whacks up off the top, drives off the bottom, slices a second solid turn. So 2 major maneuvers on that one. I love the spray on the second turn. He's really amped for this heat. Those 2 scores for me, those 2 turns for me are almost the best 2 of the heat, and really intense, just getting that wave slightly wider of the other competitors and really put everything into those 2 maneuvers. I love how committed he was into that combo.
Yeah, definitely. And just thinking as we see this replay, he gets up into the lip, beautiful off the top, and watch this one.
Whoa, he really extended on that last turn. The amount of spray was solid. I mean, that first wave that he had, the 733, the first turn, really good. Comboed it up. This couple of turns after that were sort of slicing cutbacks. For me, I don't know. For me, I like this combo better. But yeah, we'll see where it comes in. It is under the first wave, a 6.23. Still a good score. In some ways, I preferred that wave just because of the intensity of those 2 major maneuvers. But both waves looking very strong. You know, he couldn't have done much more on this wave. Let's just check this out. Drives off the bottom, critical, slices away, lots of spray, and then this turn pushes super hard. Look how much spray came off that turn. That was all that was on offer on that wave. And you talk about combination of major maneuvers, ticking those boxes there, Aiden Mason-Camp.
Yeah, specifically that second turn, and that wave just dropped out from under him. And great timing there, execution on point for Mason-Camp. And I was about to say, this wave resembles his home break of Cool Bay in the Boerland. Very punchy beach break wave, a right-hander. So a lot of these waves here at Surfers in Ballito are going to resemble, and he's used to surfing conditions like this. So nice and consistent for Mason-Camp. Here we go with Tully Wiley. It's the Australian surfer in the green, and he's going for a couple turns, looking for a strong finish.
Yeah, so gets a couple of turns. Again, we're talking about Jarvis Earl on the face, on the backhand. You know, it does look better when you can get into the lip. The wave doesn't always allow you to do that. So if you compare those open face turns and compare it to Aiden Mason-Camp connecting with that lip on that last wave, it's got to be in different categories, in my opinion.
Definitely.
Scoring-wise.
Definitely. It didn't stand up, and he didn't quite get his board completely up into that lip. A bit of a smaller wave on offer, but here's a replay, and bottom turns, and he tries to get up into the lip, but the judges are looking for some more vertical turns, like that last one from Mason-Camp. He does end it off quite nice, so it still should go into his scoreline, Tully Wiley.
Well, it will be Tully's best wave, and it's going to give him a shot at being within in distance of advancing. I'm not sure he'll get straight up and over Jarvis Earl, but he's going to get a similar score to that second last of Jarvis and be in a position to possibly attack that second spot position.
Yeah, it does come in. It's a 5.03 for last green, Tully Wiley. So still in 4th position, and now looking for a 4.98. his best results on the QS currently, that Phillip Island Surf Pro. He got a second place there, surfer in the green, Tully Wiley. So he's still got a lot left to show with 5.5 minutes to go, and he's just going to eject there. That's the surfer in the green. He's looking for a 4.98, but definitely the talk of this heat has for sure got to be Ada Mason-Camp. He's sitting with two very decent scores in his scoreline, a 7.33 and a 6.23. I'm pretty sure that's been the highest heat total this morning. I might be incorrect, Greg.
Well, he's definitely looked like the most lively surfer in the water today. He's not thinking about the inconsistent ocean or the mid-range swell. He's just got a heat to surf. He's pumped. He wants to win it, and he wants to win it properly. And he's doing that right now. He's looking very energetic, very alive, and he hasn't stopped. He's moving up and down this lineup. You can see him to the far right of your screen. He's looking for any opportunity. He's on a third priority, so he'll probably look for a left-hander or possibly one big maneuver on a right. And here he goes. Check out this. Lively off the bottom, whooping that board. How good does that board look? And just that single maneuver, but just really pushing everything off the top of those turns. And that's where I'm seeing a bit of a difference. Of course, we have the luxury of the replays. The judges don't always have, all these luxuries. They sort of see it firsthand and they score on what they see. But we can analyze it a little bit better than anyone, actually. It's great. And watch this, loading up. Jarvis Earl goes for the alley-oop, rides out of it, and he looks pretty stoked. So something for the judges to think about now, because we've got innovative and progressive maneuvers added here to our scoreline. And that was pretty sick, well controlled. But the speed, the rotation speed, everything, the landing and driving straight out of it, really impressive.
Yeah, we knew exactly what he was going to go for. And I think he's been hunting for one of those lefts to go for a big alley-oop on. And that one paid off. He landed right in the flats. That one just bottomed out from him. So I think the judges are going to take that into consideration. But very solid there from Jarvis Earl. So he's looking to better a low score of a 4.67. So we'll really just take a look at our screen shortly to see what that score comes in as. That was Jarvis Earl in the white. Yeah, really loving that one. I'm sure we'll see a replay of that shortly. And yeah, he's got what it takes, Greg. He's got those aerial maneuvers on lock, and one of the best young aerialist surfers in the world is Jarvis Earl. So numbers to come in shortly. We got 3 minutes remaining, and he's looking for an 8.23, an excellent ride to move up into first. But I think another point of discussion is just taking it out of question for the surfers in the blue and green. That's what Jarvis Earl's going to want to do to make sure that he's safe to advance through to that next round.
Yeah, and that alley-oop maneuver, I mean, it was just so quick. He did use the wind to get that bit of height and help him to get inverted with the rotation. Pulled it off beautifully. And Jarvis Earl's one of those guys that surfs a lot. I've been watching him down here in Ballito the last couple of years. He's in this lineup and really figuring it out through the different tides. He spends a lot of time in the water. You can see he absolutely loves surfing. And I love watching him. He's a great surfer. And this is Brad Scott. Loads up, whacks it off the top. Buckets of spray. Just getting a little bit sticky through those inside turns through that deeper water. Nice first turn for him. But pressure on the surfers now in third and fourth, because Jarvis Earl, that last wave comes in at a 6.37.
Yeah, 6.37, so well rewarded there for that alley-oop maneuver on the left-hander. So what that does mean for the surfers in the green and blue, I see Tully Wiley also dropped in a 3.63. So green now in third, he's looking for a 6.67 to advance, and blue, Brad Scott, looking for a 6.60. Taking a look at our screens, so making it just a little bit, a touch more difficult for green and blue with just over a minute remaining. Brad Scott drops in a 2.93. You can see him there in picture, the young South African. So he's going to be looking for a 6.6. Green looking for a 6.67. We've only got 1 minute remaining on the clock.
Yep, not much time. And of course, Aiden Mason-Camp does have first priority. So he will look for the next set wave, which is approaching. And right, so Aidan Mason-Camp making a move here. He's going to make sure he just seals the deal, yeah? So up and riding is Mason-Camp, slicing off the top again, building up that board speed, another whack off the top, and he's looking on form, and he's feeling good. That board's going good. He's going to be happy with how this opening heat's gone for him, yeah, and looking really good.
Yeah, you can see by his body language coming in. He knows that he's done enough to advance through to the next round, but trying to attack here in the last couple seconds of this heat is Jarvis Earl. So will there be an opportunity? I'm not sure, for surfers in the green and blue. It's looking very strong right now for Mason-Camp and Jarvis Earl. I was really impressed, Greg, with Aidan Mason-Camp. He's looking sharp, he's looking focused, and really consistent. And there are two surfers in the red and white. You can see the camaraderie there. It looks like those two surfers will advance. Looking at a replay.
Winners are grinners, right? Yeah, Jarvis Earl on this last one, nice and vertical. That's what I was talking about. He's really vertical and in the lip. I love it when he gets those turns going. And yeah, I wonder that could actually go into his scoreline, in my opinion.
Yeah, running up the beach, those are two winners. And this is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. Hope you guys are enjoying the action. We'll be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gents. A beautiful view of the scenes down here in Ballito. And we are going to be moving into the next heat shortly. And that is the results from the previous heat on your screens. The round of 32 heat number 4. And just a quick recap of that. It was Aidan Mason-Camp that took out the win ahead of Jarvis Earl in the white. So beautiful scenes down here. You can see the beach is getting a little busier. It's heating up out here in Ballito. And of course, it is the middle of winter, but really great scenes and great festive vibes down here. It's a Saturday morning, so we are stoked to be out here and bringing you guys all the live action. So I am being joined in the commentary booth with my co-commentator, Greg Emsley. We're just checking out some of the beach scenes. I'm sure we'll be down there just now checking it out, Greg. And we are just waiting for an official start on the heat. It's going to be the round of 32 heat number 5.
Yep, and it's a packed heat, Johan. We've got Jackson Bunch, James Ribink, a local surfer. We've got Luke Thiemer, who we don't need any introduction to. He's had a fantastic Ballito Pro 25 so far. And then Rafael Teixeira, also been spending a couple of years in these waters, the Dolphin Coast. So I love this next heat as well. We got a couple, Jackson Bunch, Rafael Teixeira, Goofy Footers, they're going to be on their backhand. And then James Ribink and Luke Thiemer will be on their forehand. A couple of powerhouses in this heat. And once we get going, yeah, it is underway, I see now. We'll see these surfers jockeying for position. And let's see who takes the early control. We saw it worked for Mason-Camp in that last heat.
Yeah, they would have been watching closely. Unfortunately, none of the surfers getting onto that last wave. So a great heat on hand here. But here we go, some action. This looks like Jackson Bunch. So, of course, he competed on the championship tour this year. He's looking to re-qualify to that tour via the Challenger Series. But viewing this QS just as an opportunity just to get some practice and liking that vertical turn there on the backhand. That's Jackson Bunch.
And you just mentioned he was on the championship tour, Jackson Bunch. He's the danger man here. Now, when I come from a coaching perspective, if it's heat time, as we see this replay, whacks that first turn, check the spray. But watch your other competitors. They all have their eyes on Jackson. Why? Because he's the danger man. Now, as a surf coach, I always tell my athletes, don't watch the other surfers. You can't control it. It puts you off, and they're just going to see spray coming off the back of the wave, and they're almost going to be straight away thinking they're fighting for second. It's not worth it. Just focus on out to sea where the waves are coming from. Ignore what your competitor's doing. And it's hard to do it with a guy like Jackson Bunch in your heat, and you saw all three of the other surfers looking back and watching, oh, what's he going to do? And they just would have seen spray coming off the back of the wave, and probably in their minds thinking that's going to be like an even bigger score than what will come through.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Greg. And you saw the heads turning around to watch Jackson Bunch, and just unsettling the nerves there with 23 minutes remaining. So Luke Tima, Rafael Tejera, James Ribbing, three really accomplished surfers. But watching Jackson Bunch land that last turn and seeing that, as you mentioned, Greg, is going to make them realize that they've got their work cut out for them. Of course, Jackson Bunch, 21 years old, from the island of Maui in Hawaii. And he, of course, is still young, but he's got lots of experience. And he is the only surfer in the field here that has competed on that coveted championship tour at the highest level. So it's going to be interesting to see what the score comes in as, and who's going to grab this one, green or white.
So it does look like green has got it. Lovely big wall for Rafael Teixeira. Oh, gets a little bit slow on that turn, a little bit stuck on the face. So he's got two maneuvers, and that's a nice finish. More spray on that one. Well, he gets another turn as well. So, yeah, maybe a little bit sticky on those opening turns, but he got the maneuvers in. He then had a very big third turn, the money turn on that wave, and got the finish. So it'll be a score that he can open with. I'm interested to see where the score goes and how the judges interpret it. For me, I'm used to more of the spray coming off his board like that third turn. He's an attacking surfer, but just not that dynamic on those two first turns.
Yeah, so we'll see a replay here. This was Rafael Tejera, and as you were saying, Greg, it looked like it was going to be a really good wave from the start. A bigger wave, and gets a little bit stuck in the top of the lip there. That was a bit better as he progressed down the line.
And then that turn, check the spray. Now that's the turns I like from him. So he still did get some big maneuvers on it. So let's see where we open with that. This is Luke Tima in white. Wax up and over. Look at these waves starting to open up. It's getting a bit hollower now and standing up on that sandbar. So conditions improving quickly. We're going to very soon be in the best part of the day. Look at that wedge. James Ribbink gets the finish.
Yeah, James Ribbink in the blue. He's a local surfer from down the road in Durban, and he's been competing on the local the local circuit for quite a few years. But we're just going to watch a replay here. This was Luke Tima. In the beginning, I thought he was eyeing out a bit of a ramp, so try to get down the line, and look at how that wave just hollowed out over the sandbank as the tide starts to drop out. It's getting a bit shallower there, Greg, and I'm excited. I think we're going to see some great waves in this heat.
Yep, and see how it goes into that little warp. As we start seeing that, it's a touch on the smaller side, but that's where, surfers at Willard Beach starts to show off, especially when it starts doing that with a bit more size and you get those wedgy tube rides with this direct offshore wind. That's when it becomes really exciting. We might see some sort of smaller tube rides that just go nice and hollow. I mean, it's hard to avoid it when you're a surfer, even though you might be better off doing a big turn. But when you have that opportunity, there's no better feeling in the world. As Sean Thompson used to say that time stands still in the tube, and it really does. You come in, you have a tube ride, you'll tell your mates I was in there for 10 seconds, even though it was like a second and a half. But that's what it feels like.
Oh yeah, only a surfer knows the feeling, and it's a beautiful day. You can see that as the tide drops out, it's getting hollower, and we do have a couple scores dropping in. That first wave for Jackson Bunch did drop in at a 5.67, so a decent start there for the Hawaiian in the red. That's a 5.67 for Jackson Bunch. The last score for Blue, James Ribbing, for that two-term combo drops in at a 4.50. It was a 2.10 for first of white for that lip line float, Luke Tima. And then first of green, Rafael Tejera drops in at a 3.83. It looks like we might see some more action here. So the waves are getting a bit more consistent here.
Teixeira up and riding. Sets the first turn. Vertical on the second. So quick combos. And he wants to just get some scores in his score line. Jackson Bunch loads up. Floats and up and over. Snaps. Massive turn on that second. So floats like a butterfly. Stings like a bee on that last maneuver. Jackson Bunch. So that floater was like a setup turn. But on that setup, he sort of tweaked it a little bit, dropped the tail, did a little bit of a rock and roll on that lip, so made it more than just a connecting floater, and then really used that speed to set up for that big last sting on that one. So
yeah, just a replay here for last of green. I'm also excited to see a replay of last of red, Jackson Bunch. As you were saying, Greg, I love that floater. Really, it's a bit of an underrated move, the float, but he just executed it really well, and just teetering on the lip of that wave, and it just gave him the perfect speed to just go boom on that last section. So we'll see a score drop in for surfer in the red, Jackson Bunch, and I'm excited to see what it comes in as well as a score. It does drop in for last of green, Rafael, a 3.10. So we're definitely seeing a little bit of an improvement in conditions. This is the surfer in the green, Rafael, the 3.10. And I'm pretty sure we'll get an opportunity to see. Here we go, surf in the red.
yep, and there's that floater, but this turn whacks it up and under the lip. That was a strong maneuver. I think it's going to be a solid score. I mean, it's got to be touching. Yeah, I don't think it's quite excellent, but it's going to be just, if not just under, like right there. But yeah, check this angle. So floats up, connects, and then massive. Look at that spray still in the air on that last turn. It's going to be hard not to reward that. And live on the beach, that would have looked very impressive.
Yeah, great that we got a second angle there. Big thanks to the broadcast team, been working hard, the cameramen, giving us another angle there to watch that wave. It did come through to 7.83, so that was a 7.83 for Jackson Bunch, and that's what I call a championship tour backhand blast. Up and riding surfer in the green. This is Rafael Tejera, and going to work. This one looking nice and strong on the inside, and he's going to try hold on to a completion.
So very critical on those turns was Teixeira. He was turning very much in the pocket of that wave. So much so that it was, the degree of difficulty was there. It was very hard to turn in such a steep part of the wave. So I enjoyed that. I'm looking at degree of difficulty alone. This should be a decent score. So let's check here. You see how he's right in the pocket, drives out of that turn again, straight under that lip, and whacks it and gets a finish. Sure, that's a well put together wave. That's definitely going to be Rafael's best score, and in fact, it's got to be the second, at least the second best of the heat as well. The judges will look at that. We spoke about his wave earlier, where he was a bit soft and didn't connect quite right, a bit out on the face. Maybe he was listening to us because he went exceptionally critical on that wave.
Definitely, and he's a strong, powerful surfer. One of the biggest surfers in the heat in stature is Rafael Tejera, and he's very consistent, is the Brazilian. So showing us what he's got, he'll definitely improve upon his scores there, surfer in the green, and it looks like there might be something around the back, and it is the surfer in the white with priority. So red taking a look at the left, and up and riding, we'll see white, Luke Tima.
Yeah, so Luke Tima drifts the tail on that one. Timing slightly out on that second last maneuver. Just drifted and lost it a bit. And so he didn't really connect that rail to attack that final turn. So he almost just ditched it. So pressure starting to build a bit now on James Rubink and Luke Tima. That last score comes in for Rafael as a 6.57. So that's a good number for him.
Yeah, so we're just watching a replay here. This was white, and tried to squeeze in another turn, Maybe should have waited and just hit that end section a bit harder. There might have been a little bit more scoring of potential there. So he's going to drop in his score, surf in the white, but the talk is last the green is 6.57. So that helps his situation quite greatly. And now sitting in second position. White needing a 6.77 to advance to second. But here we go with blue, James Ribbink.
Oh, James just digging that rail. He looked like he was in two minds on that wave, on what maneuver he wanted to do. So James Ribbink down in fourth. He's got a 4.5 to his name. And unfortunately, with past the midway, or almost at the midway mark in this heat, James just needed something more out of that priority usage. So he's now back to fourth priority and still going to be looking to chase that score. And in the meantime, surfers with higher priority, Bunch and Teixeira, first and second, will look to better their score line. And when James's rotation comes around again, you'll probably find that requirement will become higher.
Definitely, James Ribbink, he's got a lot to offer. He's, of course, the only local South African that has an opportunity to earn points in terms of the Regional Africa Qualifying Series. His best place finish was a 5th at the SA Open Surfing in the QS 1000 this year. So he's looking to build and get a good result here as Ribbink, but up and riding, that's Jackson Bunch. He's going to fit one turn in, so I'm not sure if that wave is going to go into his top two. He's currently sitting with a 7.83 and a 5.67, Jackson Bunch. So he's sitting right on the top is the Hawaiian, and Rafael Teixeira also in a strong position. And Luke Tima and James Ribbink having to play a little bit of catch-up here with 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and we saw that last wave, Jackson Bunch, using that priority. And a note, as we see him up and riding, when a surfer does have that first priority, he's got to have unobstructed right of way. So the other surfers need to clear off. They've got to get out of his way, and he can do what he wants on that wave. It's his wave, and he must be able to surf it to the best of his ability unhindered. So we see that with priority. It's a great way of surfing a heat. It's the fairest way, and that's why we use priority. As we see there, Rafael was quite keen on that wave, but he had to give way for Bunch. Unfortunately, Jackson Bunch not getting through that section. It was a bit of a quicker wave that closed out down the line. But certainly looking like, if anything, Jackson Bunch, with that priority, he didn't improve his scoreline, but he did keep Rafael, who's in second, off that wave, as well as possibly Luke Tima and James Ribbink off a potential score further down the line.
Yeah, Jackson Bunch, he's surfed many heats and only 21 years of age, so he's got a lot of years ahead of him, but he has competed on that highest level, and he knows exactly what to do. He's experienced for a young bloke, and he's surfed at every single level. So Jackson Bunch just making sure that he keeps them off the wave and playing a smart heat. But there's a lot that goes into these heats. It's obviously about performance and going up and getting the right waves and performing well in the waves, but a lot of strategies, and he's just making sure that he takes it out of grasp for specifically the surfers in the white and blue that are chasing down a heat advancement. So just some smart surfing there from Bunch in the red. And if you guys are just joining us, it's the round of 32, heat number 5. Make sure to go download our WSL app if you aren't watching on the app to see all the live scores and updates as they drop in on our screens. And we have been seeing a nice improvement in conditions as the tide has dropped out. Wow, Greg, it looks like a beautiful day out there. I'm looking forward to going and sitting on the beach a bit to watch some of these heats. We've got just under 10 minutes remaining in this one.
Have you got your speedo on?
I don't know about that.
Sunblock and towel?
Here we go. Maybe the sunblock and the towel, but I'm not so sure about the speedo. Maybe the boardies. I think we're in 2025 now.
Yeah, there we go. We did see my son David Emsley lose a bet the other day and was forced to go surf in his speedo, and it was quite entertaining having to watch these Groms they've had, the Groms that have been on school holidays and had all the junior events here have had an absolute ball. They've really, you just see Groms having the best time surfing all day, surfing heats, just, cruising with their mates. Really been a special couple of weeks here so far. And, you know, there's something I say with coaching, whether I coach beginners, intermediate, or professionals. I always tell people the better you surf, the better it becomes. It's like the ultimate drug. It just gets better and better. And actually, I'm just thinking the same with competing. The better you compete, the better it gets. And look at Jackson Bunch. The older he's getting, the better he competes, the more fun he's having. He looks like he's having an absolute ball out there.
Yeah, he's relaxed. He's relaxed. He knows that he's got 2 good waves in his scoreline, and he's under priority. So he's just going to try and see if he can get anything else. I think there's a good chance he's going to be eyeing a left and potentially going for an air. I think he must have been watching that last heat, potentially Jarvis Earl getting that nice rotation. So under priority, a guy like Jackson Bunch, very dangerous. There's still an opportunity for him to improve upon that low number of a 5.67. So I think he's going to be eyeing something like that under priority. And it's very difficult for the other surfers because they don't have any control over that. If Jackson Bunch gets on the right wave and he finds a ramp, he's going to put down a pretty good move. And you can see him paddling off to the left. So he's going to try and get away from the pack under priority, and he's going to try and operate. Here's a little replay.
Yeah, good call. I think exactly that. He wants to enjoy it, and he certainly looks like he's doing just that. And Ocean's gone a bit quiet. Not that many decent running sets for the last little while. So the pressure is building now on Luke Tima and James Ribbink. We think about that surfer in white, Luke Tima, of course winning the Pro Junior a couple of days ago. So he hasn't actually lost a heat yet since he's been here, Luke Tima.
Yeah, that's a good track record for the young Hawaiian in the white.
I'm sure he wants to keep that record too.
100%. And maybe just eyeing something over here, James Ribbing just taking a look. So yeah, as you mentioned, just a little quiet. So these surfers having to stay patient. But just look at how beautiful it looks out there on the ocean. So it's really glassed off. The wind has sort of died down. Still a bit of a crisp wind blowing there. But things should heat up. The beach is going to get a little bit more lively throughout the course of the day. And as you were mentioning earlier, Greg, it's holiday time and Saturday today. So I think the vibes are going to be good down there. We've got plenty of festivities, music festivals. We've got events. I think we've got a skate jam that's happening up at the bowl, up the street. So we are super stoked to be here at the Ballito Open, presented by Flojos. And of course, this part of the biggest surf festival of the Ballito Pro. So we'll be running into that Challenger Series coming next week. And we are really excited for that. So this is the pre-event, the QS 2000 of the Ballito Open. And 6 minutes remaining in this one. The story of this one is it's all been Jackson Bunch and Rafael Tejera. A couple scores dropping in for white and blue. But white still looking for a 6.77 to advance. And then blue requiring a score of a 5.91. And there's just a picture of our beautiful beach. And in picture there to the right-hand side, that's Luke Leprant. He's warming up for his next heat. And the Leprant clan will be watching that one. And that's Bathers, which is the next little bay onto the right. And a lot of the free surfers that are going to be competing in the Challenger Series, just warming up. So, man, it's a beautiful day down here. And it is such a blessing to be here in sunny Ballito. And we've been enjoying taking you guys through all this action. It's myself, Johan Frey, as well as Greg Emsley in the booth with me. And we've been loving it.
Yeah, I hope they get that off the screen, because that's my little home break while I'm here, straight in front of my flat. Straight out that channel, you can get 3 or 4 waves like in 10 minutes. So even in the mornings, as we see Up and Riding Bunch goes for the rotation, and this is the fun that we said he would have. Early morning, 6 o'clock, I paddle out there. Honestly, 5 waves in 10 or 15 minutes, straight into the shower, into the booth. You feel so refreshed. Great little waves all up and down the beach here. It's really cool holiday destination, especially now in the winter months. And look at this dynamic, small little 1-foot wave. And Jackson Bunch just gets that board up there. Doesn't quite ride out of that, but this is the fun that we said we would see him having. And enjoying that little air reverse and looking good.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go for that. He just put a couple solid turns on the board And now it's all about just enjoying it. He's established a solid foundation, has Jackson Bunch, and I thought he might do that. We saw Jarvis Earl do exactly the same in the previous heat, and unfortunately that one incomplete. So it's going to be a 1-point ride. And looking down the beach to the right, we might see a potential wave here for blue, James Ribbink.
All right, so Ribbink up and riding, working through, nice setup, and just not finding much more. And watch Rafael Teixeira behind. Oh, nice finish for Ribbink, and Teixeira making sure that Luke Tima doesn't get an opportunity here. And oh, he's not going to improve his scoreline. So Luke Tima now will have priority and a shot at possibly looking at that 6.77. As I mentioned, he hasn't lost a heat yet in the Ballito Pro 25. He was the Pro Junior champion. He's now on a run in this event. So he wants to keep that run going for sure. He's got 3 minutes. He may get one more opportunity here with that priority.
Yeah, definitely, and we are going to see a wave dropping in for blue, James Ribbink as well. He's only looking for a 5.91, so that's very doable for the likes of James Ribbink. And it looked like that wave was going to fizzle out for blue, but he managed to find a connector through to the inside and found a pretty nice finishing turn. So surfer in the blue awaiting a score, and then of course Luke Tima, you can never count him out. He's looking for a 6.77, but we know he has got capabilities to drop excellent rides. So if he has the right one, I'm sure that he is going to threaten that second place. And that one from blue does come in. It's a 3.73, so that's not enough for Ribbink. Ribbink now looking for a 5.91, but we might see some potential action here, Greg.
Yeah, so up and riding, using that priority. This is Luke Tima, sets up that first turn. Goes for the air rotation, rides straight out of it. So, wow, where do the judges go with that? Is it good enough to go 6.77? Not much in the first turn. That was the check turn to get the speed. And then everything gone into that air rotation. Looking at the sort of order of the day, we think about that alley-oop earlier. That came in also at about a 6.33 from Jarvis Earl. That was quite a dynamic turn. So does the air rotation get a 6.77? That's the question the judges will ask.
Yeah, honestly, he did really well. Watching this surfer in the red Jackson Bunch, he's going to go big. And he is going to spin it around. Makes it look easy. So a couple nice aerial maneuvers being thrown out there. Jackson Bunch looking to improve upon a 5.67. But to talk about Luke Tima, man, he has got some serious talent, because that wave, it didn't really look like it had a lot to offer, Greg, but he managed to somehow just get the speed to have that beautiful full rotation and ride out successfully. But here we go.
And James Ribbink. So thinking about that score for Luke Tima, okay, the downside for me, and playing devil's advocate here, Jarvis Earl, that alley-oop, got about a 6.33. We saw Luke Tima, mid-size wave, set it up, a beautiful air rotation, absolutely flawless. But was it a big enough wave? And then, as we see Teixeira, and then Jackson Bunch takes off behind and does an air rotation and almost makes it look easy. And, you know, so those are the talking points for the judges.
Yeah, here's this replay. So gaining enough speed, he just hucks the fins out towards the beach. He rides out. He's looking for that score. And here's a replay, last of red, also finishing that maneuver there.
And he goes up and over and rides it out, but just makes it look so cool and casual. The one thing that I can say for Luke Tima is he's the flavor of the month. Just come off a win. And sometimes when you're on a roll, that roll just does go your way. But we'll wait for that last score and see where our judges go with it.
Yeah. So the heat winding down, and that's white in picture coming in. So that's a conclusion on the round of 32 heat number 5. And we do have a couple scores coming in. So I think the judges are really just going to make sure of that decision. And they'll take their time, maybe look at a replay of that one, that aerial maneuver for white, as well as last of red actually did come in at a 4.17. So that doesn't make a difference for Jackson Bunch. It's looking very good for the surfer in the red to advance, but then we are waiting for that score for white. So this is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos, and we'll update you on that official results. We'll be back shortly.
And we are back. Welcome to the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. We are into heat number 6 of the round of 32, a 25-minute heat. My name is Mike Frew. I'll be calling the heat alongside Tasha Mentasti. Tasha, in this heat, another loaded heat. We've got Jose Falconer in the red singlet. Luc Lapront is wearing blue. Last year's superstar at this event. Winter Vincent is wearing the white singlet, and Keone Lassa is wearing green. So I was chatting to Paul Canning earlier. He's on the deck having a look at this heat because he's got his 2 team riders in this one, or 3 actually. He's got Luc Lapront, Winter Vincent, and Keone Lassa. They are all O'Neill team riders.
Wow.
So we've got 2 South Africans and 2 internationals in this heat. Jose Falconer from the Jeffreys Bay area. Luc Lapront is from the south coast of KZN. We've got Winter Vincent from Australia and Keone Lassa from the Basque Country. So a very international heat here in the round of 32 in the Open Men.
Yeah, and for me, with yesterday, Winter Vincent was one of the standouts. I really just enjoyed how much speed he had on his board, so light-footed, and the maneuvers that he was able to perform on. A totally different canvas to work with today on day 2 of the Ballito Open, presented by Flojos. And action, live action. Jose Falconer. This is the first time we're seeing this young man on the stream. He's been seeded into the round of 32. So we went through 3 rounds yesterday, Mike. Some of the athletes surfing 3 times, and for our first time seeing Jose Falconer in the mix, I know that he's been coming to Ballito for a very long time. He knows this wave really well, and wanting to put on a good performance. Like we were talking a little earlier, it is an important qualifying series event for the Africa region. It's our 2nd Africa qualifier of the 25-26 QS season, and Jose Falconer looking to earn some very valuable points, as well as Luc Lapront. I mean, Luc is still a pro junior, but wanting to put the time into the QS and ideally build on rankings and have a good chance in a year or 2 to potentially qualify for the Challenger Series.
No waves ridden in the heat yet. We've had 2.5 minutes. No, I'm wrong. We've actually had 2 waves.
Yeah.
We've had Jose Falconer, and Luc Lapront. So we had that wave you were talking about there, Tash. And then we had a quick wave for Luc Lapront. No scores on the board yet. So starting to drop in for last of Luc Lapront and Jose Falconer. Look at this. This is Luc Lapront. This wave closed out, so he quickly utilized what was on offer, went straight up at the lip for a big closeout backhand re-entry, and then we had Jose Falconer taking off. This wave opened up a bit for him. Wow, big opening turn, throwing a lot of spray on those maneuvers, and a great start. Wow, that was a great start to the heat for Jose Falconer. A lovely base to build the rest of his heat on for our surfer from Jeffreys Bay.
He actually took off on the same wave as Luc, just much
further down the line.
Yeah, much further wide.
So we have 2 scores coming up on the board. Luc Lapront is posted already. It's a 3.33. Tash, up and riding. This is Winter Vincent.
Yeah, Winter Vincent, the Australian. Like I said, looking really good yesterday. Beautiful carve off the top there. Just precision surfing. That end section shut down a little quicker than it looked like he expected, but still complete ride, and that's what the judges are looking for. That completion, the variety, where are you putting your board in the critical part of the wave? Are you showing control? So Winter Vincent, looked really strong yesterday in the much bigger conditions. He's looking good as well in these smaller conditions. Judges definitely deliberating on that first wave of red. They've got a replay system set up now. They've got 3 different camera angles. So they actually, sometimes we think we're waiting so long for scores, but they're literally looking at all angles and understanding the importance. So first, almost check turn, keeping the speed going. There's the money right there. Beautiful carve off the top, and able to navigate that closeout section exceptionally well.
So Winter Vincent bringing the most experienced this year so far into this heat. He was a wild card in the Western Australia WCT event. He got a 17th there and some invaluable experience at that level. He made the semi-finals of the Challenger Series here last year, got through a number of heats, and has become a great crowd favorite here in Ballito. Everyone was really looking forward to seeing Winter back
And he's
in the
quite young.
Quatakuza region. He is young, and the big lanky guy opening up his account in the heat 6 of the round of 32 here.
Yeah,
at the Ballito
I
Open.
was watching doing on socials last night and just catching up, and he had a little interview and just saying how much he enjoys Ballito. It's a challenging wave, but he really enjoys Ballito, enjoys coming to South Africa, really friendly people, cool culture, good food. So, you know what, if you're in a happy place, it usually translates into your surfing as well, and you can just see he looks relaxed out there. Wow. Can you see the scoreboard? Not on the screen, but we've got a scoreboard in front of us here, and that score has come in for Jose Faulkner. That's a very positive start to his campaign.
So Jose Faulkner, the three turns on the end section of that same wave as
Coming
Luke
at it
Leprance, and 8.67 into the excellent range. Winter Vincent's first wave drops in at a 6.17. Luke Leprance at 3.33. There is a score to come in for Keone Lasser. Keone's wave dropping in. We've got a couple of judges. One more score to drop. It's a 4.67. This is a replay of the it's the 6.17 of Winter Vincent. So Winter getting also 3 turns in on that wave. So Tash, 2 waves. Jose Faulkner's wave, 3 turns. Winter Vincent's wave, 3 turns. The judges deem Jose Faulkner's wave the best of that exchange, an 8.67. I think that comes down to those 2 opening maneuvers. Jose Faulkner went up at the lip. He flared the tail out, a lot of spray on the first turn, a lot of spray on the second turn, and then he finished off the wave with that important closeout section. It would be great to try and see those 2 waves and to compare them again and analyze that the 3 turns of Jose versus the 3 turns of Winter. It was a 8.67 versus a 6.17. So Jose Faulkner out in the lead. Jose got a 3rd this year at the Vic Bay Surf Pro. It wasn't part of this year's counting. It was part of the previous Africa Series. He got a 3rd at the Vic Bay Surf Pro. That's his best result.
That was our previous season. So that fell into the 24-25 season.
And Jose didn't get a counting result out at the eThekwini Surf Pro, but this is the 8.67. First turn, a big one. Second turn, flares the lip. And he actually had 4 turns on that wave, Tash. And one of the highest single wave scores of the morning. It goes into the excellent range. By comparison, this is Winter Vincent's wave. Turns up at the lip, almost like a bit of a check turn leading down the section, and the second 2 turns get a bit better. So he kind of opened it up, and each turn got better than the previous one, whereas Jose had those 4 big hits across the bank on his wave, Tash.
Yeah, I think the point of difference was the wave. The wave offered more scoring potential for Jose Faulkner. They both well-surfed waves from both athletes, but the point of difference was just that Jose's wave had a better canvas to work off. So let's watch. This is second ride for Jose Faulkner. He's really got a solid backhand on him. 2-turn combo. Looking strong is Jose. And, you know, I've known this guy, since he was 13 years old.
Wow.
We did his first ever aeroplane flight together when he made the South African junior team to represent South Africa at the 2014 ISA World Junior Games. He was under 16 then.
So a good backup wave here on his second ride of Heat 6 in the round of 32 for Jose Faulkner, looking to improve on the lead that he has already established in this heat. There's a pulled back shot of the lineup here at Willard Beach. Surfers Point in Ballito. There's Keone Lasser sitting on the left-hand side. In the middle is Winter Vincent, and then Luke Leprance over on the right. Interestingly, Luke Leprance in this heat, His best is a second place at the SA Open, which was in Port Elizabeth earlier this year.
Yeah.
And then he's also been selected as a wild card for the Challenger Series event next week.
Yeah, Luke has really improved over the years, but he puts a lot of work into surfing. He's very dedicated. And, you know, when you've got a surfing family, he's the oldest. He's got two siblings, sisters, but they all rip. And they're constantly surfing and in the water, and then a very dedicated family to take them to events all around the country. So for him to get this opportunity with the Challenger Series, I think it's a great experience. He'll take a lot from it. I hope he's not going to put too much pressure on himself, and really just let his surfing do the talking.
So Jose Falconer's last wave drops in. It's a 4.67 Tash to go with his 8.67 on the board already. That puts him out in front with Winter Vincent in second. There is a score to come in for Luc Laprante. We'll wait for that to drop in and see if he stays in fourth or if he moves up the rankings in the heat. Luc Laprante is actually a Flojos team rider as well, so
Cool.
surfing in his sponsors event here. Him and his sister Leah were recently signed to the Flojos team. Right, there you go. Luc Laprante's score drops in. It's a 3.33. This is the wave the 3.33 was established on. One big turn to start, goes into a second one. Didn't have the flow that we saw on Jose Falconer's wave, so just the two hits there, came unstuck on the second one. Judges rewarding him most of the score on that wave coming from that first turn, a 3.33. It was enough to get him into second.
Yeah, but he was chasing that section the whole time.
He
was always behind the 8-ball, you know. And you want to project forward. And it was something in the judging notes this morning that went out, is that they really do want to see that projection forward. So that's where that 3.33 came out. Still early days. Well, we're halfway through this heat, almost. We have another 30 seconds, and then we're halfway through. And the talking point is the 8.67 from Jose Falconer. At the moment, just with his backup score of a 4.67, I mean, that's textbook on how you want to manage a heat, and we're not even halfway through yet. So a great start for Jose. I'm not going to count out Keone Lassa as well as Winter Vincent. Both those guys have exceptional talent. You can see how Keone's sitting very wide. I don't think it's a bad game to play. We've seen in the previous heats, the surfers advancing, one of their waves that we're counting was always a wide wave that they found.
Well, Jose's wave was that the same wave as Luc Laprante's that Luc got. He got the 3.13 on that very first wave, and Jose actually did take off far down the line. So to start the heat, he got that wave at about the 22-minute mark.
Yeah.
And so Jose had obviously spotted that there were some sections down there. He opted to sit down slightly further to the left, and he gets the 8.67. So this is a really nice heat for Jose Falconer so far, an 8.67 and a 4.67. And I say that because Luc Laprante is in second, but Luc requires a combination to take the lead from Jose. So at this stage, with 12 minutes remaining, it's a fight between second, third, and fourth, because they all would require significant scores to get into the lead and take that lead away from Jose, so you'll be feeling confident. I watched Jose surf at the eThekwini Surf Pro, which was in Durban a couple of weeks ago, which also forms part of this series.
Yeah.
This is the second event of the series. The eThekwini Surf Pro was the first one. Jose didn't have a great result there, and so he would have reset, and looks like he's off to a good start, a better start here in Ballito.
Yeah, I think it's a little hard. He was surfing Cooking J Bay and supers for days on end, and then came to the city to surf in half a foot, you know. So maybe just battling to adjust in that regard. We definitely had challenging conditions at that event, but I believe and feel that my team made a great decision on how to maneuver and move off the different banks. There was a lot of great communication. It's always better when there's waves for all of us, as surf fans, as athletes, as the judges. I mean, it just makes things a little bit easier, and we have more opportunity to see people excel and get through these heats.
I must say, Tash, yourself and Lukman, You guys really have done a great job establishing the series for South African surfers, and I was super stoked to hear that there's potentially 7 events on the Africa series this year to determine Challenger series spots for next year, and that's a very robust tour, and it's looking good for Africa surfing, and it gives these guys just a great opportunities and a career path to establish themselves as professional surfers. Just an in and out there for Jose. That's not going to be one of his top 2 rides because he already has the 867 and the 467. But yeah, Tash, this is the second event of the Africa series. As you say, the eThekwini Surf Pro was the first one. The points that the Africa series competitors get here all count towards their ranking for next year.
Yes, here's a replay of wave number 3. I mean, it's got no significance. It's a 0.57. You can see him holding a high line, almost wanting to find a ramp. I would be careful with that. You've got the 8.67, you've got the 4.67. Look after your board. Do you know what I mean? Just try and be clever with this whole situation and almost a little patient and not get caught up.
When he took off on that one, Jose is known for his very entertaining air game. And I don't know if you remember that highlight reel of the Challenger Series event in Australia last year.
2 years ago.
It was 2 years ago, and
Yeah.
he had that one huge air.
Yeah.
And he often pulls that out the bag, and I thought that's what we might have seen on that wave. But I could check, he took his foot off the accelerator
Save your
halfway
board.
through.
Save the tools of our trade, you know, we've got to look after them. But I just wanted to talk about points because I don't know if anyone else has noticed, it's always been a QS 1000, it's now a QS 2000. And there's been a lot of discussions behind the scenes globally with the World Surf League and with all the regions regarding points. And how do we, you know, the regional QS events globally are becoming difficult. There's just more talent. So how could we make it more fair as the professional league? And what came out of it over months of discussions and different looking at different variables and options and different solutions. And from a numbers point of view, it actually is fairer to make it 2,000 points, 4,000 points, or 6,000 points, because in the breakdown from that, you get more value in your points, and you get a better spread and less ties coming up.
So in terms of the winner of an event like this, would they get 2,000?
They now get 2,000 points.
Okay.
Where last year, same event, they received 1,000 points.
Up and riding. This is second place in the heat at the moment. It's Luc Laprant trying and get out of the situation he finds himself in second there and try and get closer to that lead that has been established by Jose Falconer. That wave reminded me a lot of his last one. He did finish it off a little bit better. He managed to get the 2 turns in. So I'll be interested to see if he gets out of the 3s here and potentially into the 4s, Tash, with those 2 turns. Luc Laprant.
Well, look what Winter Vincent needs. He needs a 0.49 to move up to second. That's nothing. I mean, he needs to stand up pretty much. He's going to want to do much more. But Luc Laprant wants to start creating distance. He needs to replace one of his scores up and riding out. Current heat leader. He's just, that board's looking good under Jose's feet. There's so much speed. The flow is there. The power is there. And then there's the variety as well. So personally, I think he could replace his second scoring ride and add a little bit more points to his heat total. Like you were saying, Mark, it's the fight for second position right now.
So the overall heat situation, have a look at the top left-hand part of your screen there. There's 6.5 minutes remaining in the heat. A score is still to drop in for last of Luc Laprant and last of Jose Falconer, the surfers sitting in first and second. Winter Vincent is sitting in third with a 6.17, just the one wave. It was a good score. He'll be looking to get a second one now to back that up and potentially take the lead from the gentleman on the screen in the red singlet. That's Jose Falconer with a good hold on the heat. He's got an excellent score of an 8.67. We're waiting for his second or his last ride. So 2 scores to come in, and then we'll see what Winter Vincent and Keone Lassa require. Haven't spoken much about Keone Lassa in this heat. He's from the Basque Country. He's got a 9th at the Caparica Surf Fest this year so far.
Big contest.
And he is
result.
a very talented surfer, big threat in these heats. been relatively quiet, and he uses the priority on this wave. So Keone Lasser waited quite a long time. Man, you were talking about lateral versus vertical surfing in our heats together, Tash, and you can't get more vertical than that. Straight behind him, there you go, mirrors the turn, Luc Lepront, but comes unstuck. So that wave of Keone Lasser could factor into the overall situation. Winter Vincent gets busy now. This is his second turn. It's a much better turn to open the wave. He flares the tail out, uses that second turn, tags it to get around the section. 3 turns for Winter Vincent. Once these scores drop in at the 5-minute mark, I think we could see a shake-up here between second, third, and fourth.
We're going to see a shift, for sure. For sure.
It's all happening. 5 minutes to go of the 25-minute heat, and we're about to see some big changes on the leaderboard, Tash.
Yeah, I enjoyed Keone Lasser's wave. If I had to compare it to Jose's, he didn't have as much of an open face and these corners to work with, but he still was able to get those critical hits. For me, it was the closeout turn. He literally went 12 o'clock. You could see that rooster spray, which shows that he went into the maneuver with speed and power and lots of control. So maybe even going higher than Keone's first ride, a 4.67, potentially going into a high average, if not a low good scale. What I mean with that in numbers, a high average is like a 5.5. It falls under the average scale. A low good ride is a 6-point ride. And let's see where it goes. I mean, the judges are going to be utilizing replay. They're going to be comparing back to former rides. The 8.67 currently is the highest single wave score we've seen this morning.
So Luc Lepront, he did fall on that last wave, doesn't factor in as a 0.7. So his situation won't change at this point after that last ride. We see Luc Lepront, second priority out there. Priority is with the surfers in first and second at the moment, but we are still awaiting scores. You can see on your screen, there's 2 dashes next to Winter Vincent and Keone Lasser. They both had a second wave. Once those drop in, we could see a big shake-up.
Yeah, the only thing that changed was Luke's second to last wave was a 4.33, so he had a pair of 3s. It's now a 4.33. It's done a tiny difference to the requirement for third and fourth place surfer, but both Winter Vincent and Keone Lasser having a good ride.
So Jose Falconer, as you predicted there, improves his situation, Tash, with a 5.83 on his last wave. So without those other 2 scores of Winter Vincent and Keone Lasser dropping in, Luc Lepront would need a 14.5 to take the lead. So Jose Falconer improves his situation even further, but that is without the scores of white and green in yet. Scores starting to come in for Keone Lasser. We've got 2 judges' scores in, and it looks like it could average out very similar to his opening ride. He's in 4th on the leaderboard, but scores to come in. There you go. Keone Lasser, a 4.77. That puts him in second. We still need a way for Winter Vincent. So Winter owed a score by the judges, Tash.
And only needing a 3.27, it's going to change. The situation's going to change.
So I think we could have Winter Vincent going into second position here. We've got a ride up and riding. This is Keone Lasser. Takes to the air, massive alley-oop. Lands on the back of the wave. Won't factor in because he's got a 4.67 and a 4.77. It'll be a throwaway wave for him. And this is Winter Vincent. Live action.
Yeah, smaller
Slashing
wave.
turn.
Much smaller wave, a lot of white water to deal with. He's actually just keeping busy.
We got 90 seconds remaining, Tash, and a score outstanding. So the surfers will be listening out for their score from the beach announcer to see if the situation changes. They won't have much time to react with 90 seconds on the clock. We've got Winter Vincent's last wave dropping in. Most likely not going to be part of his top 2. Whew.
Taking their time.
So 2.5 for Winter Vincent's last wave. It moves him up into third at this point. So have a look at the leaderboard there. That is not the current situation though, because we are waiting for last of white to still drop in. This is our heat leader, Jose Falconer. He surfed a smart heat. He's got the better quality waves over the other competitors and finishes off with a 2-turn into a third that he falls on. Probably not going to go into his top 2. So let me remind you, we are still waiting for a score for Winter Vincent to drop in. This is Keone Lasser. Keone, 2 turns there. He's got a pair of 4s. and he sees on his watch there's just 35 seconds remaining. So I remind you again, the situation you're seeing on screen, we are still waiting for a score of Winter Vincent to drop in. Judges still deliberating, looking at replays, analyzing that wave of Winter Vincent. It's an important one. If we look on screen, he requires a 3.27, Tash. I think he most likely did get the score on that last wave. It was a solid wave with 3 turns.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. He's got the score. I think it comes down to what exactly that score is.
And if he does take perhaps first or second place.
I don't see it. I mean, holding down an 8.67 and a 5.83, it means that with Winter's 6.17, he needs almost a perfect 10, and I didn't see it with that second ride of his. I see it as a good score for sure and falls into that good scale. Really quality surfing from the Australian.
So stand by, Winter Vincent, a score still coming in. And that's him just riding in, flares the tail out. That won't count because the heat is over at this stage. We are still waiting for that score to drop in. It comes in.
It's a 4.83.
It's a 4.83, so it moves Winter Vincent into second. So unfortunately, Keone Lassa and Luc Lapront going out, taking the win in that heat. Well done to Jeffreys Bay's Jose Falconer and Western Australia's Winter Vincent. We'll see them in the next round. So Winter surfing a smart heat there, holding on, surfing very patiently, and taking the advancing spot in that heat with just seconds to go. So Winter Vincent carries his momentum in Ballito. He'll be pretty stoked with that. And Tash, importantly, after a rocky start to the series for Jose Falconer, he got a win there. That'll be a great confidence booster for him. We'll be back. It's the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. Welcome back. It's the Ballito Open presented by Flojos in the Kwadakuza region of South Africa, in the bottom of the continent of Africa. In this heat, in the red singlet, we have Luc Slipen. In the blue, we've got Carl Steen. In white, we've got Logan Tilsley, and wearing the green singlet, it's Joan Duru. So Tash, having a look at this on paper, we were really looking forward to calling this heat because it's got a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
We've got the old, one of the most experienced surfers in this event, Joan Duru, wearing green. We've got the giant killer so far.
Yeah.
Young Logan Tilsley is from the Strand, the Winelands area in Cape Town, and he's wearing white. He's had a fantastic run in the event so far. We've got local boy, Carl Steen, the beach. Everyone's come down to watch the beautiful conditions here, and we've got Carl Steen in the water, and then we've got Luc Slipen. The Slipens have been on a tear in the events on the series so far this year. A little bit of everything, and opening up first wave of the heat. That was our surfer in the green singlet, Joan Duru, the French competitor, bringing years of experience to this event.
Yeah, you know, Joan has just, I mean, for me, he's been a part of my surf fandom for a long time. He's had some great results. He's had some close results. He's had some close losses, you know, but he always shows up, and his backhand attack has never changed. If anything, it's been the mindset and the mental side of things that he's really had to work on. live action right now. This is the local guy, Cole Steen, beautiful surfer. I really have always enjoyed Cole's surfing, and I hope that he's able to put things together. It's, you know, in his free surf sessions, it's all there. It's just about putting it together in the 25-minute heats, and he's dedicated. We had him in Morocco for the co-sanctioned event for the 24-25 season. He's definitely been showing up. He's putting a lot of work in, and I really hope it all just comes together, and he's able to capitalize on his home break, his home supports.
As we were talking about Carl Steen there, we saw Joan Duru drop out of the sky on that closeout turn on his second wave of the heat. So we've got a couple scores to come in, and Joan Duru's had 2 waves. Logan Tilsley's had 1, and Carl Steen as well. So Carl, originally from the Durban area, they moved up to this area a couple of years ago, him and his family, and he's become an established local here on the north coast of KZN in Kwatakuza. Here we go, Logan Tilsley, his second wave of the heat. This youngster, just 15-year-old from the Strand in area of the Western Cape. He surfs locally or district-wise for the Cape Winelands.
Yeah, I've got to ask the question, Mike. Do you think Aiden Mason-Camp has inspired this young kid? Because, you know, Aiden coming from the Strand was such a big thing. And here we see, I'm going to call him a bit of a giant killer. I mean, because what he went through yesterday and the heats he went through, it was so good to watch. It's inspiring. I mean, I get goosebumps sometimes, you know. I love to see these kind of stories play out. But, you know, many people might know, where is Strand? Well, if you live in South Africa and if you've ever gone to Cape Town, it's not often the place we go to find waves.
No.
but it is still producing some really quality surfers, and there's an incredible community there, such lovely people. And then they are just around the corner. There's a couple of really good waves and good spots. But yeah, Logan Tilsley, just showcasing what the Strand can produce.
On screen, we're going to potentially see a replay of Last of Blue. Let's have a look at the scoreboard now. So scores dropping in for Last of White, Logan Tilsley. We've got a score owed to us by the judges for the last 2 waves of Joan Duru. We also had a ride for Carl Steen. So the only surfer at this stage that hasn't had a wave is Luke Slipen. With the 5 minutes that have passed in the heat so far, Carl Steen, with that right-hand breaking wave, gets the better of all the opening exchanges of 5.83. Logan Tilsley had a 2.27 on his opening wave, and then Joan Duru a 2. But we do still have scores to come in for Last of White and Last of Green. Just looking at some of the statistics that I pulled up on Joan Duru, Tash. He's a 2 times World Surfing Games gold medalist. He was on the WCT for many years. He also got a 5th in the Olympic Games in well, it was the Paris Olympic Games. They surfed at Chopu. He actually got knocked out by the eventual winner of the event, Kaoli Vast. They were coached there by Jeremy Flores. He was the Olympic coach for the French surfing team. So it just brings so much experience to this event, and one of the most experienced competitors that we see here at the Ballito Pro presented by Flojos. These are some replays. That was the turn I was talking about from Joan Duru that we cut to earlier in the heat. Young Logan Tilsley just coming unstuck on that one.
Yeah, you could see he was almost shifting his feet as he was dropping down, so not totally comfortable when he popped up. You know, Carl Steen, I think the 5.83 is a good foundation to start with. Hopefully that's going to be his backup score, his second scoring ride by the end of this heat. But we haven't really seen anything else happen just yet. Luke Schleipen being very patient, very, very patient. But here he is. This looks first ride for Schleipen.
So Luke Schleipen using the priority, opening up his account. He waited almost 7 minutes for that wave as Joan Duru's second wave drops onto the scoreboard. It's a 5.83. So all scores are in from the judges. That is an accurate reflection for you of the situation in the heat on the top left. Joan Duru, total heat score of a 7.83. Carl Steen with just the 1 wave, a 5.83. This is last wave of red. Luke Slipen, he goes for the air, but not quite able to stick the landing, so he gets a 0.77. We're down to just under 18 minutes remaining, and we've established an early situation in the heat with Joan Duru leading, Carl Steen in second, Logan Tilsley in third, looking to build on that 227 and 057, and then Luke Slipen. He'll be looking to get out there, just reset a little bit. The first 7 minutes haven't really gone his way. He'll be looking to maybe reset his game plan out there and
they really
re-strategize.
They really do have different game plans. Look at this pulled back view. You've got Logan Tilsley sitting far right. That's actually more towards the main event site. That's right in front of the judges. Then you've got blue in the middle of your screen with Colsteen, and he's sitting wide. This is quite north, but green even further. So Joan Duru even further north. Priority is with blue. White is third priority, so he's going to have to give way. This is wave number 2 for Cole. And he's really been able to find those waves that offer the scoring potential. He's been able to fit 2 turns in, where everyone else has only been 1 turn.
So Cole surfed that one on the end of the bank, Tash, and he would have kicked out directly in front of Surfer's Lane. The local guys have got a gazebo set up there at the end of the parking lot where they normally check the waves. It's the local hangout for the hardcore Ballito crew. And they'll be cheering Carl Steen on from up there. He would have finished that ride right in front of them. But Carl could potentially take the lead here with that score. He's already got a 5.83. Have a look on the screen on the right-hand side. There was another quick in and out for Logan Tilsley. Fell on that wave as well. So he's got a bit of work to do. Carl Steen, two turns there on that little inside runner. So Joan Duru leading heats at this stage, but a score still to come in for Carl Steen. Carl required a 2 to take the lead. He did 2 turns on that wave, and I think he could probably snatch the lead here. Take it away from Joan Duru, and then we'll have a bit of distance between first and second and third and fourth in the heat.
Wow, I'm just looking at the screen and look at that pod of dolphins. They've been here all morning, Mike. This is the 3rd time I'm seeing them coming through. It's a massive pod.
How cool is it that heat we were calling earlier when the dolphins were doing those big airs jumping out the water? It was in the 3rd heat of the day. There's just so many dolphins. In those pods of dolphins that you see, there's up to 300 dolphins in a big pod like that. And in winter, there are sights, you see them every day coming past. There you go. There's the bottlenose dolphin. That's synonymous with this area of Quadakuza. It's nicknamed the Dolphin Coast, and a lot of businesses around here, even you got dolphin and that sort of thing in the business names, as the Dolphin Coast, Dolphin Coast letting.
Yes.
So lovely to see so many of them, and it's great to see them. Check at that. It's probably 20, 30 each time, and up to 300 in a big pot of dolphins like that. You know what's so rad is when you're surfing, often they're closer in where the surfers are now, and they actually come through where you're surfing, and you can get off your board and dive down, and you can swim among the dolphins like that. Doesn't cost you anything. It's free.
You're so lucky.
Man, it's such a buzz.
It's for me, born and bred KwaZulu-Natal. It's always been a highlight, and it's always my favorite part of the morning when I do get into the surf, especially with the sunrise. It's a big pod. It's a really big, healthy pod of dolphins, and it also just showcases, this coastline, how clean it is, the water quality, and we're just really lucky for them to come and say how's it throughout the day, really.
We approach the halfway mark in this heat, and Carl Steen is in the lead. Joan Duru's last wave. 5.83.
And then Carl got the 5.17 for that 2-turn combo. So
Carl in the lead and Joan Duru in second. Logan Tilsley with a bit of work to do now. He's in third. He needs a 5.57. And Luke Slipen in fourth needs a 7.06. So after those last exchange of Carl Steen and Joan Duru, they've definitely created a bit of separation between first and second, third and fourth. It's not that close between the surfers. Carl Steen out in the lead with Joan Duru. They both got a wave in the 5s. Carl Steen actually has 2 5s, a 5.83 and a 5.17. Joan Duru's got the 1.5, a 5.83, and a 2 that he'll be looking to drop and improve on. So the work to be done in the second half of the heat, it's a lot of chasing now from Logan Tilsley and Luke Slipen. They'll be looking for 2 scores of significance to try and take that first and second place. At this stage of the draw, Heat 7 of the round of 32, there's 4 servers in the heats, only the top 2 advance. If you're 3rd and 4th, you're eliminated from competition.
Yeah, and I think both Logan Tilsley and Luke Slipen have not got started yet. It's not like they're getting out-surfed. I mean, Logan Tilsley at 2.27, that was that incomplete maneuver, backhand. The 0.73, that was when he took off really deep and Cole found the 5.17. Luke Slipen, just one wave, going for the air, incomplete. This is wave number 2, racing down the line, goes to the air. I love the tail high there. Can he hold on to it though? Just unable to complete it. So if he had ridden out of that, that's a counter. Just being unable to get that flow out of that white water, you're going to see the score come out really, really low. For me, it's heartbreaking sometimes because what he did in the air there was talent there. It was critical. There was a lot of variety. It was tail high. Yeah.
So high.
Well, he got that elevation and then he got his tail high as well with the rotation. So let's watch this on the replay.
So the northeasterly wind has started blowing. It's the air wind for Ballito. It gets massively high in the air. If that board is 5'8" or close to 6 foot, he was right up there in the air. But Tash, you were reading out the judging criteria yesterday. You need to be able to see the surface board come out the front of the foam with forward momentum.
Correct.
And we didn't see that for Luke Slipen. So that comes in at a 1. It would have been a solid score if he was able to ride out of that aerial maneuver. Looks like Joan Duru is going to use his priority, keep the other surfers off this wave and get to work. He's looking to drop a 2, which is part of his top 2 scores. Gets the 1 turn in. He may just improve on that 2. Unfortunately, coming unstuck there on the 3rd maneuver on the inside. You see how much shallower it's got there on the lower tide, Tash?
So true.
Very consistent. We see Joan Duru standing on the sandbank. It's about waist deep. Behind him, talk us through this one. It's Logan Tilsley, Tash.
Yeah, Tilsley with priority, bigger set wave, but just nothing of opportunity. No opportunity there for him to score. So a little bit disappointing. He's given up that priority, which, you know, when you start winding down a heat, priority starts becoming really important. Unfortunately, I think with the lower tide, the big set waves might not necessarily be the best waves to look for.
This is Joan Duru's last wave. First turn, a bit of a check turn. Same with the second one, not a full rotated turn. As you say, what makes the difference in those first 2 turns is the board didn't go vertically up at the lip. It was kind of lateral surfing, setting up for that 3rd turn where I think he was hoping to smash the lip. Came unstuck on that one. So he has a 5.33 and a 2.5.
Yeah,
so he got the
2.5.
2.5.
Yeah.
He replaces a 2 with a 2.5. Not a very big score, but you know what it does do, Tash, is it just puts a little bit more pressure on Logan and Luke now.
Correct.
So Logan looking for a 6.06 and Luke Slipen looking for a 7.33. So Joan Duru, he knows what to do out there. Just having a look at some of Joan's stats through his career. In 2006, he was the, back then it was the ASP European Junior Champion. So that was 20 years ago that Joan Duru was the European Junior Champion. And he's surfing against a 15-year-old Logan Tilsley in this heat.
I think it's great. It shows that surfing keeps us young.
As we see up and riding, our current heat leader, Carl Steen. Now that is going to create a point of difference in the heat. Carl has got a 5.83 and a 5.17. That'll be his 3rd scoring ride of the heat. We'll wait for the judges to see if it does go into his top 2. It was a set wave.
He's been really good with his wave selection, I do have to say.
I'd say that's probably the biggest wave of the heat that we've seen on our screen so far. Lays into the first turn, carves around the second one, so both committed turns, the board really rotating around. Importantly, Tash, he finishes it off. So let's see what the judges thought of that from Costin.
Do you know what I really liked about that, Mike? That first turn, he went into it with aggression.
He really laid back.
But it was critical. It was on point. He was on his rail, but with power, you know, and then straight into the next turn. I enjoyed that wave. I actually think that was his best wave of the heat.
Luke Slipen loading up What are we going to see on this one? One big turn goes into another one. He actually surfed that wave a little safer.
Yes,
So maybe in his head he's gone, okay, look, I've got nothing on the board.
Yeah.
Let's just bank something in the last 8 minutes, something to build on. If he could get 2 of those and then look for something in the excellent range. So great turn there. By his standards, it's kind of a simple turn, really. And then that I really like. He flared the tail out, gets a little bit of the fins free at the very top of that extension on the turn, and that will certainly be Luke Slipen's best wave of the heat so far. We got 7 minutes remaining. So the ocean getting a lot more consistent as the tide drains out this morning. There'll be plenty more waves in the next 7 minutes. And Luke Slipen finally getting something on the board. It's with the judges at the moment. They're looking at the replays, analyzing the waves, starting to come in.
And then, Carl Steen got the 6.6, so it's his single highest wave score. But I like the way Luke surfed that. Logan Tilsley, though, this is live action.
So Logan Tilsley, that's about the 4th or 5th time he's actually fallen. I don't know why he's falling on those turns. He's rode it out so confidently through the events and through the junior events that were leading up to the Ballito Open here. Just coming unstuck on a couple of turns there. So Logan Tilsley, bit of work to do still. Let's talk about that wave of Carl Steen that dropped in, the 6.6, the highest of the heat so far. We were talking about Luke Slipen. And while we were talking about Luke, that score of Carl's dropped in, Tash. He's surfing a smart heat. He's out in front. And looking at what Joan Duru needs now, he needs a 6.61 to take the lead. So local boy in the lead. Luke Slipen's wave, judges are still analyzing.
Yeah, he actually had a wave, Luke had a wave after that at 2.77. So that goes into his top 2, which means his requirement came down. He now needs under a 6-point ride, so he needs a high average score. I enjoyed his 2-turn combo. I really did. First turn, you're right, safe. Second turn, there was that exclamation mark, but it was still safe considering what we know of Luke Slipen and how he can perform.
This is Logan Tilsley. That was his 5th wave of the heat. Started well with that first turn. Then, I don't know if he went up too late or if he hung up a little bit too long there, Tash, but it's not going to be a counter. Luke Slipen, 2 turns. Yeah, you could see going into that, he wasn't fully committed to it. He almost gave up halfway through the turn. Joan Duru now. We didn't see the start of this wave, Tash. We've just seen the one turn into a little carve. So I'm not sure if he did do anything before that. So we will get some replays coming of that last little flurry of action. We had a couple of waves drop in for all the surfers.
Yeah, we've seen a slight change in the situation. Luke Slipen has now moved into 3rd. We're going to see a replay soon, I believe, of his 3rd ride.
We don't see it on screen there. Now we do. So Luke Slipen, his last wave scored, or that previous one, his 3rd last wave, scored a 5.4, Tash.
So he's in the game.
Certainly is. And look at this. On our screens, we can see Luke Slipen. He moved up into 3rd with a 5.4, and he only needed a 2.94. He had that left. He had the first turn, and he sort of gave up on the second turn. Now, was the first turn enough to get a 3? He needed a 2.94. If he gets a 3 for that first turn, he'll knock Joan Duru down to 3rd. But we also are still waiting for a score from Joan Duru. 4 minutes remaining. This is our heat leader. He's almost surfing a different heat to the other 3, Tash.
Yeah, totally.
Wow.
What a great second maneuver
Lovely
there.
form. He really has found the groove in this heat. Kind of similar to how Jose Falconer did in the last one. He's surfing a great heat. He's having a lovely heat. Here we go. Luke Slipen. He's had all the work to do in this heat, and he comes unstuck again with 4 minutes remaining. So let's wait for these scores to drop in. And look at what's going on here.
We've spoken in a minute, okay, and in a minute we've gone saying Luke's only needing a 2-something, but then the score for last of Joan Duru dropped in, and all of a sudden he's not as much in the game as what we thought. It's so quick how this changes.
So Carl Steen is owed a
This is the
score
replay.
by the judges. Right, this is that wave of Joan Duru. Lovely opening turn. Look how that wave is hollow on that little inside bank. He utilizes the cupped out section of the wave right next to where the lip is breaking, gets 2 cracking turns in there, and the judges reward him with a 6. This is a replay of Luke Slipen's wave. I think it's the aerial maneuver where he came unstuck, And then we have a replay of Carl Steen, a dominant performance, surfing a comfortable, measured heat from our surfer in blue, and he finds himself in the lead at the moment. So it is a battle for second, third, and fourth. But after that last wave of Joan Duru, it's the hill has got a little bit steeper to climb for Luke Slypen and Logan Tilsley. The junior, who was blowing up yesterday, not quite finding the form yet this morning, Tash.
Yeah, this is... It's almost catching that rail every time. So, yeah, I mean, it almost looks like a different surfer today. Definitely different conditions. I don't know if he's changed his equipment at all, or maybe yesterday was just a lot, and it's almost needing more time to process it and kind of settle a little bit. And this is part of the learning curve. He's only 15. So this is all, he's going to take a lot of lessons out of that. And I know that there is... a couple of Strand locals that are here in town, and I'm sure that they're going to be giving him some feedback and support after this heat. But what I'm loving, Mike, is just to see Carl Steen start really performing. It's the surfing that we're witnessing now. This is how this guy surfs, and he's just backed up his backup score, finding a 6.73. Logan Tilsley, this is his best wave. It came out at a 3.83, but he's needing a near excellent 8-point ride. He's into the excellent range.
Goodness, there was a nice wave on screen there from Luke Slypen. It wasn't the biggest wave, but he surfed that with incredible variety and a score to drop in. He's looking for something quite significant now. Tash, this could be a key wave that determines the outcome of this heat. We're looking, we're queuing up a replay of that last of red. It should be coming on screen shortly.
So what he's looking for a good score. He needs a
6.83. Okay, it's a much smaller inside wave.
He also didn't have priority.
Goes into the first turn, slashes his tail round, drifts nicely into the second one, rotates the tail round. That's probably the most technical two turns that we've seen the whole heat. It was a much smaller wave, and he got those two turns in on a very small sort of playing field. He only traversed about 20 meters and got those two turns in. With 30 seconds remaining, this is an important score to drop in. It comes in. It's a 4.17, so short. Luke Slypen still in third. 20 seconds remaining. There are some lines, Tash. We could have a change at the end of this heat. Who's going to get waves here? It's Joan Duru paddling into the first one. And down the line, it did look like someone was paddling. Joan Duru goes down. That won't factor in. So who was on the very end to the left there? Luke Slypen. There's Luke. And it looks like Logan Tilsley's going to have one last go just with a one turn, requiring an 8. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to move up and take the second from Joan Duru. So before those last couple of scores come in, Carl Steen surfed a smart heat, took advantage of his local break. It was measured. He looked calm throughout, not panicked at any point.
Good wave selection.
Joan Duru surfed that with great experience. He knew what he had to do there, and it looked a little panicky from Luke Slypen and Logan Tilsley, and it does look like that's how it plays out. So we are going to be back shortly. This is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos.
And welcome back. This is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. And we got a beautiful picture on screen here. It is the sunny Dolphin Coast. Our surfers out in the lineup and ready to go for the last heat of the round. That's the round of 32, heat number 8. I'm being joined in the commentary booth with my co-commentator Greg Emsley, and we are stoked to bring you guys this next heat. We've been seeing some great surfing throughout the course of this round. Lots of scores in the good range, 1 or 2 in the excellent range as well. And this is the round of 32, heat number 8. Introducing these surfers. In the blue singlet, we've got the local South African Luke van Wyk, and Luke Thompson will be representing in the red. Of course, Challenger Series surfer, looking to gain some experience out here and get his feet dug in the wax. And then we've got the Moroccan surfer in the white, Teva Boshgua. And in the green, rounding off this one, it's the Japanese surfer Keijiro Nishi. So welcome back, Greg. We're stoked to be bringing you guys this heat, and we really hope you guys have been enjoying all the action.
Yeah, I'm just sitting back having a look at this lineup, looking forward to this one. You know, you look at some of these names. You know, in the junior ranks, when the likes of Luke Thompson were under 18, you know, you had Luke Thompson in South Africa, I'm talking. And we also had Dan Emsley. They were pretty much dominating those junior ranks, 1 or 2 others. Cole Steen, a surfer who won the last heat. Luke van Wyk as well, were always sort of coming in 3rd and 4th, but they were never getting the wins. And it's almost like those surfers now, as they're a bit older, 21, that sort of age, both Cole Steen and Luke van Wyk are looking so strong. Now, I just watch their surfing. It seems like they've taken their surfing to another level. Was stoked to see Cole take the win in that last heat. I think he's a fantastic surfer, really smooth. And now we're going to watch Luke van Wyk as well. Sort of a relatively unknown surfer, but watch his backhand. Exceptionally strong vertical surfer.
Definitely. And up and riding straight into this one, that is the Moroccan surfer Teva Boshgua. So I haven't seen much of him, but it seems like he's a really talented surfer out of Morocco. And of course, he is going to look to get a good score on the board. Unfortunately, that's just going to be a short score in there. So you briefly saw us in studio there. It's Greg Emsley and Johan Frey just bringing you guys this heat, the round of 32, heat number 8. And like you were saying, Greg, Luke van Wyk, Luke Thompson, the local surfers. So Luke Thompson, he's just going to look to try and see if he can get some experience out there, just in terms of surfing some heats under his belt before that coveted Challenger Series event next week. And of course, Luke van Wyk, he's a talented surfer as well from the Cape Town area. He's going to be looking to qualify for next year's season via the qualifying series. So this, of course, a QS 2000 here at Ballito, the second stop of the 2025-26 calendar.
And watch these surfers on screen. They've seen a big set wave approaching, Johan. Check at them scratching. This could be a great wave.
Up and riding. This is Luke Thompson. And, whoa, loving that first opening turn. Drifts the fins. Another one for Thompson. He's looking strong, Greg.
Yeah, he's put together a couple massive turns. And that was a big wave. Not only on screen, but to the beach. I can tell you, the surfers paddled out to that wave. As they saw it, we saw it on screen. It would have had that anticipation. It would have been in the face of the judges. Luke Thompson getting the variety of the turns, those 3 big maneuvers, gets a big finish. I think Thompson could go excellent right off the start of the bat here with that wave.
100%. I mean, we've seen a couple of excellent rides. We saw Jose Faulkner a couple of heats ago. I think it was an 8.67. And this might just be another one. And that was really well surfed. I'm not sure what he could have done better on that wave. Mixed it up as well, drifted the fins. And I love how stable and solid he is on his surfboard. It doesn't look for a moment that he's going to come unstuck or go down. And that is Luke Thompson in picture. He is representing South Africa on the Challenger Series as well. And he's had some good results here at this event. I'm pretty sure last year, I think he took out the win here in this event presented by Flojos, the Ballito Open. That was Luke Thompson. So Luke Thompson is going to look to really find another good result here before he heads into that Challenger Series. So just taking a look at our screens, and we might have a possible opportunity here for our surfer in the green.
Yeah, so up and riding. This is Keijiro, and he was here last year. Really impressive, strong, goofy footer, straight up in that pocket. This one's reeling down the point. critical on those maneuvers. And Kajiro just absolutely ripping through that one. Luke Thompson on his second wave already, pushing strong through those turns. He's going to look for the boost, goes for the rotation, and he needs to get that board ahead. He does, so he rides out of that. So yeah, it was a good couple of rides there coming from Keijiro Nishi. Very strong on that backhand. I love how critical he got on those turns. And then Luke Thompson basically flying down the line all the way down into what they call Canaries, that next beach, and covering so much distance wide. We see that texture of the water, of the ocean, just starting to change. That easterly wind starting to pick up now. We've just sort of gone through the temperatures starting to rise, so that northwesterly wind has settled down, and as the temperatures heat up, this easterly wind will pick up. So we'll take note of that as well. And when you think about Thompson's first wave, how many more waves will we see that clean for the rest of the day with this onshore picking up?
Definitely. And just taking a look at our screens, this is our surfer in the green, Keijiro Nishi, the Japanese surfer. Oh, that's a beautiful turn. Look at this one. Another one. He's going to put another one into the inside section, and that's another completion for Nishi in the green. And as we say that, he's going to lock in another score. But that first score for Luke Thompson does drop in, Greg. Of course, he is our defending champion here at the Ballito Open, presented by Flojos, and showing us that he's got what it takes once again in 2025. It's an 8.67 for first of red, Luke Thompson. Wow.
Well, he started exceptionally strong. He hammered the finish with a massive turn at the end, so it had to always be that excellent score. But Keijiro Nishi, he's got two scores coming, and I think both of them are going to be really strong scores as well. I wouldn't be surprised, we got a score to come for Luke Thompson, but I wouldn't be surprised if Keijiro is actually in the lead after these two scores come in. I think that both these waves were exceptionally strong, and I think he's going to get two very good scores. And even though Thompson has that the 8.67, watch out for those scores for Keijiro. I think he did enough to impress the judges with those waves, and I think we're onto a super heat here, to be honest.
Definitely. And Keijiro Nishi, an exciting surfer out of Japan, had a great result last year at the Ballito Pro here in 2024. But here we go. Luke Thompson boosts, spins it around.
The beach is going absolutely mad. We can hear it in the background. I tell you what, the commentator, the crowd are absolutely loving the surfing.
Wow.
And we're quite a distance away from that. So when we hear that, we know that it's exciting action. And we're seeing those scores for Keijiro's first wave coming in. It's looking pretty good, but just in my head, I feel like his second wave was even better, and now we've got two scores to come from Thompson that are going to be decent backups as well. Sure, what a start to this heat. The first 10 minutes, it's been all, of course, Luke Thompson and Keijiro Nishi, but both of them just absolutely lighting up this lineup.
Definitely, Greg. Keijiro Nishi drops in a 6.83, and anticipating that last score to drop in for red as well. Watching this replay.
So Luke Thompson, how much speed, how much drive does he get? Look how much distance he's covering. This was the previous wave. He covered so much distance, went right across the beach, got that air rotation, and he seemed to finish. I mean, it wasn't that much of a ride out. So the judges might just look at that as not complete. And then watch this one, straight up into the lip, drives off the bottom, massive snap, drives again, straight up again, and then a huge finish. So that's another really well put together wave. That's got to be over the sevens in my opinion. And then this was the last wave from Thompson. Tail high, air reverse there. So that was a good talking point. And then the wave broke itself up and then stamped the finish. So this will go in Thompson's top two. But the airs haven't been scoring really high. And I still think that last wave of Keijiro is going to be in the 7 somewhere, and he'll find himself in first.
Yeah, good analysis there, Greg. That score does come in and right on the money. A 7.67 drops in for last of green, sorry, not red. 7.67. Keijiro Nishi now sitting with a 7.67 and a 6.83. That is the Japanese surfer currently in the lead. We do have a score dropping in for red, though. That was that tail high reverse. That would have made a good photo, that's for sure. I'm sure our WSL photographers are on the beach and they most likely caught that one. So score to come in for red, Luke Thompson. And right now it's just a battle between those two surfers. Nishi in the green, Thompson in the red. And of course surfers in the blue and white now looking for big scores. We've got 13 minutes remaining, and this has been an electric start. That score does come in, Greg. It's an 8.17 for last of red, Luke Thompson. So that's a heat total of a 16.84. That's the highest heat total of the day so far. Two excellent rides, and Luke Thompson is in a great position. We might look at a couple of replays here, Greg.
Yeah, so I'm thinking of that last wave coming in high. It's the highest scoring air, but why this would have happened is because it's on the outside section. It's not the end of the wave, so he's put all the risk into that first section. He then sticks with it, and the judges would have spoken about this, and then still gets a good finish. A lot of the airs have been a sort of check turn, and then a bit of speed, and then the air, and those have been coming in at the sort of sixes, maybe 6.5 through the day, and the judges would have gone, well, that was a big wave. He could have easily just sort of set up on that turn and then looked for the air at the end, which would be a safer option. But Luke Thompson attacking that first section, getting that tail high air rotation, and then comes out of it clean. The beach went mad, of course, as well, which helps things when the crowd's behind you, and then still gets the big finish. So getting the 8.17, and he's up again.
Here he goes, Luke Thompson, the informed surfer in this heat. He's going to progress down the line and maybe eye another ramp. Here we go. Luke Thompson, build speed, looking for it. And he's going to eject. He doesn't have to risk it, Greg. He is sitting with two excellent scores. That's Luke Thompson, an 8.67 and an 8.17. Man, I've been so impressed with him. He's already got a couple QS wins under his belt. I'm pretty sure at that Vic Bay Surf Pro. And I think, was it in eThekwini a while back that he took out the win as well. So Luke Thompson, looking great.
He did take out the eThekwini Pro a week ago. It was last week. Actually started off really slow in that final. He had Connor Schleipen in the final with him, and it was all Connor the first half of the heat, and Luke just didn't look like he was in the final. And then he suddenly found a wave. It was a 7.67 on a left, hunted the lineup, went straight back and found another good wave, and suddenly he was winning the heat. So he's very dangerous. He can make things happen exceptionally quickly. And you see in this heat, he's already on 4 waves, and the next Keijiro is on 2 waves. So he's had a lot more waves than the other surfers.
Yeah, this is the previous wave, the incomplete one, and you could just saw him eyeing that ramp. He ended up just kicking out, and it's really shallowed off just on that inside section, Greg, and it's providing a great canvas. I think we might have missed that one. That was Luke van Wyk up and riding as well. Just a quick short clip there of our surfer in the red ejecting, but here we go.
Yeah, this is Luke van Wyk. Floats the boat, but doesn't get around that section.
Yeah, surfer in the blue dropped in a 4-point ride. I'm not sure if it was that one that we just watched. That might have been live action. So it was a 4 that dropped in for surfer in the blue, Luke van Wyk, and he's another talented local surfer, and he competes under that regional WSL Africa qualifying series. So he is looking for a good result just to put points on the board and potentially qualify for next year's Challenger Series. But he's got a high task here. Reason being, Keijiro Nishi and Luke Thompson off to a great start. Specifically Thompson. Out of all the heats that we've seen this morning, I am very impressed with Luke Thompson. Of course, he's still quite a young guy in his early 20s, and he's already had experience as a wild card on the World Tour. One of the greatest, biggest prospects right now for South Africa to eventually make that tour is Luke Thompson. And he's showing us what he's got. He's also had some good finishes, some wins here in the Pro Juniors along the years, as well as in the QS event. And of course, a couple of years ago, I think he made the the round of 16 or the quarters, I think it was, here in the Challenger. So he's got lots of experience out here in Ballito, has Thompson, and he has been impressing. So 8.5 minutes remaining, a couple more paddles potentially.
Yep, Thompson having a look. And imagine being Kaijiro Nishi as we see this live action, sitting in second. He comes into a heat from the heat, and someone asks him, "How was your heat?" He goes, "Well, I killed it. I got a 7.67 and a 6.83. They said, "Oh, you must have smoked it." They go, "No, I still needed a 9.17 to go to first." And that is because Luke Thompson has had an absolute dream heat, 2 excellent scores, and this would be the highest heat total of competition so far as well.
Definitely. We're just going to look at a potential paddle. It does look like green up and riding.
Yep, Kaijiro again snaps it up over that section. I love that blue surfboard, deep blue, sure, and vertical attack for him. So he's looking strong on the backhand and surfing very critically right up in that pocket. And it's amazing how critical he is getting and still keeping that board and that board speed through those rotations off the top. Very quick, impressive, lightning fast surfer.
Definitely. And he's been a little bit quiet, has the Moroccan surfer, but here we go. Teva up and riding.
So looking strong on this one, Teva. Nice strong goofy foot. I love that turn. So that board looked really lightning fast through that last maneuver. But they're going to have to get better wave selection, because those waves on the backhand that we've seen Kaijiro getting have just been superior looking waves, and he surfed them really well. And
Here
you
we
see
go.
there, just hitting that one on the replay and just going from maneuver to maneuver. And this is Teva. Nice snap, nice wall, but you see those are face turns. They're not in the pocket. That last finish, that was the money turn on that wave. So it will be his best wave, but will still be after a solid number to attack that second place position. Currently third and fourth are comboed, looking for that 14.50 combination. So really they have their back against the wall, Van Wyk and Bosch Gua. We'll see where that last score does come in for White. I think, well, it will definitely, I'm pretty sure it will get him out of that combo situation, but he'll still need a solid number.
Yeah, Teva Boshgua, the Moroccan surfer. Quite a big lad, 6'2", 190 pounds. That's about 83, 84, 85 kgs. So he's got a lot of power that he throws in his surfing. Of course, competing here at the QS level. His best place, a 9th place finish at the Tagazout Bay QS 3000 earlier this year. And his score is going to lock on the board shortly, surfer in the white. But meanwhile, it seems like the clock has run pretty quick. It's been such an exciting heat, specifically from red and green. And Luke van Wyk, as well as Teva, still in that combination. It looks like White will, as you said, Greg, break that combo, but it's still not going to be an easy road to advance.
Yeah, maybe not, because Kainishi just improved his score with that 7.5, and look at that score line. Luke Thompson in red, 16.84, and Nishi with a 15.17. So huge heat totals for both these surfers, and definitely a bit of a super heat here on our hands from both red and green. Heat of the day for me so far. It's been absolutely fantastic, those scores.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to be talking about it later in the highlight reel. As you mentioned, that score did actually lock in for Nishi at a 7.5, which is a very solid number in terms of the context of the heats this morning. So under 5 minutes to go in this one, and the round of 32 heat number 8. Next up, we're going to be moving into our ladies round of 32, and we're excited for those heats. But just with about 4 minutes to go, it's looking pretty grim for our surfers in the blue and the white, looking for big scores.
Teva did actually break that combination though, so he's got that 5.93, so a good score, almost touching on 6 points for that last wave, but the requirement a 9.24, but he has broken that combination at least.
Good point there, Greg, and he's going to need something special. Currently the highest wave of the day belongs to Luke Thompson, an 8.67. He's got that backup of an 8.17, which is very solid, and he's got to be feeling confident. A heat total of a 16.84. We're definitely going to be talking about that in the highlights package. And with just over 3 minutes remaining in this one, surfers in third and fourth are going to need something special here.
So wind holding off for now. 3 minutes to go in this heat. You still see there's a few of those patches out there, but those will disappear as the land heats up and that easterly wind starts to blow. By this afternoon it's going to be a touch bumpy out here, so surfers out in the water will have to monitor these conditions and the changing of conditions. Tide is almost on the full low now, so it's full low tide just before 12 midday, and then into the afternoon pushing tide, picking up onshore wind. It's going to get tricky out through this lineup.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day out here, and I was actually on the beach and we were taking a look, and the beach is filling up, so proper festival vibes today, Greg. The Ballito Pro Festival, so we'll still be for more than a week actually. We're going to be leading into that Ballito Pro, so it's a great, nice, long run of events here in Ballito in the Kwadukuza area of the north coast, and we feel very blessed to be here. So with 2 minutes remaining in this one, it's all been red and green in this one. Of course, white drops in the 5.93, but red and green really just showcasing what they've got. Luke Thompson, Keijiro Nishi, and there might be one last roll of the dice here. Of course, it is Thompson in first priority, so he's sitting pretty right now, and he might just give this one a look, Greg.
Yo, he scratched hard, so the fitness looking good. Thompson up and riding, another big wall for him. Sets up that first turn. All right, now he's going to get that distance. Watch how much distance he covers. Each of those pumps, meters, woo, goes. That was almost a bit of a stale grab on that one, but yeah, just catching too much flight there and not controlling it. And yeah, so he's just going to reset. And this is the beauty of having two excellent scores in your score line early on. You can just go and have a bit of fun out there. And I talk about that distance he covers on each pump. It's amazing how quickly he does that. There's only a few surfers in the world, the very best, that can take off and actually accelerate like that. Geordie Smith, if you ever watch him at spots like J-Bay, one pump and he's just shooting down the line, covering distance. And we see Teva there with a flyaway air. And Luke Thompson's almost getting to that as well. Geordie's obviously superior. He's number one in the world for a reason with the yellow jersey. But it's that dynamic high line one pump, and your board can just shoot through the sections and gain that speed and momentum, I'll say.
100%. It just gives you a real great opportunity to go and hit it hard off the top. And I love to see the variety that Luke Thompson offers. I'm pretty sure that was a slob grab. So he went up with his left hand, a frontside mute. That's another word that they call it in the skateboarding. So that one originated from the skating, the mute or the slob. So Luke Thompson, nonetheless, he doesn't make it. Big flyaway. And what a performance by the surfer in the red. And it's going to be Keijiro Nishi advancing through. So this is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. Stick with us, guys, for more action. And welcome back to live action here of the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. And that's a beautiful look of our beach and what we are dealing with today. No complaints here on the North Coast. It's Saturday and it's a beautiful day. We've got some fun rollers running down the beach in the 2-foot range and some super fun peaks popping up. I am being joined in the booth here with my co-commentator, Mr. Greg Emsley. And we are really enjoying the vibes and the action today. So introducing these surfers, we have actually moved into the next round. It is the women's division, the round of 32. So in the previous one, we did see a conclusion there to the men's round of 32. And now we've moved on to the ladies. And I've looked at some of these heats and they are super stacked. A big international field coming through, but also a great opportunity for these young South African surfers. Natasha van Groenen, she is representing in the red singlet. She's a local surfer. We've also got Amuro Tsuzuki representing in the blue. She is from Japan. And then we have got Vahiti Timahano Inso from Hawaii. And she is representing in the white, as well as Wan Yu Chen from Chinese Taipei in the green.
Yep, this is a stacked heat. So Natasha van Groenen, the local surfer, up and riding, sets up, touch over that front foot, but now livening up, getting a nice strong turn for her, gets the combo up into the finish. So nice start for Tash. She's going to work this one for a score. And here we go, surfer in white, beautiful first turn, up and into the pocket, doesn't hold on to that. So wanting to finish that maneuver to fetch a decent score. So via hit Imahana, just going to have to reset. So we'll see where the scores come for that first of red, and that will set the scale for this round. Judges might take a bit of time just to set that scale. We are into a new division. We do have a little bit of a change in conditions out here. So let's just see. No huge fireworks from Tash, just loses that first bottom turn a little bit, but then a nice turn off the top, sets up, gets some rhythm and flow on this one, and then gets a little finish. So it's not going to be a huge score, but it's going to be a competitive score.
Yeah, here we go, up and riding the Hawaiian surfer.
This would have been a good score if she completed that final maneuver, because she was just in really good position on those turns, nice and critical, but via hit Imahana just needed to complete that maneuver. We'll get those scores shortly. Of course, we have out in the water Muro Tsuzuki as well. Watch out for her. She's been spending a bit of time here. I've obviously followed her career quite closely, being involved with Olympics, and at Tokyo, she in 2020 she did get the bronze medal. She was also coached at that point by a South African surfer, Wade Sharp. He was helping with the Team Japan, so I spent a lot of time with Wade. And here we go, up and riding and working this one. Nice, strong off the top, deep off the bottom. Gets the board facing the beach, riding out. So strong start there for Amuro. And down the beach, that is surfer in green. So Wang Yu Chen. So good start. All our surfers getting some sort of start here. It also gives our judges a nice little scale to set, and that will of course affect the rest of the round. So I'm not sure, who do you think is going to be the best of that opening? I'm going for Amuro. I think she had the most, she stamped the best ride.
Yeah, 100%. Some good looking waves on the horizon as well. Here we go with the Hawaiian Inso, and she's going to get 2 turns off the top.
Strong surfer, and I love the speed and the projection she gets out of her board. I like her board, looks like it's got a bit of length on it. It's not too short and sort of skippy. She's got nice control and drive out of that board. So looking really positive on those turns, and you sort of want to give those turn scores because of the projection and the drive she gets through those maneuvers. It looks impressive.
Yeah, and I'm sure these surfers would be stoked to get out in the water. It's looking pretty inviting out there. We've got some consistent conditions, and here's this last replay from Amuro Tsuzuki.
Yep, she combos it up and then a nice free falling turn. So for me, that was the best of those openers. We see this last wave from Vahit Imahana. Watch these turns, drives through those turns. So for a 17-year-old, these are strong maneuvers. She's quite a tall girl and looking very impressive on that last wave.
Yeah, so scores to drop in for the Hawaiian, as well as our surf in the green. Here she goes up again. This is Wan Yu Chen. That's going to be a throwaway score there. Just hops off the back. So the judges taking their time. They've got some work on their hands here to just set the scale for the round of 32 heat number 1 for our women. And in picture there, that's green Wan Yu Chen paddling back out to establish priority. So priority now sitting with Natasha van Groenen in the red, the local South African, the only one in this heat. And of course, this is quite a valuable contest for Natasha because she's gaining points and momentum for next year's Challenger Series.
Yeah, and interesting girl, Tash. She's a very clever girl. She sits on the board of Surfing South Africa. She's a surfers rep for the ISA International, and she's very involved with surfing. I'll talk more about her because we're going to be seeing her up and riding. So on a good-looking wave here, setting up deep off the bottom, nice turn off the top, but just looking like her footing was a bit off on that wave. I don't think that's going to be, I think her first score is going to be the better number. But Tash as well, she studied a BSc Honours in Environmental Management and Science, as we see this replay. So a really clever girl and putting back into surfing. She also, when I talk about giving back to surfing, last year she hosted a girls camp for girls aged 10 to 17, and she called it the Her Surf Spirit. It was a 2-day event and included competition practice as well as physical training. Her biggest goal, she wants to make it to Los Angeles 2028. She wants to partake in that Olympics, so she's working towards that. And she also claims, and I do believe her, that she has had a hole-in-one in golf.
Wow.
Playing around with her granddad.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Talented young lady, smart, athletic. That's Natasha van Groenen. Her first wave did drop in, Greg. It's a 4.83 for Natasha. And it does look like surfer in the blue dropped in a pretty good wave. It was a 6.33 for Amuro Tsuzuki. And then pretty good number as well for surfer in the white. It drops in at a 6.17 for our surfer from Hawaii. And then a 2.5 for first green. Okay, so it looks like the judges have locked all those scores onto the board. And it looks like Amuro, you were spot on there. She gets the better over surfer in the white, but some pretty decent numbers dropping in here.
Yeah, solid start for Amuro. And we also saw the Hawaiian surfer in white, Inso, getting that 617. So Tash van Groenen does have the 4.83 and the 417. It's okay for now, but it won't be enough at the end. She needs to start looking for one of those sixes of her own if she wants to match white and blue. And I just look at the field of surfers in this event, the amount of internationals in both men and women. Of course, these points count to the 25-26 Africa, WSL Africa QS ratings, but a lot of these points are going to go to international surfers. So a lot of points are going to go to waste, is what I'm saying. If you are in surfing on that Africa series and from the region, if you can get ahead and steal some of those big points, especially 1, 2 or 3 somewhere up there, you're going to have a serious advantage. So all these surfers, they know that points are going to get taken away from them, but if you can get that win or come second, it's going to be a major bonus, and where a lot of the field are going to get left behind in this one.
Definitely, and as you were mentioning, Greg, a lot of these points on offer for the local surfers. So for the international surfers, it's just an opportunity to get some heats under their belt, but very important heat for Natasha van Groenen. She's already got a first place finish. She's won a QS this year at the Vic Bay Surf Pro. She got a second place at the SA Open in surfing. But those, of course, were allocated towards the 2025 season. So this, of course, is the start of the 26th season, or the second event of the 26th season, potentially 26th season for next year's Challenger Series. So Natasha is going to look to qualify for that, and she might just get going on this one.
Yeah, Tash up and riding, so it's a bit of a quicker wave. Under priority, so she just thought keep hunting. It's not a bad idea, but I think for Tash, she's got those 2 4-point rides to her name. She needs to just get that priority, put the handbrake up for a bit, and find a special wave. Make sure she can get in the 6s or the 7s if she wants to compete with white and blue in this one. Yeah, I'm just thinking the first event was eThekwini Pro, and that was won by Sarah Baum. I saw Lilius Tabai coming in second, but I don't see her name in the draw, which is quite interesting, unless I've missed it. But yeah, sitting in second, interesting that you wouldn't be at this one when she was here a week ago.
I think I see her name on the list here in Heat 8, which is upcoming. So we might see her a little later. But here we go with green, Wan Yu Chen, and the surfer from Chinese Taipei going down. So
right, yeah, you're right. Her name is there. I missed that. So that's going to be interesting. And she is in the heat with Sarah Baum as well. And they came first and second in the first event. So that's an interesting talking point.
yeah, I'm just looking at these heats coming up, and we've got some really stacked ones, some world-class surfers coming up. We're going to see the likes of some of the best aerial surfers in terms of the women coming up as well. And here we go with our surfer in the green, and she couldn't quite find the finish, the young lady in the green singlet. So she's going to go down, and it does come in at a 2.93. And at the moment, we've got just under 13 minutes remaining in this one, the round of 32, heat number 1. And it is the surfer in the white, currently in the lead. That is Vahiti Mahana Inso, the Hawaiian surfer, sitting with a 617 and a 3.17. And then, of course, Natasha van Groenen dropping in the 417 along with the 483 is currently in second. But Suzuki in the blue only looking for a 2.67. And as mentioned...
Can I interrupt you?
Go for it.
Biggest wave of the day coming out the back. Check at that thing. It's already peaking.
Wow. It's rolling in.
Who's on?
And it's going to be blue.
Oh, absolute cracker of a wave. Look at this massive layback snap off the top. And Amuro comes unstuck. Doesn't hold on to that maneuver. I think she would have been rewarded well for that big maneuver considering the size of that wave. It's amazing how that just sort of peaked outside. And I've been sort of watching these charts. I did expect this to be bigger today. I didn't expect it to be as small as it was this morning. There's lots of water, a lot of movement in the deep south with swells. And watch this massive Larry layback. I reckon she was going for 8s on that one maneuver. It was just such a big turn if she had made that on a big wave. But there's a lot of storm activity, and actually tomorrow it sort of seems the same. But looking sort of further down the coast, East London, J Bay, the Wild Coast, there's actually a bump in the swell tomorrow. So there's another one filling in here, but I'm not sure what sort of effect we'll have here at Ballito. But there is a bit of action out there. There's swell.
For sure, consistent break. It's always got something. Even when it's smaller, there's a little bit of punch in these waves as well. And then, of course, when it gets bigger, as we watched yesterday, some big 6-footers, and then you get to see some barrel rides as well as some massive turns. So, unfortunately, that last one for blue, it came in at a 1.07, but she probably would have added on another 7 points to that if she completed that. That's Amuro Suzuki, the 24-year-old from Shonan in Japan, and a very talented young surfer in the blue. Wow, I would have loved to see her make that, Greg.
Sure, that was, but committed, eh? It was.
Very
that's
committed.
the type of surfing you got to do on tour these days. It's it's all or nothing. And if you don't go for it, if you pull back, you're not going to get the scores anyway. So you've got to go hard, go big or go home, so they say.
Yeah.
Another talking point here is Wan Yung Chen. She's been doing a few the junior events as well. She's actually taken part in the Rookie Rippers. It was the O'Neill Rookie Rippers presented by Smith Shapes. She also took part in the O'Neill Smith Shapes Pro Junior, and now in this one. But the talking point is, I've watched all her heats and she's got smaller scores, but she's looking a lot more confident. And I've been checking the free surf with her crew. I feel they're improving. Just while they're here, their surfing's improving. It's, you with a lot of the world's best surfers, and just surfing and free surfing with them lifts your surfing, and that's what I've seen from her for sure.
Up and riding, surfer in the blue. She is going to find a finish. That's Amuro Tsadzuki, and she's going to lock another score in the board. And it's good you say that, Greg. It's just a great opportunity for these young surfers, and we've seen it over and over and over. Some of the most successful surfers that have actually represented on the tour have been here at a young age, but just the replay, a nice slow-mo there. And I like how she really leaned into that turn, and she found the completion.
Yeah, that's something that Amuro has been working on. That's almost becoming her signature turn, that heavy hitting, sort of a layback into that finish. She really pushes hard on that maneuver. I think that's going to go into her top two for sure. She completed that maneuver, and that's going to put her in an advancing position. Natasha van Grienen is going to drop out of the top two and will need to find a score. But Amuro, you don't see many girls pushing that hard on those closeout turns, and it's definitely something that she sees as an advantage, and she's working at surfing to her strengths.
Yeah, definitely a point of difference there, and that's what the judges will be eyeing closely, is looking to see just how critical they're getting into that section. And just looking at that last one, it was only one turn, but here is a little replay, last of blue, and really pushing that rail, leaning back into it, throwing her weight across, and throwing a bit of spray as well.
But the one turn, but she has only got a 1.07 in her scoreline, so that will replace that. And there it is, a 5.17, so she goes straight up into first. So that turn fetching her a solid score. So judges acknowledging how hard she pushed on those turns, how critical it was, and how much risk as well, because where she's pushing so hard off the top, there's every chance, like we saw that previous wave, where that nose can catch on the front and you don't go complete. So the amount of risk in that maneuver is getting her that solid score.
Definitely. She looks confident though, and there's her in screen, the Japanese surfer in the blue, our current heat leader here in the round of 32, heat number 1, and that pushes Vahiti Mahana Inso down to second. So the Hawaiian now in second. Red, Natasha van Groenen is looking for a 4.52 to jump back up to that advancing spot. Then Wan Yu Chen in the green requiring a 6.41.
So if you look at first priority, it is with Vahiti Mahana, and she's dropping a 3.17. So she's looking like she's just settled down with that priority. She wants to find that one good wave to extend the scoreline. So if you think about where Natasha van Grienen is sitting realistically, she's got to be looking for a 6-point ride or better. Otherwise, she's just not going to be competitive. Still 6 minutes to go. You'd have to say that Vahiti Mahana is going to improve when she gets that opportunity.
Definitely. I really like what we've been seeing from her so far.
So Tash does have second priority. She can't rush it though. She can't look for smaller waves. She's going to need a set wave with those big sections and put together those strong backhand turns that she has, and really show the judges that she wants a solid score here.
Definitely. And just lots of action down here in Ballito, and just taking a nice look. That wouldn't be a bad view, Greg.
For me it would. I'm a little bit scared of heights.
I'd rather be in the water.
I have jumped out of a plane before, and it wasn't my best experience. I've got the video in a safe because my eyes were almost popping out of my head. If anyone gets hold of it, it's a good laughing point. But yeah, that view. You think about the local birds in the area, the hardy daws, as we see up and riding. Another nice little slap for Amuro. And the hardy daws, have you ever heard them early morning?
Oh yeah.
Shame,
You
they
want
also...
to interpret what sound they make?
No, well, they're also scared of heights like me, so
Oh, wow.
that's why they make such a noise. They're frightened.
I was waiting for that. Yeah, Amuro Suzuki, she just goes for that turn, and it seems like she's got it on lock, Greg, just looking at a replay.
Yeah, it's definitely a signature turn. She's really worked on that. I love the layback, and it's not just, it's a good layback. You know, you do get some laybacks that are a bit lame. You'll see Tash van Groenen going down, but that's it's a power layback. She's really pushing through it, and she's identified that that's a good turn. It's her strength, and working on that maneuver and getting the scores for it.
Yeah, so she's going to lock in another one, and looking confident is the Japanese surfer in the blue, being on Natasha van Groenen. She's going to lock in a wave as well. Don't think it's going to be good enough for her, but we meanwhile going for surfer in the green here. A little bit of a smaller wave and looking for the completion. So like you were saying earlier, Green is looking confident. She's surfed a couple heats, but she needs and desperately needs just a bigger wave that has a bigger closeout with more substance to hit. And unfortunately, she's going to have to go back to the drawing board. Is Wan Yu Chen. We've got 3.5 minutes remaining, so red and green still looking for scores to advance.
Yeah, and she's having fun out here. We've also seen her brother, Bo Yu Cheng. He's only 11 years of age. They've both just been free surfing so much. Their coach has been helping them. And I tell you what, watch out for them, because they're yet to improve, and improving they are. So down to 3 minutes. And our mate in the air is having a bit of fun out there.
Yeah, Saturday morning down here. So guys are just enjoying the festive vibes. He must have flown in and seen, oh, there's something happening down here. This is a good view to watch the surfing.
He's got more trust in that fan on his back than I have, I tell you what. But what a view it must be from up there.
Yeah, so just a beautiful view there of what we're dealing with today on the north coast. The beautiful Kwadukuza area of KwaZulu-Natal. And of course, it's just beach vibes here in the middle of winter. There's no better place to be in South Africa right now than Ballito. And yeah, Greg and I, we migrated from the south, and we are stoked to be up here in the north, just enjoying some of the warmer weather. Of course, much more subtropical in this area. So a lot of the surfers are wearing boardies. They are in those shorter suits, and they're enjoying the warm water and the warm vibes. And we do have 2 minutes remaining. It is the surfer in the blue, Amuro Suzuki, who is in a good position with the Hawaiian Inso in second. And will there be time for surfer in the red and green with under 2 minutes to go?
So surfer in white, Vahite Mahana, has actually been sitting for quite some time with that first priority. She's played the game really well. She would have listened to the commentator, figured out what the other surfers need, and there haven't been much scoring opportunity. You see Tash van Groenen used second priority and only got a 0.73. So smart surfing from surfer in white. She'll only use that priority when it's needed. And green up and riding. So just going down on that one. But Vahiti Mahano will, she'll want to get another score in that score line. It's nice to get rid of that the score, that 3.17. And she's going to have a look here. She's going to try and finish this heat strong, up and riding.
Yeah, she had priority there, so good choice to take that one with Tash van Groenen looking for a wave, and she's going to complete it there. The Hawaiian for Hiti Mahana Inso, and she's currently in that second advancing position. Will there be an opportunity for red? Natasha van Groenen, last of green, is going to come in, and it won't be enough. Green also requiring a wave, but we only have 35 seconds remaining, and we might look at a replay here potentially. You can see, Greg, it was white and it was red, and white had priority, and she pretty much had to take that wave off red.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just Just a quick incomplete wave there for surfer in green. And this one is of course winding down. So it doesn't look like there will be an opportunity. It doesn't look like it. It's just too late for Tash van Krienen. Good looking wave, but it's going to be after the siren and gets just the one maneuver. But we did see an improvement as well from Vahiti Mahana on that last wave.
Yeah, so coming in, it's going to be our surfers in the white as well as our surf in the blue taking first and second. So thanks for sticking with us, guys. This is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. We'll be right back.
It's the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. We are into heat 2 of the round of 32 in the women's division. In this heat, introducing these surfers to you, we've got Anastasia Fenter in red, Teresa Bonvelo in blue, Nahano Tsuzuki in white, and Reed van Wagener in the green singlet. 25-minute heat. We've got 4 ladies out there. 2 will advance, and 2 will be knocked out of competition at this stage. It's the round of 32. I'm Mike Frew, and joining me in the booth to commentate this heat is Tasha Mentasti. Tasha doubling up roles this event. Tasha running the WSL in Africa, and also on the commentary team for this year's Ballito Pro. Tash, you've just come off the beach. You're on beach commentary there as well for some of the previous heats. Looks like we've got a little bit of a ruffle on the water at the moment. It's just a light northeasterly breeze, but goodness me, it's consistent and there's some good waves coming through on the low tide.
No, and Mark, you know what, it's a different beach compared to what we saw this morning with that round of 34 women's. It was only one heat, but there must have been about 8 waves surfed and nothing of scoring potential like we're seeing now. So the tide was playing a massive negative factor this morning. There's lots of opportunity out there now. That first girls' heat, our highest single wave came in at a high 6. I think there's a lot more scoring opportunity out there. You're right in saying that little ruffle. If you look at your screen, you can see there's almost like a little bump on that wave face. It is going to be a little challenging, but the difference is there's lots of waves coming through the lineup, and that's what the athletes are looking for.
So low tide this morning at 11:03. So we just sort of passed that low tide mark. It's 20 to 12 local South African time here in the KwaZulu region of South Africa. And we do have a score on the board. It's our surfer in the red singlet, Anastasia Fenter, a 1.67. That was her first wave. She's actually had 2 waves, and her second wave, a 2.33. So Anastasia Fenter, Tash, in the red singlet out in the water. She won the Nelson Mandela Pro Junior event earlier in the year. She's up against Teresa Bonvelo. Teresa got a 3rd in the Challenger Series event in Australia a little while ago, so she's a very high seed and experienced competitor in this heat, as we see the second wave there of Anastasia. Then we also have Nananaho Tsuzuki. Her best result this year is a 5th at the Phillip Island Pro, which is a big event. And then we have Reed van Wagener from the USA. And she has 2 finals so far this year. She's got a 2nd at the Slow Cal Open in Pismo, And then she also got a second place at the BTMI Barbados Pro. So she's already made 2 finals this year, looking to try and improve that with a win here at the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. So stacked heat. We've got 3 international competitors and young Anastasia Fenter representing South Africa in red.
Yeah, and Anastasia, I mean, still a pro junior. She actually represented Africa on the Challenger Series in 2024. So she's been on that big stage before. It's an incredible surfing family, the Fenter family. All kids surf. There's even a younger, very young 4th sibling who's got into the water as well, and dad surfs. So, they cruise along the coastline. They're an incredible family, and it's great to see Anastasia out here. And I know she's looking for a good result, but this is live action.
So that's our surfer in green. It's Reed van Wagener from the USA. As I said, she's already got 2 finals on the WSL this year, a second at the SlowCal Open in Pismo and a second at the BTMI Barbados Pro, and showing that form coming here into Ballito. Opening wave in the heat number 2 of the round of 32 in the ladies. Important on your first wave in a heat like this, Tash, to ride out clean. You don't want to fall on your first wave, because whatever the score is, it does set the base for the rest of the heats for you. And we'll await that score to come in for Reed van Wagener. Anastasia Fenter has had 2 waves, a 1.67 and a 2.33.
Yeah, and I think you got a good point there, Mike. We want to build house. The biggest thing with competitive surfing is managing the heats, managing the time. In the amateur side of things, mostly it's a 20-minute heat. What we're seeing now with WSL events is we're giving 25 minutes. That's kind of the minimum requirement. We push it down to 20 minutes if we are pushed for time, really, because of conditions. But that extra 5 minutes makes such a difference. And you're so right in saying if you can start with an average score, that's your base, that's your foundation. And there's the score for the lady in the green singlet, 4.17. So a good start for Reed van Wagener.
So Reed van Wagener has a score on the board. It's a 4.17 out of 10 points. And she can now build on that through the heat. If you look at your leaderboard in the top left, Reed van Wagener in the lead now with that 4.17. Anastasia Fenter's in second. Her score is made up of a 1.67 and a 2.33. We await the opening ride for surfer in blue, Teresa Bonvelo and Nanako Tsuzuki, our surfer from Japan.
Like Teresa Bonvelo, and Teresa's been coming to Ballito for a while. She's definitely been coming here a couple of years, so she knows this break. She has been able to get through a couple of heats in the Challenger Series last year, so at the Ballito Pro, so no stranger here, and wanting to get a result. Like we've said, this is a QS 2000, it's an Africa qualifier, so why are we seeing all these international surfers? They're using it as a practice run. I was saying, it's about managing time, managing 25 minutes, and this is perfect practice ground for it.
So Tash, on the ladies' side, it's the same as the men's in terms of how you qualify onto the Challenger Series. If you're a competitor in the Africa region, and that extends from Morocco all the way down to Cape Town, if you are competing on that, you would take part in one of or a couple of the 7 events that are on offer. Your top 5 results will count. Then on the ladies, is it the top 2 after that they would then qualify for the Challenger Series?
Yeah, so it works out. So you're pretty much entering events to earn points. As much as there is prize money, that's not the focus point. It's the points. So your top 2 highest ranked women on the Africa rankings for the 25-26 QS season, they will represent Africa on the 2026 Challenger Series. Sounds confusing.
Right, Nanako Tsuzuki up and riding. A good clean wave to open up her account, our surfer in white. She makes that end section. The judges place very critical emphasis on that end section, Tash. Traditionally, when the waves are a little bit bigger, like we saw yesterday, it's a difficult section. But if you ride the wave out nice and clean, the judges like that. They want you to complete the wave at the back. Just a quick in and out. Well, she did get 2 turns for Reed van Wagener from the USA. She's got a 4.17, Whatever she scores on that wave will go into her top 2 and most likely extend her lead at the moment in the heat further. We wait for the first wave of white, Nanaho Tsuzuki, to come in. Nanaho, just that one wave with a nice closeout turn. As soon as that drops in, she could move up the leaderboard, because if you have a look at red and blue, they didn't score a lot on their opening waves. And at the moment, we see Reed van Wegener out in the lead. Nanaho Tsuzuki's opening wave, a 4.67. It's the highest of the heat so far. That pushes her up into second. The reason she didn't get the lead is because Reed van Wegener has got 2 waves, a 4.17 and a 3.33. So she's leading the heat with 2 scores. This is our lady that's currently in second place.
Do you know what I liked about that? The projection out of that turn. So one turn, a 4.67. Says a lot.
And that was the second wave of Reed van Wegener. So Tash, I keep going back and thinking about that judging criteria that we were discussing in previous heats, and riding out a turn, especially the end section, with forward momentum. And the judges want to see the nose of the board come out after a final maneuver out the foam and with forward momentum. I'm not sure if you caught Luke Thompson's heat a couple of heats ago. He had one wave where he had an incredible first turn and then put on the gas, accelerated down the line and did a massive aerial. And he landed, but it was a bit wobbly in the whitewater. And if you look at that very critically, the nose didn't come out and he had no forward momentum, and they actually rewarded him with a 2.
Wow.
And a lot of folks on the beach were like, what, a 2 for that? But it was important. The final maneuver was deemed incomplete.
Yeah, and the athletes are given these judging notes before the day starts. Live action. Anastasia Venter, the South African, just a 1 hit. She's going to want to find a better way that's going to allow her to put in 2 to 3 turns if she wants to advance through this heat. But for me, the judging notes thing, it used to only be with championship tour events. It was given to the elite. It's now filtered down into the regions. I think it's fantastic because we all want to compete, but sometimes we don't always know what the judges are looking for. So those notes are only given out once the judges and head judge, specifically tour manager or event director, they've assessed the morning conditions, they've watched the free surfing, they can see what potential there is out there, and then they either add to their notes or take something away based on conditions. So the athletes know what the judges are looking for before the siren starts of the first heat of the day.
So I often see the contest director and the head judge down here at the Ballito Pro. They arrive on site at about 6 o'clock in the morning.
Correct.
It only gets light here at around 6:45, and the two of them stand there in the dark watching it get light for about 45 minutes. I thought they were just looking at the sunrise. But what they're actually doing is they're assessing conditions, and they're looking at how many sets are coming through every 20 minutes, or rather every 25 minutes. Are those contestable waves? How many scoring waves are in the 20 minutes? And then they establish what they're sort of looking for through the day, and then they share that with the surfers. So that's some great insight there, Tash.
Yeah, and we also always have to be a little like a step ahead almost, like plan for the worst. So this morning there were already discussions about changing to a different location, just to the right of the screen at a different sandbank. But those discussions were being had already at 6:30 a.m. Number one, to prepare and make sure, could we do this? If we're going to do this, how long is it going to take? Do we have to put the contest on hold? There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes compared to what we just see watching on the stream or being at the beach and listening to the commentators. I'm really stoked. It's a great team that we have behind the scenes. Everyone works very well together. There's a lot of input, though, with the athletes' reps as well, Mike. So I must say, it's not just 2 people making a decision. It's a couple of people making a decision, and there is always communication to the athletes' reps to get their opinion as well.
Great to get that insight from someone who has access to the inner workings of how these events are put together. Out in the water, that's a nice turn from our surfer in green, Reed van Wegener. She has a 4.17 and a 3.33 in the lead prior to this exchange of rides. And we see a great finish there from our surfer in the white singlet, Nanaho Tsuzuki.
Yeah, I like her style.
She's got a 4.67. It's the highest single wave of the heat. That's her second wave. So I think we could see a shake-up here. Leaderboard is showing her currently in third place prior to that wave. Got a score still to drop in. Now, this is Teresa Bonvelo. She has only had the one wave, a 2.43. She backs that up with 2 turns on a left-hand braking wave. And she will now be in the discussion. She'll have 2 scores on the board, and she'll have a nice base to build the rest of her heat on. So we wait for last of white and last of blue, and then let's see where that leaves the South African Anastasia Venter. She's up and riding, Tash.
Yeah, she's utilized her priority, and once again, unfortunately, just, not finding a wave that's going to give her any scoring potential. So giving up an opportunity there with having that first priority. This heat's gone quickly. We're already down to under 10 minutes. I want to go back to Nanaho Tsuzuki. I'm really enjoying how the speed that she has on the waves. You can see she's almost a little bit more front-footed, so there's a little bit more weight on her front foot. She's using her arms to lead, and she's projecting out of those turns, which is really good. It's going to be interesting to see where that score comes in it, because the 4.67 was one turn.
So Nanaho has quite a low center of gravity, uses her knees, bends, crouches down into those turns, and that lower center of gravity does make it easier
to complete.
To put it simply, basically just to balance when you're coming out of the turns. But scores still dropping in for that last of green. Nope, sorry, I mean last of blue and last of white. So as soon as that's in, let's look at the situation. If you have a look on your screen at the moment, there's 9 minutes remaining. Nanaho Tsuzuki and Teresa Bonvelo in white and blue, just with one score each, a 4.67 and a 2.43. That's about to change as the scores come in. Teresa Bonvelo, an uncharacteristic fall on her second turn there. So scores are in. Nanaho Tsuzuki's last wave, a 5.43, and we still wait for Teresa Bonvelo's left, that one with the two turns.
Yeah. Could
So
come in,
that's,
could be close. Could be really close.
That wave of Nanaho is a 5.43. It's the highest of the heat so far. Tash, the one with the two turns. Let's see what the judges thought of Teresa's wave by comparison. Meanwhile, we have live action. It's the South African Anastasia Venter. Gets a little stuck, but sticky on the top of that lip. Not able to generate some flow out of it. And she'll paddle back out. She's had the most waves in the heat. That was Anastasia's 6th wave. Out of her 6 waves, Tash, she's had a 2.33 on her second wave. And then her 4th wave was a 2.83. So just one score still to come for the judges. Teresa Bonvelo, our surfer in the blue, who's currently in 3rd. She required a 5.07 to go to 2nd, and we have a
she's got 3rd priority. She's sitting in 4th, but
a score still outstanding.
yeah, she's got that score outstanding. So both 3rd and 4th place surfers have got a pair of 2s. That's not going to get you through a heat. You definitely need to get an average score. So anything from a 4 to a 5.9 falls in that average scale. Anything from 6 points to a 7.9 is a good score, and that's what you really want. How are we able to get a good score out here? It's definitely a 2 or 3 turn combo. And judges are definitely deliberating.
So that left of Teresa Bonvelo, we see some early scores dropping in. It's going to be the best of the heat. It's a 6.33 Tash, as we see live action, hard off the bottom. Wow, what a beautiful bottom to top turn combination. 2 of them from the surfer in white, Nanaho Tsuzuki. Oof, that was an incredible wave. Fast, fluid surfing, snappy into those turns. But importantly, she connected the dots across those turns with it looks seamless.
She's reading the wave really well, yeah. And like that seamlessness that you talk about, that's flow for us in the judging criteria. And I really enjoy her surfing. I also like that little flair. She's got that. She just tweaks that tail just a little bit, but doesn't lose the speed.
So Nanaho Tsuzuki, we await her last wave to drop in. Teresa Bonvelo, we were discussing her score as Nanaho took off on that wave. So Teresa on the left, Tash, scores a 6.33. That was her best wave of the heat. Backs it up with a 2.43. So Nanaho Suzuki is going to stay in the lead here. She's got a 5.43 and a 4.67. My personal favorite wave of the heat is still waiting to drop in. It's an 8.5. Wow. So goes into the excellent range for our surfer in white, Nanaho Suzuki, an 8.5 and a 5.43, putting pressure on the other three competitors here. So we're down to 5 minutes or so remaining. Nanaho in the lead from the surfer in the blue. Look at this wave, Tash.
Yeah, she, first turn in the corner pocket, but there's no downtime here. She maintains her speed. She maintains her flow. There's variety in her maneuvers, and she looks like she's in control. Personally, I mean, I've watched this young lady over the years, and she's not even in third gear yet. She's just getting started. I mean, this is her first heat in Ballito for 2025, and the 8.5 that she's just scored on her third ride, it's a single highest wave score of the women's division here for the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. Looking good. An 8.5, a backup score of 5.43. It's a good start for your campaign.
You know what I love is when a surfer doesn't take their foot off the gas through those maneuvers. And, when she went from the bottom into that top turn, she didn't lose any speed. No speed loss throughout that first turn. And she did it 3 times. And beautiful flow throughout. That low center of gravity being used really well. You could see how she was pushing the turns because the spray was flaring out of the back. And she's rewarded with an 8.5, which goes into the excellent range. Looking at the leaderboard on the top left there now, Nanaho Suzuki's got an 8.5 and a 5.43. Teresa Bonvelo, she's in second. She would need close to an excellent score, a 7.61, to take the lead away from Nanaho. Reed van Wagener, who was in the lead earlier in the heat, is now down to third with a 4.17 and a 3.3. She needs a 4.6 to move into second and advance. Anastasia Fenter looking for a 5.94. We've seen some great surfing in this heat so far, and that 8.5 really just miles out in front. It's the only excellent score of the heat so far, Tash. But if you look at surfer in green and red, they need a 4.6 and a 5.94, more than achievable. It's not a big score required, and we're down to 3 minutes. Let's have a look at that 8.5 because this is a good indication of what the judges are looking for. Speed, power, flow, Tash.
Yeah, and this is going to be the comparison for this round. There's the tight turn in the pocket, no speed loss. There's the little variation. You can see she flared that tail out a bit, but still didn't lose speed and aggressively went into that closeout section to ride out of it. So a 3-turn combo for an 8.5. Then we saw Teresa Bonvelo with a 6.33 for a 2-turn combo. So she's definitely right there. She's not going to be happy with her second, but the comparison for this round of 32 women will now be the 8.5 held by Nanaho Suzuki. I actually want to see what board she's riding.
I reckon
might have to do a test drive.
I'd like to see how big the board was. I reckon it's probably she's not a big lady. It's like probably a 5.4, 5.5, and. Have a look at this, just a wave. This is an important wave here for Anastasia Fenter with 2 minutes remaining. Not a lot of time left in the heat for the young South African to try and advance. What I really liked about that 8.5 as well is you and I, in all of our heats, have gone back to this lateral versus vertical discussion. And what she did there is if you had to draw on that wave, it was like S turns that she was doing. It wasn't a big wave. It was like 3 foot.
Yeah.
But she manages to put that board right up at the lip and S turn down straight into the next one. And really rotating it around. Beautiful surfing.
But it also means she's utilizing the full extent of the wave. She's not surfing from the midsection of the wave. She's not staying too high. She's dropping down to the bottom, driving off the bottom. So igniting or activating her rails, and that's how she's keeping her speed going.
I was just thinking, how could she have improved that wave maybe to push it into the 9s, right? Those first 2 turns, there's not much more I don't think you could have done. The last turn was doing the job on that end section, okay? And the tail flared out. I reckon if she'd managed to just get even a little bit of air on that end section, that thing would have gone into the 9s.
Yeah, for sure.
Because of the variety, maybe. The extra variety.
For sure. I agree with you. But I also feel that was a small wave. I think if she had got a better wave, that's when she could have gone into the 9s.
So talking about small waves, A little insider there for Teresa Bonvelo. Teresa looking to drop that 263 as part of her top 2 scores. So smart surfing. We didn't actually notice that. She still had a 263 as part of her scores there, Tash. And that's with 30 seconds to go. We'll just add extra pressure now. She replaces it with a 3.5, which now puts even more pressure on Reid van Wagener and Anastasia Venter with 25 seconds to go in the heat.
Yeah, not long left. And who's got priority? So the lady in the green singlet sitting in third and looking for a 5.67. You're going to have heard throughout the heat, oh, my competitor got a 6.33, then an 8.5. So can she do this? Well, she's got 5 seconds on the clock. She's got priority, but she needs to get into a wave.
And doesn't manage to get onto that one. You can see the heat is counting down at the top there, just 1 second left. They are waiting for a couple scores to drop in, and it looks like we'll close out the heat with a very nice win there for Nanaho Suzuki, with Teresa Bonvelo in second. Third going to Reid van Wagener, and fourth place Anastasia Venter. Stay tuned, lots more action coming up from the Ballito Open presented by Flojos here in South Africa. Welcome back. This is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos as part of the Ballito Pro 2025 in the Kwadakuza region of South Africa. In this heat, up and riding, it's Kana Nagashio from Japan opening up her accounts in heat number 3 of the round of 32. So that is our surfer in white. She will be competing against surfer in red, Gabriella Herbst, a local here from Durban in South Africa. Remy Fourie, another South African competitor, will be wearing the blue singlet. And then Janire Gonzalez Echebarri will be wearing the green singlet. Another loaded heat. I'm Mike Frew. Tasha Mentasti will be calling this heat alongside me in the booth. Nice opening ride there, Tash, for our surfer in white.
Yeah, great. 2-turn combo. Good start. Building house for Kana Nakashio. Apologies if I've got that wrong. I will try again. But
So
very similar to what we saw in the previous heat. So definitely watching her fellow countrywoman advancing and getting that 8.5. And a good start. The 2-turn combo. That's what we're looking for.
looks like that score starting to drop in. It's going to be a solid score for Kana Nakashio.
Thank you.
A 5.5. That is a nice score to start a heat with. And in the first 2 minutes, Tash, she's got a great
And another
score
wave.
on the board. And then she goes wider down the bank. And she would have seen her fellow countrywoman, Nanaho, getting or Nanaho in the previous heat doing that. Would have been inspired. Remy Fourie also opening up her account with some smooth surfing on her backhand in this heat number 3 of the round of 32 of the ladies.
Yeah, so for us South Africans, we know of Remy Fourie, but to the rest of the world, this is actually her first ever QS that she's competing in. She also competed in her first Pro Junior event. It was the Ballito Pro Junior, so she's just been competing on the amateur series, the Surfing South Africa SAST, and now starting to test the waters with the WSL and Just seeing where she stands really with some of our professional surfers.
This is Janire Gonzalez Echebarri. Opening, that is her second wave. She got a 2.83 on her opening wave. That's her second wave. The best wave of the heat so far is from our Japanese competitor, Kana Nakashio, a 5.5. She backs that up with a 3.33. A very strong start from our surfer in the white singlet.
Yeah, in the first 2 minutes. It's not bad.
Very nice. In a 25-minute heat, 4 ladies in the water. 2 will progress through this round of competition, the round of 32. That will whittle the field down to 18 surfers. And into the next couple of rounds of the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. You were talking about Remy Fourie, Tash. She's a name that's been on the scene for a long time. I can't believe this is actually her first WQS event.
Yeah. She's young.
I've known her name for 3-4 years now, so she's only really been competing on the amateur junior rankings.
She's also only 16.
Okay.
She is young. So this is Gabriela Herbst. We know her as well. She's definitely been here in Ballito, an O'Neill team rider, so representing the brand and always being a feature in the Ballito events. Looks like wave number 2. That was the replay for the 5.5 from the Japanese surfer. But Janira, I want to focus on green. Janira Extabari, she took the win in the Pro Junior.
She did. If I look at the results here of all of the ladies, Tash, we got Janiri Echabari. Apologies for the pronunciation. She took a first place in the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro, and then we got Kana, our Japanese competitor. She took a first in the Sumatra Open recently as well. So we got 2 ladies out there with big wins already as part of their campaign in 2025. Then we've got young Remy Fourie, as you said, surfing in her first WQS event, and then Gabriela Hurst, also a youngster from Durban in South Africa. So this is the last wave of, that was the last wave of Kana Nakashio. And this is live action from Janire Gonzalez Echebarri.
Yeah, we briefly saw Blue with her first ride. We kind of got the end part of it, but I'd love to be able to see if there is a replay with that, because we can't see it on our screen at the moment. We've actually got 2 different scoreboards that we look at here in the studio. I hear Mark's voice in my head. I hear the producer as well. We've got multiple screens. We've got a multitask here. But we are looking at a good score coming through for this young lady up and riding now. This looks like it's going to
So that is
be a
Remy
second ride.
Fourie.
That was her second ride.
So Remy, I can tell you her score is in for her first wave, Tash. It's a 6.33. It's the highest single wave of the heat for our surfer in blue, the youngster from South Africa. Kana Nakashio has a 5.5 and a 3.33. We still have a wave to come in for Kana Nakashio. It was that wave with the 3 turns that we just saw on one of the replays. And then we await also a score to drop in for last of green, Janire Gonzalez Echebarri. So once green and white scores are in, we will update you. You can see on your screen, it says there waiting for scores, and the scores we're waiting for is last of white and last of green. Okay, up and riding. This is a replay, so she's already got a result in Sumatra at one of the events there. Our surfer in white, Kana Nakashio, and on that wave she scored a 6.67. So now we have a new high score of the heat. The bar has been raised. Remy Fourie has a 6.33. Kana Nakashio replaces that high score with a 6.67 Tash. All scores are in. So Remy Fourie with a 6.33 and a 0.67. Have a look at this live action. It is Gabriela Herbst up and riding.
Oh, I
Manages
like that
to
hit.
flare the tail out. Just the one turn, but we have seen some scores coming in for just one turns in the event so far, Tash.
Yeah, it was critical. Nice and vert, really tight. I mean, it was a closeout section, but she pivoted her board and rode out of it with control. That was wave number 3 for Gabriela Herbst. Her backup score of 1.5, I definitely think that's going to get thrown out, replaced with the score of her third ride. And they're going to be doing the comparisons to the, is it the 5.5, that first ride of
Kana
was it the
Nakashio's.
first ride that she hit one turn? And
Yes.
they gave the 5.5. So that's like the comparison, and you can see it. Unfortunately, Gabriela Herbst getting a 2.93 for that one hit.
So let's break down the heat. We've had almost 10 minutes that has gone on the countdown timer there that you can see on the top left. Just under 16 minutes to go. So in the first 10 minutes, our surfer in white, Kana Nakashio, has scored a 6.67 and a 5.5. Solid scores, Tash. If you think you've still got 15 minutes to go, she can improve on a 6.67 and a 5.5. Janire Gonzalez Echebarri, she took out one of the events as part of the Ballito Open. She took out the O'Neill Smith Shapes Pro Junior a few days ago, and bringing that momentum here into the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. So Janire is currently in second, looking for an 8 to take the lead. Remy Fourie, she's got one very good wave in the heat so far, a 6.33, but then her backup is very, very low. It's a 0.67. So Remy will be working to try and replace that score, the 0.67. She needs a 1.07 to take second. And then Gabriela Herbst at this stage, she's got a 2.57 and a 2.93. Our surfer in red with the most amount of work to do as we go into the last 15 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, but Mike, not out of the game. Not out of the game at all for Gabriela Herbst. She's looking for a 4.47. She's definitely competent enough as a surfer to be able to get that. It is about wave selection. It really, really is. There's no point in paddling for a wave that's not going to offer the score that you need. Sometimes we see surfers that kind of like almost manipulate and produce scores on a wave that doesn't even have that on offer. That is extreme talent. Doesn't always happen as well. I think just where Gabby might be a little bit behind the 8 ball is that she's sitting with 4th priority.
On Gabby's waves, what I've really liked is she hasn't looked sort of too panicky, and she's actually flared the tail out on both of her first 2 turns. You'll see she goes up quite vertical, and then the board slides out. That's an indicator that she's getting the fins out at the top of the wave and then drifting and then regaining. But she hasn't been able to finish 2 of the waves with the second turn. Had she been able to do that, it might have gone into the 4s.
Yeah.
So she's going to want to maybe just adjust, make a slight adjustment, maybe surf a little bit more conservatively on the next 2 to make that second turn. We've got 13 and a half minutes remaining. Kana Nakashio in the lead with a 6.67 and a 5.5. She saw Nanano Tsuzuki in the last heat take a win with the... It was a score in the excellent range in the ladies. She would have been inspired by that. Janire Gonzalez Echebarri, the junior, is in second. Traveled to the event from Europe, and she's already got a trophy back in her apartment here in Ballito from the juniors.
Such a rad trophy as well.
And,
Such a cool trophy.
Her score at the moment, she's surfing an average heat. It's a 4.17 and a 3.23. She'll look to improve on that 3.23 to try and stay in second place, because there's a big shadow chasing down that second place at the moment, because Remy Fourie has a 6.33. Remy Fourie in blue, a good score in her total at the moment. And then she's got a 0.67, so quite interesting. Look at the scores there, and the priority in particular. So our surfer in white's got priority, surfer in green has second priority. So Remy not looking for much, but she's in third priority. I kind of would have thought she might have had priority at this stage, Tash.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she paddled for a wave, didn't get into something that's maybe what we weren't able to see on the stream. But you know what, Remy is a strong surfer. She really is. She prefers to work with a wall than not. And you know, she's being patient. She's also not very like aggressive in the water. She lets her surfing do the talking. But being patient, I know it's a small score needed. Where it might not work in her favor is if she really sits for too long and the other girls replace their second lowest score. But here we see, so white utilizing their priority. What that means, it is green sitting in second now, holding first priority. Remy's priority in blue moves up to second. So we just under halfway, 11 minutes remaining for this heat number 3 of the round of 32 for the QS 2000 Women's Division at the Ballito Open, presented by Flojos. It's been a good morning though. It's got better. It's been exciting. That men's round of 32 was great. The women's has also been really good. I enjoy seeing this international flavor coming to our shores, and I think it's important for our local athletes as well.
For sure. My two favorites this morning so far has been Luke Thompson's performance in the men's division and then Nanano Tsuzuki in the ladies. Luke Thompson surfed a heat this morning. I was on the beach for that one. And you know what? I got the feeling Luke made that terrible. He was so disappointed with himself. He made that priority interference last year when he got knocked out of the Challenger Series. It took him, I'm telling you, it took him months to get over that loss. And he's had the whole year to basically stew on that. And this is the first time we've seen him back in a singlet, that last heat in Ballito. And it was like a whole year. It all came popping out like champagne in that heat for him. And he was like, this is what I've got. This is what I'm here for. And he scored 2 waves in the excellent range. And I said to him afterwards, Luke, that was insane. He said, I love this break. I love surfing like this. I've got exceptionally good boards at the moment, and I look forward to what Luke's got in store for us for the rest of the event. And then, of course, that last heat, Tash, we had Nanano Tsuzuki go into the excellent range as well. That was exceptional surfing, and her waves reminded me so much of what Luke did in his heats as well. So great performances this morning.
Yeah, and let's, just quickly reflecting back on Luke Thompson, we had a press conference last night for the Challenger Series, and Luke was up there. And one of the things he said is, I love competing. And I think you really do have to love competing when you are a Challenger Series surfer, because you're coming up against 79 of the best surfers around the world. It's not easy, especially when you're coming from regional QS events. But something else that Luke said after last year, he said, pressure is a privilege. And for me, that was a massive statement, Instead of crumbling with the pressure, he took a lesson from that loss, and he's moving on. And it shows the exceptional competitor that he is.
So looking at the water, we got a pulled back shot of Willard Beach in Ballito in the Kwadakuza region of South Africa. 8.5 minutes remaining. Surfer in white is in the lead from our surfer in the green singlet. Green using priority on this one. It's Janire Gonzalez Echebarri. Janire really found a nice looking wave there. She waited a long time for that one, held her priority, and kept her fellow surfers off that wave. We'll wait for that score to come in, and looking to consolidate that second place. She knows that Remy Fourie, chasing down that second position, has a 6.33, and she's looking to improve on that. That was great. I think it would have been great if she could have squeezed in a third one there, really just to hammer down a bigger score on that. But the wave, as it comes on to that inside bank, didn't quite offer her that third turn opportunity. Scores coming in. I think she's going to confidently improve because she's got a 3.23.
Yeah, she wants to throw that away.
And she replaces it with a 6.13, Tash. So look at the requirements now. What that's done is it's actually just made her closer to first, because Remy's requirement is still more than achievable to try and take second. Up and riding, that is our surfer in the white singlet, Kana Nakashio. She's got a 6.67 and a 5.5. She fell on that wave, so probably not going to be one of her top 2, Tash. Comes off the bottom into a lovely first turn, extends the arms up, but comes unstuck on the second turn. So most likely just a throwaway for her.
Yeah, she was also under priority. I mean, she didn't hold priority or anything. She just found that wave and kind of just, just finding some more waves, finding a few more waves out there, just feeling your boards. I mean, she's got a 6.67, a 5.5. Yes, of course, is she concerned that someone might take the lead away from her? Absolutely. Have we seen it happen in the dying seconds of a heat? Yes, for sure. But I think the talking point right now is priority is with the South African, Remy Fourie in the blue. She's looking for a 3.97. She's been very patient. Her first ride is 6.33, and that's it. Her second wave was a wipeout. It was a 0.67. So it's not like she's being outsurfed. She's just being extremely patient, and time is winding down.
So it's 6 minutes remaining, and things have changed a bit. So Janire Gonzalez Echeverry, she's in second. She's got third priority. Looks like Gabriela Herbschel's in second priority. She's got a lovely looking wave. Comes off the bottom, hits the lip, comes unstuck on the second turn. That won't factor into the overall heat situation. Gabby has a 2.93 and a 2.97. So Tash, with just under 6 minutes remaining, the big battle in this heat is between that surfer in the green singlet and surfer in the blue. This is just another look at Gabriela Herbst's wave. Beautiful bottom turn, comes off the bottom, uses that same sort of trademark slash off the top, but she needed to make that second turn in order to have some sort of challenge on second place in this heat at this point. So Remy Fourie, Tash, has priority now. She's actually sat for quite a while without a wave. She's only had the two waves, a 6.33 and a 0.67. About 10 minutes ago, we were saying how she was in third priority. So she hasn't really, she's just been patient and waited almost for the heat to come to her, because she's in priority now with 4 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. She can be selective and decide what she wants to take. She needs a 3.97 to advance. Staying busy, under priority. Our surfer in the green, Janire, taking off on this wave. Lovely snap, goes up very late at the lip, but the result of that doesn't carry the speed out of the turn and can't get round the section. So, how is Remy going to use this priority now, Tash? Because she's got a 6.33. It's one of the top scores of the heat so far. We see Gabriela Herbst, just a quick in and out.
She's got to select a good wave.
Remy Fourie with priority needs a 3.97, more than capable of it. Needs a wave with a bit of a wall, preferably a bigger wave. And if she can do 2 or 3 turns there, she may just take that second place away from Janire in green.
Yeah, well, Mark, we've been seeing 4s, 4.5s, 5s come out with one turn. So it's very possible. I know how Remy can surf, and she's got one big backhand hook on her, lots of power, so that's definitely achievable. It's now about the time on the clock, 3 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. That 0.67 sitting in her scoreline is what she wants to get rid of, and she needs to do it sooner than later.
So Janire Gonzalez had sort of control. I think she was in second priority prior to that wave. And if she'd managed to do 2 turns there, she perhaps could have had a bit more control of the heat. Because now what's happened is Remy's got priority and Janire's got 4th priority, Tash. We see all 4 ladies very close together there in the lineup. So no one's really broken away from the pack. And I know Remy Fourie's supporters will be anxiously willing her to just be patient there and hoping that a wave comes through in the next 3 minutes. So our 2 international competitors, it's Kana Nakashio and Janire Gonzalez Echeverry in first and second, using their vast international experience to keep the South Africans down in third and fourth at this point in time. Looking at the requirements, with 2.5 minutes to go, Remy Fourie looking for a 3.97. And Gabriela Herbst looking for a 7.37. Have a look at this. Remy deciding to use her priority, Tash, an important wave.
Yeah, finds the right on her backhand, leans into it, fits in that second turn. So, did that wave offer the scoring potential that she needed, especially if you're wanting to look for a good score, like a 6-point ride? No, not at all. Did she do what she needed to do to get the requirement? I think it's really close, actually. They're gonna compare that. They're gonna compare that to, the 4.17 of green. They could potentially compare it to another previous heat.
If I look back to that 2.93 of Gabby Herbst, Gabby did 1 turn and then fell on the second turn. She got a 2.93. Up and riding, this is Gabby Herbst. She's looking for a big score. That was probably her best turn of the heat. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck. So I would compare Remy's wave to that one of Gabby, where Gabby got the 2.93. And Remy got one big turn in and then quite a soft second
It's very
turn.
flat. That last turn was flat. Watch
So
this.
that was quite nice.
Yeah.
But when you look at it on the replay, did you see she kind of had her hand in the water and then didn't look particularly stable on the second turn? So yeah,
Oof, just missed it.
a very key score, dropping in a 3.4. It's short. So we were down to 1 minute. Kana Nakashio in the lead. Janire Gonzalez Echeberry in second. Remy Fourie looking for a 3.97. She got a 3.4. So close. Look on screen now. Janire using her experience now. She is right on Remy. She knows that Remy only needs a 3.97 and she's staying on her. So Janire's got second priority. Remy's got third priority. And Janire is going to utilize that priority to try and keep Remy off a wave. We got 20 seconds. Check this. Remy paddles. She doesn't go because priority was with our surfer in white, Kana Nakashio, who closes off the heat. And well-served heat. So our surfer who got the win in Sumatra brings that winning momentum through into heat 3 of round of 32, Tash.
Yeah, and a good start for her campaign here at the QS 2000 Ballito Open presented by Flojos. This was the last wave of the heat. So almost like a check turn, keeping her speed up, and then it just attacks that closeout section. A much smaller wave. What's her backup? A 5.5. I don't think it's going to get replaced. I could be wrong, but
so good looking,
start.
a good looking heat, a well-served heat there. This is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. We'll be into the next heat of the ladies shortly. Stay with us.
And welcome back to competition. This is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. And I am sitting here with my co-commentator, Mr. Greg Emsley. We're enjoying the action down here on day number 2 of competition of the QS 2000. And we've been running through these women's round of 32 heats. Next up, we're going to be moving into heat number 4. What do you make of today's action?
Oh, it's been a fantastic day of surfing. The surfers are really stoked with the conditions, the amount of opportunities there are stretched out across the beach. They're saying how much sand's moved in, so that's what they're happy about. Mid-size waves, and as we see up and riding Sol Aguirre on this first wave, and she's been doing well over the last couple of years. One of those surfers that have really been building on her confidence.
Yeah, you can see it's still quite shallow on the inside bank there. Stands up. It looks at about just over waist high. So the tide should start pushing into the latter stages of the afternoon, and you can see a bit of a change in condition. This morning we saw a bit of a crisper offshore breeze and a couple hours of wind still conditions, but now a little bit of an onshore easterly wind picking up. And surfer in the blue, Sol Aguirre, the Peruvian surfer. We've actually got 2 Peruvian surfers in this one. We've also got Daniela Rosas, who is in the white singlet. We've also got Kira Pinkerton. We saw her earlier today in the green. And then, of course, Louise Leprant. She's the local lady, and she is qualified for that Challenger Series representing the Africa region. This, of course, qualifying points for next year's Challenger. So great to see her out there as well.
Yeah, and we see these surfers scratching out the back. They're seeing a set wave. Surfer in red turning in position. This is Louise, so she wants to get a good start up into that section, arriving a touch late to that lip, so it doesn't hold on. And then we see Sol as well on her second wave already. So surfers are going to change strategy a little bit here with the onshore wind picking up. They're going to hunt up and down this beach, find those sections. It's going to be a little bit shorter wall, and the wind is going to increase. We're going to see that tide starting to push in as well. So Louise Lepront, at times she can get a bit sleepy in heats and then ends up chasing. I can see this heat she's ready to get going. She wants to get some points on the board.
Definitely. She took off on a wave, and unfortunately she couldn't complete it. But here we go with live action. Daniela
Rosa absolutely flying on this one. Oh, and gets that finish. So covering good distance on that, looking really good. Of course, also from Lima. And Daniela is 23 years old, and she's got her fellow country lady, Sol Aguirre. She's 21. So the two surfers out of Lima. And I'm sure watching online will be our 2004 World Surfing Champion out of Peru, and that was Sofia Milanovic. Of course, Punta Hermosa's favorite. She'll be online checking this for sure and cheering on her surfers.
Here we go. Here's a replay for Last of White. That's Daniela Rosas. I like how she carried that speed through the section, and boom, nice finish.
Yeah, it was a good finish. And out the back, this is Kira Pinkerton. So she had a fantastic heat this morning. Strong surfing. How's that finish? Pushing that tail. I've mentioned it earlier. I see something different in Kira this year. She's looking focused. She's looking precise. Surfing really well. You can see she wants it. She wants to get onto the championship tour.
Yeah, the 23-year-old from San Clemente, California, with a beautiful end turn there. I like how she just threw her weight into that one and throwing a big waft of spray as well. So a score to come in for green, Kira Pinkerton. Last of White did come in, Greg. It's a 4.50. And of course, first of blue was a 3.83. So it looks like Surfer in the green is going to get a number on the board, and I think it's going to be a pretty decent one, most likely the highest wave of the heat so far.
Definitely. There it is, 6.83, and Will's put together wave, set up that first turn, hit the lip, nice and strong, convincing surfing, and then that final turn, pushing that tail and actually drifting it. And we see going incomplete on that wave, Louise Lepront. So almost looking a bit rushed on some of these turns at the moment for Louise. She's just got to get in there and find those waves. She'll be used to these type of conditions, Louise Lepront, of course, from Scottsboro, just down the road. Also a sandbar semi-point break, much like this. So she'll be used to these quick running right-handers on the sandbar, and also the same sort of wind as this on the afternoons, a little bit of onshore, and you've got to chase those lips quite quickly and get your board up there. And I guess you can call it, you want to dominate the wave, not have the wave dominate you. You want to be up early and dictating to the wave, saying, I'm going to hit the lip here, I'm going to speed up and crack it in that section. When you get a little bit left behind and the lip's sort of there at you and you just can't put your board where you want it, it makes it a bit trickier and your timing not as great.
Yeah, Louise Lepront from Scottsboro here in South Africa. Of course, this is the qualifying series for next year, and these points are going to be quite vital for the surfer in the red. So I think she just needs to settle her nerves a little bit, just get a completed maneuver, the surfer in the red, and we'll see a lot more from her. But here we go. This is our surfer in the green. She's already locked in a 683, and she's going to look for another big turn.
Yeah, so Kira is just looking positive. That paddle in looking really dominant. She's getting in nice and strong, getting that board speed up. And as she gets going, that little highline pump that she's getting straight off the bat, watch her, gets air under the board. There we go. And then covers that distance. Now she's in control, floating over that section, driving into the next turn. And she's doing the maneuvers she wants to do on the wave. And that comes from that setup on the takeoff, that strong paddle, that little high line up in the top of the wave immediately. Of course, the surfboard shapers don't just shape boards and pump them out. They put concaves on the bottom. They put reverse V's. Why do they do that? They want air to get under those boards so you can get that speed.
Here we go, Louise Leprant, and she is going to get that backhand turn. So she will lock in a number. It is a completed ride, but just one turn. So Louise Leprant looking to build. She's already got a win this year on the QS at the SA Open of Surfing. She took out a win there, and then a couple third place finishes at the Cape Town Surf Pro and eThekwini Surf Pro. So she's been doing well on the qualifying series, but here we go with white.
Yeah, so Rosa is up and riding here, working this one through. She's got some great board speed. I love that takeoff as well. She's looking extremely quick through those turns. So she'll back up that 4.5 in her name and head back out there. I think you got to do quite a bit of hunting and check there. This board speed's really good. Sets up, nice first turn. So just softens a bit at the end of this wave. And that's a sign of that tide starting to come in. So our competitors will just need to keep an eye on that tide. You want to get those outside maneuvers and not run into that deep water.
Yeah, so score coming in, it comes in at a 3.1 for Daniela Rosas, and she's having a good season so far on the QS. She's taken out a first place at a 6,000 event in Brazil earlier this year. So that's Daniela Rosas from Peru. And she's currently sitting in second position. So 2 Peruvians, an American, a South African, and it looks like a number dropped in for green as well. There's a 5.5 for Kira Pinkerton. So she's built quite a good foundation here, Greg. She's sitting with a 6.83 and a 5.5. We've seen so many surfers in different heats throughout the course of the morning just get those 2 good waves early, and they just chill from the rest of for the rest of that heat, knowing that they got that solid foundation. Takes the nerves off.
Yeah, absolutely. I was doing some homework on our athletes. Kira Pinkerton, some of the clips that she puts out on socials are pretty epic. Exceptionally good in the tube ride, and that's obviously been fun for her, chasing a little bit of the free surfing side, getting really good waves. And I think it's time now for her to knuckle down and go for the championship tour. That, to me, is what I'm seeing. It's looking solid, looking precise. She's she just looks like she wants it. She's up and riding here now. Look at the speed she's getting on that board. That's a solid turn and straight up, incomplete. But you can see she's testing her limits now, starting to really push through those turns, bringing that board up more vert. And here we go, Sol Aguirre in blue. Nice snap for Sol. Working this one through. Another good snap. And comes onto the inside, gets a finish. So a couple of combos from Sol. And here we go, Leprant up and over and nice and compact with that finish. So Louise is going to have to start building quickly because we're seeing some good scores. I think that last from blue is going to be a good ride.
Definitely. We saw second to last, the red drop in at a 2.33. So I feel like Louise is slowly but surely building into this one with 14 minutes remaining. But there is some other good scores that have already dropped in, and we do predict that last of blue will be pretty good as well. Really like that one, Sol Aguirre. So making it a little tricky for Louise Leprant. She's going to paddle back, and she's going to need to find a good combination or a bigger wave with a more critical section to hit to really find that good score. We looked at Kira Pinkerton with a 6.83. So going to need to find something of a bit more substance, but here we go, last of blue.
Yeah, that first turn was strong. Lots of spray coming off the top. Nice snap through and then up and over for the finish. So Sol's going to feel good after that wave. That would have felt like a good score. She's going to wait for that number, and committed turn there for Louise, but just the one turn. It is going to help her situation. It's going to give her a number, but Kira Pinkerton looking solid with a couple of scores. We've got Daniela Rosas with a few decent scores, including that 4.5 in her score line. And Sol Aguirre, I think, is going to get a good score for her last one, which is definitely going to put a bit of pressure on Louise.
Definitely. Kira Pinkerton, last the green, dropped to 4.73. So it's not going to go into a top 2, but just getting slightly caught up there in the foam. But here we go with blue.
Whoa, vertical attack for Sol. Comes off the bottom straight up again. So if you look at degree of difficulty, she gave the claim there. That was straight up. I love the vertical attack of these forehand surfers. And we see Daniela working this one through. It's a bit easier on these waves almost to get vertical on your backhand. That's with your the surfers that are surfing with their right foot forward. The surfers with their left foot forward, a little bit more difficult to rotate and get your board straight up. And when I see that out here coming from the forehanders, in the ladies especially, it's impressive. And I think Sol has got 2 scores now owed to her, and I think she's going to get 2 very good numbers.
Definitely. I'm really impressed by the 2 young ladies from Peru. A couple scores locking in, and the numbers are slowly but surely coming in here. The second to last of blue was a 5.33. So that's definitely a keeper of a number right now for blue, and she's going to lock in another score. And then, of course, we've got a score coming in for white, and we've got a score coming in for red. So the judges are busy. They're chewing on these scores. It is lunchtime down here, and we are just enjoying the vibes. It's the round of 32, heat number 4. And so far, I've really been impressed by Kira Pinkerton. She's currently at the lead, but we do have a couple numbers. It looks like last the red Greg a 4.20, so that's a bit better.
Yep, it's in there. But I still feel Sol Aguirre, hopefully we'll get a look at that wave again. Those 2 turns, we think about Kira Pinkerton, that 6.83 at the start. I think Sol could be matching that on her last wave. That vertical attack, when you really look at how deep off the bottom and straight up in that lip she went, and she also gave the claim, just showing that she was really happy with that wave, and she was quite lucky. That was under priority, and I think this could be it. So watch this, lots of board speed. No, that's not it, that's another wave. So she's had multiple waves on 5 waves already. Is Sol Aguirre.
Yeah, those numbers are going to come through. I think that's a good analogy there. Just a comparison. Is it going to be better than the surfer in the green with that 6.83?
For me, it was the best wave of the heat. I mean, that first turn alone was massive. And here it is, that first turn, straight up vertical. Watch how she comes straight back into the next turn. I mean, those are 2 serious turns, and that felt good. She gave the claim. So I thought that was the best of the heat, and there it is.
Yeah, I think you got to have a career in judging as well, Greg. You are spot on there, 7.5. So that one locks in as the highest wave of the heat so far, and that is Sol Aguirre, the Peruvian surfer. So situation change, blue up into the lead, and green now down to second. White, Daniela Rosas looking for a 7.83, and Louise Leprant looking for an excellent number of an 8.13. So making it difficult. Surfer in the white did lock in a 5.83, so white now needing a 6.51. So there was one more score to lock in for white. It did come through at a 5.83, goes into a scoreline, now looking for a 6.51. So the ladies right on top, blue and green, establishing the situation, and red now fighting back into this.
Yeah, Louise up and riding and just getting caught behind on that section again. So, not much on there. She needs to settle a bit of time. Just find, a good wave and start to build. Really under pressure now, though, looking for that big requirement.
So 8.5 minutes remaining on the clock. If you guys are just joining us, welcome. This is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. And myself and Greg Emsley are enjoying taking you guys through all the live action here on Competition Day in the beautiful north coast of KwaZulu-Natal, Kwadukuza. Up and riding, this is the local girl. This is Louise Leprant.
Straight up, but just the one maneuver again. So Louise needs to find those 2-turn combos.
Yeah, you know what? If we look at Kira Pinkerton, Daniela Rosas, Sol Aguirre, they've been getting those scores with those two-turn combos like you've been saying, Greg. So that's exactly what Louise Leprant is looking for. She's been unlucky. Her wave choice and selection have only led to those single maneuvers, but we're looking for multiple maneuvers for the surfer in the red, Louise Leprant. She, of course, is the local surfer, and these points are valuable for her on the local Africa regional circuit. So make sure to go and look at all those rankings and updates. That's for the 2026 season, the Challenger next year. Make sure to go download that WSL app to see all the live event broadcasts that are coming up in the future, as well as all of the rankings and events. So that is for the African local circuits. And it looks like she's going to take another paddle at this one, Greg, up and riding.
Yep, nice strong turn. Just the single turn again, though. So not finding that open face for the two maneuvers. So still under a bit of pressure, Louise Leprant.
Yeah, surfing the white. Daniela Rosas just kicking through the back. She's currently in third. She's looking for a 6.51 is the Peruvian in the white. And of course, Leprant, there's a score coming in for her. She's looking for a rather hefty number of an 8.13. Here's a replay. Last the red.
Yeah, so just having to rush into that turn. She does well to rotate out of it. Gets strong and nice and compact at the end. But again, those one maneuvers are not going to match what we've seen from Sol and Kira. Those opening waves really giving them a big advantage for them. So Sol Aguirre with that 7.5, of course. And Kira had that 6.83 to start. And in these conditions, especially with deteriorating conditions, a pushing tide, difficult to play catch-up.
Definitely. You see Surfer in the blue just waving her hands there, so she'll be asking for situation from the beach commentator. And she's probably got the info now. She's in the lead. She's got a 7.5 and a 5.33. So we see our Surfer in the green in picture. That's blue and green in first and second. And you can just see on the body language there, Greg, Louise Leprant, she knows that she needs a good wave, but she's under priority right now. Blue sitting with priority, and she needs an excellent score. So the pressure is on for the Surfer in the red.
It's quite interesting because you see Sol Aguirre, she could sit on roses right now and make sure she doesn't get a wave. And then Kira Pinkerton, who only has third priority, could theoretically sit on Louise Leprant and keep her off waves. But our surfers sort of spread out a bit differently. Maybe they can't hear the commentators, but leaving a couple gaps open here at the moment. Often they get very competitive, at this level of surfing, and they'll make sure they limit the opportunities for the surfers in third and fourth. But maybe they don't quite know the situation with this wind. It does get tricky to hear the beach commentator when this wind picks up. But surfers starting to bunch a bit closer together out there on the lineup at the moment.
Yeah, I think maybe give it another minute or two, and that exactly what you're explaining is going to happen. I think blue and green are going to go and sit on white and red, as blue does have priority over the surfers in the white and the red. So we'll see what happens. We've got 4 minutes remaining in this one. This is the round of 32. Heat number 4, of course, day 2 of competition here at the QS 2000. And we've got a beautiful view of our beach in picture there, Surfer in the blue. That's Sol Aguirre, the Peruvian surfer. And looking at these heat totals, Greg, I mean, the conditions have deteriorated just a little bit, still good scoring potential. But I mean, a 12.83 and a 12.33, those are some pretty good heat totals in terms of what we've got on offer for the conditions.
Very good heat totals. Both Sol and Kira have looked sharp in these waves. And I've been impressed. Sol Aguirre, actually, I coached her for about a week once. She came through to East London. Yeah, I think it was about 2019, 2018, somewhere around there. Mates with Zoe Steyn. And she came and stayed with Zoe Steyn, and we did some coaching. And yeah, she's a really good surfer, and she did a lot of the events around South Africa. Back then it was the City Surf Series, and she was still very young as a junior surfer and came and got some experience. And I'm really impressed to see how she's grown with her surfing, and in this heat in particular she's looked really sharp. And just keep an eye on these lines starting to pull through. There's a seriously good looking set out the back, quite drawn out. It might have a lot of wall, but let's see which surfers get an opportunity with this last one in the dying minutes of the heat. Surfer in white having a look, but blue does have a higher priority, so she will go. Solagwe up and riding, good board speed, lots of wall, and just the one turn. But that board looks good. That's a magic board that she's on. It's very alive and really gets up into that lip nice and freely. No catching of the rail.
Yeah, watching a potential situation here. This is white, so this is an important wave for the surfer in the white. Daniela Rosas, a bigger one.
Whoa.
Nice carve. She's going to look for a strong finish.
Wow. Can she hold on? She doesn't. But interesting that Kira Pinkerton actually let her have that wave, because she was the danger sitting down in third. Was only looking for a 6.51. And here goes Kira now.
Yeah, she knew that she had the higher priority over red.
Whoa.
That is a big one. Can she back it up?
No. But getting some really good turns.
That was ferocious.
The power of those turns. You know what that turn reminded me of? Gabriella Bryan, those turns that she's been doing this year that's got her to number 1 in the world. That same sort of low pivoting power turn under the lip that throws buckets of spray. Very similar.
Definitely a resemblance there. Good point there, Greg. And that was Kira Pinkerton. And it's going to be another score that's going to drop. So there's about 1 minute remaining on the clock. There's a couple scores that need to drop through. But, yeah, I think Daniela Rosas really had an opportunity there. We might look at a replay here. And that was Sol Aguirre.
Yeah, so Sol just getting that board up. Look how spicy that board looks. It just reacts so quickly. And then this was the last turn from Kira. Watch this one. And turns there in that pocket, so strong. Just that one maneuver. If you got a combo out of that, it would have been a good score. I still think the judges are going to quite like that one maneuver alone. I mean, that was power.
Yeah, and we got to see a nice slow-mo of that one. And that spray was flying, so it really threw all of her weight into that one. And that score was going to drop. So this heat slowly winding down, 15 seconds remaining. And the surfer in the red, Louise Leprant, is going to look for absolutely anything. And it might not come for red. We've got a few numbers dropping in as well. So at the moment it's blue as well as green. We do have a score dropping in for whites. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. It's a 5.1, so it's not enough for Daniela Rosas. So it is going to be Solagwe and Kira Pinkerton. This is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. We'll be right back. And welcome back. This is the round of 32, heat number 5, well underway here at the Ballito Open, presented by Flojos. And beautiful view of our beach. Our beachgoers are enjoying the vibes down here. Of course, it's a Saturday afternoon in Ballito on the beautiful Dolphin Coast here of KwaZulu-Natal. And introducing this next heat, it's another good one on the cards here. In the red, we've got the South African Jessie van Niekerk. In the blue, we've got Eva Luele Wong representing Hawaii. And we have got Sophia Medina in the white, as well as Laura Raup in the green. So 2 Brazilians, a Hawaiian and a South African. And getting underway here, Greg, Laura Raup.
Yeah, so Laura with a lovely first turn there to set up. She has had a surf already today, earlier on. So she came up in that first heat. That super heat, we'll say, with Kira Pinkerton. Of course, we saw Kiara Gould and Sky Brown. So it was Kira, of course, and her that made it through. And now another very stacked heat on our hands. 3 internationals, and of course Jessie van Niekerk. And up and riding, this is Jessie in the red. Nice snap for her to start, works it through. Snaps up over the next section. So gets the 2-turn combos. Looks pumped, looks amped. Got those 2 turns, she's underway. And opening up that scoreline for her. Something for her to build on here now.
Yeah, Jessie's a Stoke surfer, 23 years of age. So hometown, Cape Town, South Africa, but spending a lot of time in Australia as well. So parents immigrated there for quite some time. I think her mom still actually resides there. So they're bouncing between Australia and South Africa. Of course, we're glad she's representing South Africa. And that is Jessie van Niekerk in the red singlet. So a score to come in for her. We've also got the very talented Eve Luella Wong from Hawaii. And of course, Sophia Medina, that's a name that we know well. She's been to Ballito a couple times, the Medina name. Obviously, a very big name in the surfing world. So great to see her. And then, of course, in the green, Laura Robb is going to be dropping in a score shortly.
Yeah, of course, we saw Sophia in the finals of the O'Neill Smith Shapes Pro Junior as well. She ended up second there. So been on good form, spends a lot of time here in Ballito. Every year arrives quite early. We see her really focusing on the conditions up early. I see her and Dad Charlie really studying the conditions. So it's putting the time in, and I said actually last year I mentioned she was one of the most improved surfers I had seen, and she's ever improving, and it's amazing to see how good she's become. I think over the last 2 or 3 years she's improved probably a good 30 or 40% on her surfing, and she's become a real threat now.
100%. That is the 20-year-old surfer, Sophia Medina. And so far, her best result on the QS is a 3rd place at the Sakurema Surf Festival. It is a QS 6000. So looking to find a win here in another QS event, or her first win for the season. And of course, she represents on the Challenger Series as well. She got a 17th position at the Newcastle Surf Festival a few weeks ago. So excited to see her. And a couple numbers have dropped in. We'll get to that in a sec. Here we go with white.
Yep, Sophia up and riding. So gets that 1-turn, battles to get that board up and over the lip. The board sort of went through the lip, so getting a little bit catchy on that turn, but still nice and critical in that pocket. Gets the 1-turn. We saw Jessie getting that 4.17 for her opener. Laura Robb getting a 4-point ride. So that first opening exchange, South African just getting the upper hand. And then we got that score to come for white Sophia Medina.
Yeah, it's a score to drop in. Here we go. This is the replay from white and tagged it off the top. So 1 turn there, rather bumpy section, but negotiated that one well. And a score to drop in. So green dropped in a 4.0. Red dropped in a 4.17. Let's see what the judges think of white. Of course, red. Jessie van Niekerk is the only South African in the list here, and these points valuable for next year's Challenger Series. Of course, she is representing the country in the Challenger Series this year, and in terms of some of her results, she took down a 1st place finish at the Cape Town Surf Pro in the QS earlier this year. So she's running off some good momentum, and she is trying to find some momentum obviously in that main Challenger Series event. So all 4 of the surfers in this heat will be surfing in that Challenger, so it's just good practice, good opportunity to get into surfing some heats and training a little bit out there in the lineup of surfers in Ballito. And here we go with our Hawaiian in the blue.
Yeah, Evaleula Wong up and riding, couple of nice turns to start, whacks a beautiful turn and loses her balance, doesn't hold on, but looked alive on that wave, really set up those first couple of maneuvers. She was building in confidence through each of those turns and eyeing out that finish. She wanted the big finish. She pushed the tail, didn't hold on, otherwise she would have fetched a decent number here to start. But unfortunately, that score will be kept down a bit with that incompletion, and she just got stuck on those heels a little bit, couldn't get the pressure back on the toes. And let's have a look here. Nice first turn, clicks it up there, whacks it up into the second, but she really aimed this money turn and stuck on the heels, just couldn't get that body weight over the center of the board, and still gets a couple of turns, but this is where the money was. Ooh. Oh, that was going to be a good turn.
Yeah, that was a great angle there, second angle there, brought to us by the broadcast team, and doing a great job there, bringing us different angles of the action. So the Hawaiian surfer will lock in a score shortly. So all four of our surfers on one score each. Obviously the Hawaiian, 20 years of age. And we saw her last year, Eve Wong. It drops in at a 4.40. So last year she represented here and the Challenger as well. So she's back this year. Great to see her in Ballito. And a strong contingent of young Hawaiians coming and competing here. I mean, I'm thinking about Luke Swanson and Luke Teemer, and obviously quite a few young ladies that are representing the country, well, the region of Hawaii. So a 4.4, and it's great to see her back here in Ballito. So all four of our surfers have got scores on the board, currently the best of which is that 4.50. So very tight here, Greg.
Yeah, all our surfers sitting on that sort of average score, those fours. So they're going to see who gets the best of the next exchange. We do see Laura Rupp with that first priority. And it's just interesting seeing those scores. They all had their own version of how to open up their account. They were all slightly different, but those numbers coming in quite similar. And we saw a lot of the surfers with just the one maneuver, Sophia and Laura. And then Eva Wong had that couple of turns, unfortunately lost control on that final turn. Otherwise, that definitely would have been the highest of the openers. And then Jessie van Niekerk had nice two-turn combo, good control, maybe a bit of a smaller wave, but still all four surfers in the game, and they're going to make this a competitive heat for us to watch.
Definitely. So if you guys are just tuning in, welcome. This is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. It's a QS 2000 event, obviously the pre-event to the big one, the Challenger Series, big surf festival down here in Ballito. So we're stoked to bring you guys all of this really cool action in the lineup, and our surfers just paddling over those waves. So the tide will slowly start to push now, and the wind has picked up just ever so slightly, and we might see an opportunity here for white.
Yeah, Sophia Medina up and riding. It's a smaller wave, so those turns, will, she's looking just to back up some points. And this is green now. Laura up and riding, sets up. Lovely snap for that first turn. Can she get around and find a second? Unfortunately not. So these scores, I think, will, probably come in under those opening scores that they had. So is that an advantage or disadvantage? Time will tell, but we'll see when those scores come in first. But of course, handing priority over to Jessie van Niekerk now with first priority, and Eva Wong has second priority.
Yeah, so with 15 minutes to go, we're just going to see a replay here. As you said, Greg, a little bit of a smaller one, and a little slashing turn there, and rather bumpy as the tide starts to pick up. You can see as it's a little bit more deeper on the bank, so couldn't find that big section, but this one a little bit steeper than the wave from white, the fellow Brazilian Laura Rupp, and throwing some flare up into that turn. It's just a one-turn maneuver, so it shouldn't go very high for the surfer in the green, but it's going to be a score nonetheless. That's going to be a keeper for her, and we might see another wave here paddle for green, and she's not going to go, but we do see a couple bumps on the horizon here, Greg.
Yeah, the tide's coming in quickly, so making it a bit tough. We see the Brazilian surfers, as you mentioned, finding their second waves. The general strategy for the Brazilian surfers is to be very busy at the start of a heat. Of course, they grow up in beach break conditions, surf a lot of contests in these sort of beach breaky waves. So they do a lot of reps where, you've got to keep busy, keep trying to make it happen, ride lots of waves. In contrast, South African surfers, for instance, surf a lot of point break waves and often contests in point breaks where the sets have a rhythm to them. You've got to wait for the good ones, and often you'll see the South African surfers a lot more patient. The Brazilian surfers, where they are dangerous, is once they get going, they can run away with a quick lead just by building some smaller scores, and then in between just throwing in the odd bigger number when they get the opportunities, and that's where they're very dangerous.
Yeah, and that's a good point to make. And that's exactly what's happening right now. It's green. Laura Robb, she dropped in a 3.97. So just keeping it flowing. They don't want to get any a bit too stagnant out there, like you were saying, Greg. Just trying to drop in a few numbers. And then, of course, Sophia Medina dropping in a 3.43. That was the last of white. So green in the lead, white in second. It is the two Brazilian surfers out there. Eve Wang in third, looking for a 3.54, and Jessie van Niekerk looking for a 3.77. So it's still pretty much wide open here. Top two surfers advancing through to that next round. And you can see on picture just adjusting for position here. Priority with red. It looks like she might take a paddle here.
Yep, up and riding Jessie van Niekerk. Off the bottom, slices a bit of a down carve, but sets up for the end section. Wow, she didn't have to not make that. I thought she had done the work. Just losing it a bit right at the end of that turn, so going incomplete. You could see how Jessie sort of did that sort of snapping down carve on the first maneuver because she was eyeing that second closeout turn. And watch her, just carves down and sets up. Hits it beautifully, and just getting caught on a bit of white water there, so incomplete on that maneuver. No points on offer for that. She'll get back out there and reset.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I think that was one of the bigger waves of the heat so far. Definitely one of the biggest sections. So it gave her a good opportunity. I think she just got a little bit stuck in the foam there, trying to complete that maneuver just a little off and going down. But tricky out there as the tide starts to fill in. And yeah, I would say that the waves here at Surfers in Ballito are definitely not easy waves to surf. You've got to really have enough speed in those turns, especially on the bigger ones. Otherwise, you'll get caught a little bit behind. And obviously lots of power, even on the onshore and small conditions. 2 foot out there, but sometimes it feels like it's has as much power as a 3 to 4 foot wave. And that's what I've found surfing here. It's a tricky wave to surf sometimes, and unfortunately she goes down. She does get a 183, so surfer in the red still looking for a 3.77, with blue looking for a 3.54.
So interestingly enough, there's still 10 minutes to go, but surfers in first and second are still about 4 or 5 points off the heat totals of first and second in the previous heat. So wide open, yeah, but definitely a change from that last heat where we saw Sol Aguirre and Kira Pickington getting those high totals, 12.83 to the 12.66. Laura now, she's on 7.97, and Sophia Medina on 7.93. So, is it the surfers? Is it the conditions? Wave selection? I think it's a bit of. I think it's all of the above. It's the tide's coming in. Not as many set waves. It seems to be a bit straighter on the bank. That previous heat, they were finding a couple of more of those combos, getting a few more turns in on the wave. It's been a bit shorter. Yeah, definitely the tide's starting to affect the ocean here now.
Yeah, definitely a change since the last heat. And that's what surfing is all about. You've got to be adaptable, that's for sure. And you've just got to make it work. You've got to make it happen. And it doesn't matter what the heat throws at you. You've got to be prepared. It looks like there is a surfer up and riding there. It looks like the Hawaiian. She's going to get one big turn there. And just a nice wide angle view of some of the vibes down here at the beach. The surfers in the background there. So it does look like Blue Eve Wong is going to lock in a score. She is looking for a 3.54, the surfer in the blue, so it would be cool to see a little replay of that one. It looked like a smaller wave, but she got a turn on it nonetheless.
Yeah, so working it through, and that angle does show you how much trickier this lineup is. It was a good single maneuver at the end of the wave, though, so yeah, it's not going to, it's going to keep her in third, that score, because it came in at a 2.13. So yeah, I think the judges want to see those turns on the outside section. So for the moment, green and white will stay in first and second, but I don't think they can keep the scoreline if they want to keep those positions. Red and surfer in blue will definitely be making a comeback here.
Definitely. So blue jumps back up to third, red goes down to fourth, but the requirements are similar. 377 required for red, blue looking for 354. So priority is with white. She's going to let it go, and a bit of a smaller wave. So our surfers are just trying to wait for something a little bit more significant. We still do have 7.5 minutes remaining in this heat, so still plenty of time. But the Brazilian girls sitting with first and second priority as well. So they are sitting in the lead. You can't count out blue or red. So we've been saying it, and this one is still wide open.
It's a tricky tide right now, Johan. What happens is as it pushes in, it feels like the waves aren't really going to break further out. So you get, the surfers get lured in a bit too close in, and then the sets come and they're almost out of position for the sets when they do come. When the sets come, they're still going to break on that outside bank. There's just going to be less of them. So positioning is very important. Two surfers having a look. Okay, so we did have a higher priority for green. So Laura Rupp going on that one. We saw Jessie van Niekerk having to give way. A little bit nervous there for a second. It was quite aggressive, but I think Jessie wanting to make sure that she was going on that wave so she could get the next opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. So an up and riding surfer in the blue, she definitely didn't want to go on that wave under priority if she was going to interfere there. So she let it go, did Van Niekerk, and Laura Rapp is going to drop in a number. It's a small one. It's a 283. So Jessie probably wouldn't have wanted that wave anyways. So surfer in the blue is also going to lock in a wave, Eve Wong. And a little wide open our priority with white second priority, red. And let's see as these scores slowly start to drop in here. And it comes in at 2.4 for surfer in the blue. So that does go into the top two, but doesn't change the situation. Blue still looking for a 3.54 to advance. And it looks like we might see a paddle here, Sophia Medina.
Yeah, so Sophia up and over that first section, gets into the closeout, doesn't hold on. We saw Jessie van Niekerk going a little bit deep on that wave with priority, so she sort of had to give it up. She wasn't in position, and lucky for her, Sophia didn't really capitalize on that gift, because there were two nice sections on that one. So Jessie van Niekerk with 5 minutes will have another chance to attack that score. But I tell you, that was almost a mistake. And looking at this one, a couple of nice turns for Eva Wong. But I think the judges just looking at that wave, a small wave, and just a couple of small turns, not good enough to get that score.
Yeah, unfortunately not. And taking a look at that one there was the surfer in the green. That's Laura Rapp. So it did look like Jessie van Niekerk paddled for a wave. It's going to come through to short score. So she hands the priority back to green. Second priority now sitting with blue. So we've got under 5 minutes on the clock. And conditions have changed a little as we've been talking about, Greg. It's looking a little bit more choppy out there. And our surfers in the blue and green in the picture. So blue, Eve Wong is looking for a 3.54, and red looking for a 377.
Yeah, looking tricky out there now. I think Sophia also just missed a trick here. She had it. Just losing it on that final one. That would have gone into her top 2. And now you see the surfers really scratching for any scores just to either get into second or solidify their positions. But it's been a bit of a scrappy encounter, to be honest. It's been rough out there. The highest score of this heat still comes from Sophia Medina, the 4.5.
Yeah, that was just the replay for white. Medina, she's currently holding on to that second advancing spot. So with 3 minutes to go, red dropping in a couple small numbers. So she needs a 3.77, surfer in the red, surfer in the blue looking for a 3.54. So those requirements aren't massive, but in terms of what we've seen this heat, they're going to need to find a decent wave.
Yeah, the scores are tiny, to be honest, but you can't do it without the wave. I mean, those are probably the smallest requirements we've almost seen all day, but it is tough out there. You would think, though, there would be the opportunity somewhere. We just need some set waves. So we see your heat leader, Laura Ropp. So also just finding those bumps. And I'm interested to see when we go off duty and actually get onto the beach and look at it firsthand, how much it's changed. Because I think it's probably not looking that great out there. Check the replay. And just catching that rail. So a lot more bump out on the face of the waves here into the afternoon.
Yeah, so it's just gotten a little softer here with the high tide, and the chop doesn't make it easy. So really going to have to position and wait for that decent one to come through. There's 2 minutes remaining, so there isn't a lot of time on the clock for blue and red, but definitely still opportunities, and they aren't looking for big requirements. So will it be the 2 Brazilians in 1 minute and 40 seconds? We'll pretty much be able to let you guys know. And I'm sure a lot of the Brazilians tuning in to support Sophia and Laura. Of course, the tour event happening there at the moment.
Definitely looks like there are a couple bumps just further out past that ski buoy. So with just over 1 minute left, we see Eveleula Wong with first priority. She only needs a 3.54. Are those bumps going to turn into waves? They look like they might. Will she get an opportunity? 3.54, the first one's, she's going to leave it and hope for the next one. Watch the next one though. This is Medina. That's not going to help her cause. Is Surfer in blue on this next wave? She is up and riding, slaps up into that maneuver. Was it just the one turn? Is it a 3.54? So using that priority at the end, and that pulled out angle actually looks smaller than what it is. If we get that zoomed in angle, you'll see that turn will actually look a little bit bigger. And now Surfer's out the back, just having a look for opportunities. And I like this pulled out angle from a perspective just to show our viewers how tricky it is out there now. Big paddle, yeah, for Surfer in red. And the dying second is not getting in, fading with that higher tide.
Yeah, Jesse just having to give a go at anything. But there is a score coming in for blue. And
there
the
we
numbers
go.
are
Check
be
it out.
Close. It's a 3.80. So situation change.
Sure.
Eveleula Wong hops up into the lead. And that's some clutch surfing there from the Hawaiian. We'll get back to you guys with official results there. This is Ballito Open presented by Flojos. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back to the Ballito Open, presented by Flojos. We're into the afternoon. It's almost 1:30 South Africa time. And in the water, we've got heat 6 of the round of 32 in the ladies. In this heat, wearing the white singlet, we got Annette Gonzalez Echebarri. In the red singlet, we got Leah Lapront. In blue, we've got Demi Rowe. And then in the green singlet, we got Anat Lelio. So these 4 ladies in the heat surfing for 2 positions available in the next round, the round of 16. This is heat 6 of 8 heat, 6 of 8 heats in the round of 32. We halved the field, and we've had so much surfing. My name is Mike Frew. I'm with Tasha Mentasti to call this heat. Tash, having a look at the screen there, from the last time we were on the broadcast, an hour or so ago, there's a lot more tide that's filled in.
Yeah, and so a lot more bump on the surface area. The wind direction has changed. So this morning we had it from the northwest direction. If you're looking at your screen, it's bottom left, moving from the bottom up towards the horizon. It's now coming from that top left angle, the northeasterly direction, which is an onshore flow for us. And you know, Ballito actually handles the onshore. It's not too bad. There's definitely still scoring potential. I will say in that last heat, we didn't see anyone go into a good scoring range. We saw a lot of 4s, 4.5s, and it might be because conditions are deteriorating, mainly not for the wind, but the tide. Just less opportunity. But here we see some live action. Short ride for Anat. And then we did see that split peak.
So looking at this heat on paper, we've got Leah Lapront. Leah's actually one of the Flojos team riders in this event.
Cool.
We saw her brother Luke earlier in the day. So Leah representing Flojos at this event. We also have Demi Rowe in this heat, Annette Lelio, and Annette Gonzalez
Oh, wow.
Echebarri.
That was Annette in the white singlet right there. Lovely 2-turn combo on her backhand, building house nicely.
Just a quick in and out there. Score starting to drop in for that first exchange of rides from the ladies. We've got a paddle that is Leah Lapront. A couple of short waves there. Tash, you'll know 2 of the ladies in the seat because you've been up to that side of Africa. And Annette Gonzalez Echebarri and Annette Lelio both got a 3rd at the Tagazout event. That was their best result. And you know, I don't know a heck of a lot about Morocco. I haven't been up there, but looks like it's really developing as a surfing nation, and it falls under your sort of portfolio of the regions you look after. Tell us a little bit about that Tagazout event.
Yeah, for me, it was my first time in Morocco. It was a great experience. The culture, the colors, you know, just the flavors as well. And then we scored. I think we had the best swell that they've seen in 10 years in that region of Morocco. It was a co-sanctioned event between Europe and Africa. We saw massive entry fields, like fields of surface, so 128 entries for the men. We got a round of 64 for the women, and it was really good to witness. And both those ladies that you spoke about, Annette and Annette, having an incredible result and in exceptional conditions. I mean, I think we had 8 days of waves, nothing under 4 foot, and offshore every day. For me, I was pretty much in heaven.
Wow. So did they run 2-person heats in the semis and the finals? So
Correct.
They would have both lost in the semis, then.
Yeah,
and
correct.
they got an equal 3rd in that event. And here they find themselves against each other in heat number 6 of the round of 32 at the Ballito Open, presented by Flojos.
But Mark, I've got to say, Tagazout, it's a village. There's one road that runs through the village. I can walk through the village in about 5 minutes. There's 100 surf schools around there. It is
No
like
way.
a tourism epicenter, especially from a surfing point of view. There's just right-hand point breaks all over the place there. It's a place that people should definitely go to. A totally different experience. you know, yes, it's Africa, but it's very North Africa. It's actually closer to Europe than it is down in South Africa. We're just watching some replays here, and we haven't seen scores come in for all of this. But yeah, just, you know, to once again, to get perfect 4 to 6 foot offshore every day on a right-hand point break, it really can showcase the talent and the skills that these athletes have. And both Nat and Annette securing that semi-final finish. It did fall under the previous QS season, so it fell under 24-25 season. It's not part of this new season, but both those girls falling under Europe, representing Europe in that regard.
And Tash, at Tagazoot, what kind of entry field did you have in terms of the ladies and the men's in that event? How many competitors were there that made the trip?
Well, 128 men. Of that, there were about 30 South Africans. 21 South Africans.
Wow, that's big.
Yeah, and then 64 women.
Wow.
No, it was huge. It was for a QS 3000, which now this year, this next season, would be seen as a QS 4000. So it wasn't your biggest upgraded event, a qualifying series event. It fell in the middle, but it was so well attended, and then to score waves like that. We all had to go for a surf. You couldn't not, you know, all day, every day, just these perfect waves running down the point.
I was on the WSL Africa WhatsApp group, and I kept seeing these messages about if your board breaks, your caddy can sit here. And I hadn't seen any waves, but I was like, wow, these guys must be getting waves if boards are breaking and caddies are having to sit down the point. But it seemed like a great event. Let's have a look out in the water, because we have seen some significant scores drop in with 17 minutes to go in this heat number 6 of a round of 32. Annette Gonzalez Echebarri is in the lead with a 6.17 Tash and a 5.17. Two solid scores there early in the heat for Annette in white. And then we've got Anat Lelio, a 4.17 and a 0.5. She's in second. She needs a 7.17 to take the lead. Leah Lepront, anyone from Flojos that have tuned in for this heat, their team rider currently in third position. The surfer in red needs a 3.18. And then Demi Rowe. Demi, a 0.7 and a 0.83. Demi's a seasoned campaigner. She served a lot in the junior series, more on the amateur ranks. She hasn't spent a lot of time, similar to Remy Fourie earlier today. And this is one of her first big WQS events.
Yeah, and I think Demi in the blue singlet, she hasn't got started yet. She hasn't had a way that she can fit in a couple of turns. Like I was saying at the start of this heat, conditions have deteriorated. It's not as clean a face to work off. It's a little bit more sectiony. You're going to have a quick reaction time. You really are. Your boards are going to be tuned in, but you're going to have to react and adapt really quickly based on the crumbliness of the wave face that we're seeing because of this onshore wind.
So the northeasterly onshore wind, it does come through traditionally in the afternoons. You get that nice northwesterly breeze in the mornings, and then it generally does go onshore. So this is Anat Lelio. Anat looking to drop her lowest score of a 0.5. Try and improve on that score and distance herself from Leah Lepront.
Still shallow. We might be going into high tide, but she was standing there.
So you recognize that Lepront surname. It's not the same surfer in all heats.
They've also got an L to start it off.
So
which one is it?
So Louise, unfortunately not making it through her heat earlier. Do you recall how Luke did in the men's this morning?
Yeah, unfortunately getting knocked third in his heat.
So the third sibling, Leah Lepront,
The youngster
up and riding, is surfer in the white singlet. She's a current heat leader. Annette Gonzalez Echebarri. Her sister took out the O'Neill Smith Shapes Pro Junior a couple of days ago, and she got that beautiful trophy, custom-made Zulu shield with a knobkerrie and a spear.
Can they travel with it back home? That's my question.
Well, I got to be honest, if you go to the airport, I mean, it is quite an iconic, quite a Kuza and Zulu Kingdom kind of item, that. So I'm sure you'll get out of here at the King Shark
Shark.
International Airport. No problem. But beautiful trophies that have been custom made for the events here at the Ballito Pro. Paul Canning actually was instrumental in getting those trophies made. Along the Durban beachfront, you have the ladies that sell the beads, right? I'm sure you'll remember, Tash. And within those vendors, they have the people that make the Zulu shields as well. Those shields kind of come as an item like that. And what Paul did is he got them to custom make a slightly bigger version of the shield for us. And then he took it to a trophy shop to get a base made. And he's had that made for the whole event. And we actually have them next to us here in the studio. These are the actual trophies that the winners of the Ballito Open presented by Flojos will take home. Right, have a look at that. A nice wave there for our surfer in white, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri. As we talking about these trophies. I actually forgot that next to us here. But yeah, so those were handmade in Durban. By the vendors along the beachfront there, and then taken to a trophy center to have that base made with the plaque on them. Very unique. You can't get something like this anywhere else in the world, eh?
One of a kind.
And the skin of the Zulu shield here is actually from the Nguni cow. The Ngunis are sort of endemic to this area, and a sacred cow in the Zulu culture. We're in the KwaZulu region of KwaZulu-Natal.
King Shaka.
This part of South Africa, and anything to do with tourism, you're generally going to see the Zulu shield. So it's a great touch for this event to have these handed out as the trophies. Having a look at the water, Tash, while we were chatting now, the time is ticking away quite quickly. There's 12 minutes remaining in the heat. Annette Gonzalez Echebarri is in the lead with a 6:17 and a 5:17. And Nat Lelio is currently in second. So the two ladies that you were talking about that had such a good result in Morocco and Tagazout, both so far advancing in the advancing positions in this heat. Chasing down that second place is Leah Lapront in the red singlet. She has a 1.5 and a 0.73. And then Demi Rowe with a 0.97 and a 0.83. Tash, you definitely got to maybe be patient out there. On the higher tide, these small ones, like what you see on screen now, really don't offer up much scoring potential. You kind of got to wait for those sets. We see a few coming on screen. Then if you do choose a set,
You've got to be in the right place.
you've got to be in the right place. A lot of them will possibly close out, but you've got to use that opportunity to do a quick bottom turn, get up at the lip, and make the most of that scoring opportunity. You see there's that couple of youngsters playing soccer on the beach there. When I was out of the booth now and just having a look at the beach, Tash, what you're not seeing on that shot, it's absolutely packed.
Yeah.
And the reason for that, it's the first day of the school holidays in South Africa today. So the traditional midwinter July school holidays. The schools broke up yesterday, and they're on holiday for the next 3 weeks. And there's a shot. This is on the far left hand, far northern side of the beach. So if you see there where there you go, there, it's a little bit of a better shot of what I was talking about. So the wind has come up, and I think some of those folks have made their way up to the festival area to go and enjoy some lunch and the activities up there. But this morning, they were all in the sunscreen, and enjoying a very calm morning down here on the main beach in Ballito.
Yeah, and we've had people on the beach since before the sun rose. We literally, with their blankies this morning, sitting on the beach wanting to watch the action. It's so cool. I mean, imagine going on holiday in the middle of winter and you have to bring your bikini and then you watch some of the best surfers in the world. It's such a cool thing.
So right there from Leah Lapront. She's carrying two scores, a 0.73 and a 1.5 at the moment. It's just a replay of potentially her wave. No, we've got a score still to come in. So that may improve her situation there. Tash, a short wave, she just got sort of a half a turn in, a 0.73 and a 1.5. I think she most likely drop that 0.73 and improve her position slightly in the heat. We are also still waiting for Last of White to still come in. Look at the sets rolling through. You can see the jet ski at the back going over the swells. So there is still a bit of energy out there, and currently in second place. That's our surfer in the green singlet, Anat Lelio.
That's challenging out there, Mike. Did you see how that had that double step there? So she's on her backhand. She's having to look over her shoulder already. And then coming at you while you looking behind you is that bump. That wave face is changing. So definitely very different conditions to what we saw this morning. Demi Rowe looking like she might be in the right place. Can she get into it? Holding priority. So she did have priority. Let's see if it turns, because yes, she loses it, unfortunately. That was a committed paddle from the young lady in the blue singlet.
So Leah Lapront does improve her score. She drops at 0.73, replaces it with a 2. But she's still looking for a score to get into second, because Anat Lelio, she's got a 4.17 and a 2.57. And she did improve her situation. Right, Leah up and riding. Got a better looking wave. Needs to capitalize on what that wave offers there. Gets the one turn in. I felt like that was probably better than that left, where she had the very sort of short half turn. So she may improve further. But the difference is these two ladies, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri and Anat Lelio, keep improving at the same time as well. So even though Leah Lapront is improving her situation through the heat, so are the surfers in white and green. So as she's about to almost get that second position, they're posting even bigger scores. So let's let Leah's score drop in and then look at the leaderboard and see how it all settles down. We're just waiting for one more score to come in of red. And then look at those numbers on the screen. It will adjust automatically and then tell us what those surfers in red and blue require. So the judges felt that it was the same as her last wave, so she scores another 2, doesn't adjust the requirement. So Leah Lapront still needing a 4.74. This is our surfer in the blue singlet, Demi Rowe. Better wave from Demi. She needs to ride that out, which she does, and that will certainly be Demi's best wave of the heat so far. Demi has surfed multiple SA champs and SA juniors over the years. She's a great team member of the eThekwini Surf Riders Association. She spent many years with us down at SA Juniors at the Point in J Bay. She was actually the team captain a couple of times as well.
Yeah, I saw her standing next to her coach, Shane Thorne, just before her heat. They've been watching and assessing conditions. I think the point of difference here is these girls have not yet found a good enough wave to be able to fit 2 turns in.
So Demi's last wave there, Tash, comes in at a 2.2. It's marginally better than what Leah Lapront has been posting, but still not able to get out of that advancing, or rather the 3rd and 4th positions. So the heat situation stands as it is with 6 minutes to go. This is Demi's wave. Almost feel like she needed to get to the top of that wave there and do a turn. And the end section, she hangs with it, but that was the only turn of any sort of significance on the wave. She didn't do a slash or a snap to start with. So having a look at that leaderboard there, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri in the lead, a 6.17 and a 5.17. Anat Lelio in second with a 4.17 and a 2.57.
She's not going to be happy with the 2.5.
No, so that 2.57, I mean, is similar to what Demi's just had, just shows you. And then Leah Lapront in red is in third. She has priority though, needing a 4.74. And then Demi Rowe in fourth. She has a total heat score of 3.17, needing a 4.54. Tash, we've got 5 minutes remaining. I would imagine that these two surfers in green and white may use their vast experience here to put a bit of pressure on the younger two surfers in this heat. If we can get a pulled out shot. So you actually see Leah Lapront and Demi Rowe sitting together on the right hand side there. Leah has priority, Demi in third priority, and then white and green are over to the left hand side of the beach.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. You know, so Leah Lapront with that priority, that's the positive right now with 4 minutes on the clock. Can she find a score, a 4.74? Well, she can definitely surf well enough to get a 4.74. It is about catching the right wave that's going to offer that opportunity. And with that first priority, she's in a good space. Is she sitting in the right area? Well, we hope so. I mean, this tide is shifting. What that means sometimes is your actual marker shifts a little bit as well. I also feel that green, Anat, found her 417 very wide, which we saw in some other heats as well. White, slightly different. Her 5.17 was the left. I can't recall what the 617 was about, but green keeping busy. So Anata's fourth priority, she's just keeping busy, wanting to try get rid of that 2.57. Leah has dropped anchor. She's holding it there. She's waiting for something that's going to be of significance for her, knowing to get a 4.74, you need to fit in 2 turns with control, 2 quality turns.
So Anat Lelio dropping in a couple of scores. They're not going to be one of her top 2. Demi Rowe also just with a quick in and out. Tash, when the tide gets high, like it is at the moment, this left gets quite deep, and unless you're using that initial sort of section of the wave where it was crumbling and you're going to do your maneuver there, it does become quite deep and flat, doesn't offer the scoring. The sandbank is actually going off to the right, like you said, and there we go, making the most of that shallower water on the high tide. Annette Gonzalez, Echebarri, and Leah Lapront finding rights. Leah coming a bit unstuck there. You see that warble in the water?
Yes.
That is a bit of backwash starting to happen off the beach and off the rocks. There's 2 big sort of sections of rock out of shot on the beach here. As the tide fills in, you do get a bit of backwash there, and it creates a little bump.
Oh, you can
Little
see
bit of
it.
a bump on the wave.
Yeah, it's definitely challenging out
So
there.
there's a little, you got to adjust your ride and your sections there. Up and riding. That is a replay of our heat leader, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri. And she saw her sister, if I'm not mistaken, get through a heat this morning. She'll be really wanting to get through as well. Right, here we go. It's Anat Lelio on her right now. See how she went right up at the lip there. Went a second time. Nice first maneuver there. That first move could potentially improve her scores. Maybe drop the 2.57 if the judges thought that was a good enough turn. And now we got Leah Lapront, live action. She's found a little wall there. She needs to get that board. There's that vertical versus lateral sort of discussion again. Tash, you really want to pivot the board off the bottom in the bottom turn and kind of get it.
Well, you want to
straight
use your
up at the lip.
rails. That's what you want to do. For me there, she's just forcing her board to just change direction a bit. She's not actually leaning into that inside rail and getting that nose up towards the 12 o'clock.
We've got a bit of a paddle battle there. So Anat Lelio and Leah Lapront paddling for priority. Anat
Clever.
winning the sort of paddle off there and getting the priority over Leah Lapront. So we were speaking about Leah trying to put her board on a rail there, but the wave that they're taking off on there on this high tide, it is quite weak. It's quite difficult to actually bury the rail and get that rotation out there, and it is quite tough when the waves get a higher tide like this, which is why you're kind of looking for the bigger set waves.
Yeah, so true. And we see that last of white came in, it was a 4.33. It's not even factoring into Echebarri's heat total. Lots of waves being caught by those ladies.
We got 13 seconds remaining in this heat, and it looks like Anat Lelio is going to lock it out unless somebody can get that wave at the back with 3 seconds remaining. Tash, I don't think that Leah Lapront is going to manage to get this one. She does paddle on our screens. It's showing the countdown as 0, and she falls off that wave, so it will not be enough at that stage. So it looks like the result of Heat 6, round of 32, is going to be 4th place Demi Rowe, 3rd Leah Lapront, Anat Lelio, and Annette Gonzalez Echebarri making the heat. The Ballito Open, presented by Flojos. We'll be right back. Welcome back. It's the Ballito Open, presented by Flojos. We are into heat 7 of the round of 32. We've got an exciting heat on our hands here, Tash. I'm Mike Frew. I'm joined in the booth by Tasha Mentasti to take you through this heat. Wearing the red singlet is Danielle Poes. Wearing blue is Taya Zebarovsky. In white, we've got Sierra Kerr. And in the green singlet, Mirai Ikeda. This is a big heat. We got Danielle Poes. And Danielle recently got a 9th at the eThekwini Surf Pro, Tash. She's in the red singlet. We got Taya Zebarovsky. Taya came first at the TOA Pro earlier this year. She also got a 3rd at the Challenger Series in Australia. Then we've got probably one of the best young aerial surfers in the world. It's young Sierra Kerr. She'll be wearing the white singlet. And then Mirai Ikeda, she's also got a win this year. She won the Karui Pro Junior. So stacked heats. All these ladies on form. They've had some big results this year already. And they're going to make the most of this incoming tide. Small multiple peak conditions out here at Ballito at 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. It's the weekend. And we've got some of the best surfing happening here in the Quarakuza region of KZN.
Yeah, second to last heat of this women's round of 32. 8 heats in that round of 32. We are meant to be going into the men's round of 16 after this, which will be 4 heats. But we have seen conditions deteriorate quite quickly, Mark, and it's a pity. I was really enjoying watching those big scores. Is it contestable? Yes, of course, it really is. What it means, though, is we're not going to see as many good scores coming through. It's just a lot more difficult to link those turns together. I think you really need to be fast on your feet. You really need to be able to adapt and transition between turns quite quickly. You can see that. I mean, that did barely even look like a section, you know.
So it is the same out there for all 4 of these competitors. The conditions
true.
are tough. You've got to kind of just make the best of it. And Mirai Ikeda is making the best of it at this point. Just that one turn. So even with the one turn, the other ladies, they're up against the same sort of difficult nature of the ocean with the higher tide there. And certainly making the most of the scores here. So Mirai opens up her account with a 317. Ty Zabrowski opens with a 187. Danielle Poes a 0.5. And it looks like just a short wave as well for Sierra Kerr.
Keeping busy.
Wow, keeping
is
very
Mirai.
busy.
Yeah.
I like how bright that board is. The black, the green, and the pink combination. Certainly making her stand out on this wave. And that contrast almost makes it look even better than the waves are.
Yeah, totally.
Sometimes those bright boards do look great when the surfers do the turns like that. So let's have a look at the early sort of situation in the heat. There's only 4.5 minutes that have gone. Mirai Ikeda from Japan, a 417 and a 317. She's got an early lead. So 2 quick waves in this heat. She's got a total heat score of 734. Ty Zabrowski is in second with a 167. And then pretty much just throwaway scores at this stage. A 0.67 and a 0.5 for Sierra Kerr and Danielle Poes.
But then look at this, a 4.17, that was one turn. So, judges clearly being aware of conditions. We have seen 4-point rides come through with one turn throughout the day. But I just think it's very clever tactics here from Mirai Ikeda. She got the 3.17, was paddling out, saw her competitor looking at the wave, didn't get into it, and she's like, I'm going to go. And she actually got a higher score on her second ride than her first. So a good start in these challenging conditions for the young Japanese lady. And just kind of settles you a little bit more, For me, the 4.17, I want that to be a backup. I want to get rid of the 3.17. I want to replace it with a good score. And if I was working with any of these girls, yes, you have a point. It's high tide. You kind of got to wait for a slightly bigger wave. But you also can't just sit and drop anchor and think that the best wave is going to come through in the same place every time because of these onshore conditions.
Ooh, Sierra Kerr, if she'd made that, it was a nice looking turn. I thought she had that well positioned and under control, but came a little unstuck as she hit the bottom of the cupped out section of that wave. So she'll be straight back out there. Sierra has had 2 waves in the heat so far, a 0, 6, 7 and a 1. She's improved her situation with the 1, but a surfer of her caliber, you know that she can do more. Tell you what, if she does get an opportunity, did you see how she flared that tail out, Tash? If she's got a wave of a little bit more substance with the type of wind that's blowing today, I think you could see young Sierra Kerr take to the air and give a display of what she really is renowned for in women's surfing, which is those aerial maneuvers.
Yeah,
But she's going to want to
look easy.
She's going to want to build a base first, and you know you don't want to go and do aerials on your first wave. Maybe get sort of into the lead, get comfortable in the heat, and then you can maybe use the second half of the heat to become a bit more expressive. And she's very busy with no priority. She paddles back out, gets another quick one. That's good heat awareness there. Just building her scores, getting a base to build the rest of the heat on.
Well, if your dad's Josh Kerr, who used to be on the CT, I mean, you're definitely getting good advice, you know. And he's definitely been around the world and very experienced in that regard, and now coaching his daughter. I loved that turn there from Mariah Akita. That was wave number 3.
Having a look at this, Tash, you know, it could come down to the best single turn of the heat that's going to get you through here, because Sierra's doing turns. She fell on the first 2 and then she landed, well, she stuck one, right? We're waiting for one of her scores. And then Mariah, all 3 of her waves have come from a single turn. Here, Sierra hits the lip. It's much better than her last one, just the 1 turn. Then we had the wave of Mariah, which looked a little better than that. It was a bigger wave, 1 big turn.
Bigger
Bang,
section.
there you go.
Yeah.
It's a bigger wave. She does get a little bit of the tail out. So I would imagine that that wave of Mariah could come in better than Sierra, and the 2 of them could move ahead now as 2 of the top sort of surfers in the heat.
Yeah, I did enjoy that section for wave number 3 from Mariah Akita. Just a bigger section. She also went into it with a lot more speed, which means that she could hit it with power. Where Sierra, very talented, but not as much of a wall face to work with, and she didn't have as much speed going into that turn, and that's going to really be the point of difference.
So 16 minutes
Keeping
remaining.
busy.
Mariah Akita up and riding again. You can clearly see she's not connected to the board there, and that won't be one of her top 2 scores because she's already got a 317 and a 417 and another score owed to us. The lady's very busy out there. So Tash, look, there's the quality of the actual wave is not that great, but there are quite a lot of waves. Have a look at just the scoreboard here and look at how many waves have been ridden. It's just the actual sort of quality and length of ride. If you had to compare it to Luke Thompson and it was Nanano's waves earlier, they were like running down the bank. So similar to what happened this morning, the tide has filled in very quickly, and he's almost kind of killing it. I think if I was the ladies out there, I would actually sit a little bit deeper. I mean, further out to sea. I mean, and trying to take advantage of some of the bigger ones, because these small insiders are quite tough to ride. And if you look at some of the scores dropping in, besides Mariah, the rest of the ladies not really able to capitalize on it.
No, you're so right. Well done. It's a great way to explain it all there.
So Mariah Akita's previous wave, a 4.83, and Sierra Kerr's scores dropping in for that 1 single turn. It looks like a spread between about a 2 and a 3, waiting for one more judge's score to come in. And it's a top turn surf out in this ladies event at this stage. Sierra Kerr now. Let's see this one. It's going to be another 1 move combination. Not even a combination, because you would need 2 turns, but it's 1 maneuver on the wave. That time she comes unstuck. And Mariah Akita will continue to hang on to the lead. So a couple scores still to come in. Lots of waves. Mariah Akita, she's had the bigger waves. And the maneuvers she's done on them, those closeout turns, better quality so far compared to what Sierra Kerr's managed.
Well, Mark, she's had bigger sections to hit. Sierra's, even that variation of a top turn that she's just done now that she was incomplete. the wave is smaller, the section is smaller, and that's why her third ride came out at a 2.33, which is actually her best wave so far. I mean, this is unfamiliar territory in my world to see such small scores for Sierra Kerr. And, you know, Mariah Kida just so busy. She was on the left just now. She's moved across. She's now in the middle. She's just all over the place. So not sitting, hunting, looking, and trying to almost create her own opportunity.
This is Sierra.
And that
Goes
would
for
have
a
been
turn.
amazing if she finished.
She actually almost had that. Almost had that. And Sierra scores a 1.1 for that one. Her other score is a 2.33. So let's look at the leaderboard. All the scores are in now. There are a couple of set waves approaching. So Mariah Keda is in the lead with a 4.83 and a 4.17. Those are two good scores in this sort of conditions. She's managed to do 2 turns and position herself out in front. Sierra Kern second. Taya Zaborowski is in third, needs just a 1.77, Tash. And then Danielle Poe is still in it, needs a 2.93. This is Danielle up and riding. Doesn't manage
Can you see how that, just
to
that
connect
step
that.
comes through now? It's
So still coming down to the one turn.
Yeah.
And in those one maneuvers, the better quality turn on a bigger set wave has been Mariah Ikeda with a 4.17 and a 4.83. Right, this is Ty Zabrowski. She gets one little slash into another one. Tash, I feel like if she'd managed to ride out that second turn, that would have been the best wave of the heats. Oh, look at that. Another nice top turn. She really is picking the best of what's on offer out there. It is difficult, but there's, you know, that saying, diamonds in the rough. Mariah Keda's found 2 little diamonds there so far, a 4.17 and a 4.83.
well, if you go to your WSL app and look at the live scoring right now, which is what we can see, out of the 5 waves currently on the board as a score, she's got all the highest wave scores compared to everybody else, and we're still waiting for her last score to drop in.
So Mariah Keda, 4.17, 4.83. 4 as a throwaway, which is higher than any of the other ladies. This wave was Ty Zabrowski. It comes in at a 3. Had she made that second turn, I think that could have gone into the 4s or higher. And then our heat leader, Mariah Ikeda, her score dropping in. So one score still outstanding with 11 minutes remaining. This heat really has been quite different to many of the other heats we've seen today, just coming down to the one turn. Looking at Sierra Kerr just doing one turn on that section. I've seen all those videos of her in the wave pools, Tash. And you know, often in those wave pools, you have that one section you take off, gives you a little bit of speed, and it's just that one section you got to punt on. So she won't be unfamiliar with waves not running down a bank, you know. But this has that extra sort of element of a bit of wind, and you're in a heat situation. So Mariah Ikeda, that previous wave, we saw the replay a couple of times coming in. It could possibly be the highest score of the heat so far. It was a bigger wave, more committed turn. Tash, look at this. It goes into the 5s now. Mariah Ikeda having a great heat compared to the other 3 competitors. And if we just look at the scores, Mariah Ikeda in green, in the lead with a 5.17 and a 4.83. Taya Zabrowski is in second. She now needs a 7. To get a 7 with one turn, which is what we're seeing out there, is going to be tough. Sierra Kerr, she's in third, looking for a 2.35 on screen. You see Mariah Keda, that's the best turn of the heat so far. So let's look at that leaderboard. Mariah Keda leading, our surfer in green. Surfer in blue is in second, needing a 7. Sierra Kerr in third, just looking for a 2.35. So she's going to want to land one of those turns. And then Danielle Poes in fourth at the moment, looking for a 4. So Danielle finally gets a wave. A nice turn on the left there for Danielle. We had a surfer go right out of screen there as well. So it looks like that was Ty Zabrowski and Danielle Poes. Danielle will probably post her highest score with that turn on the left. That leaves our top 2 in the heat so far. out at the back. Couple waves rolling through. That surfer in red, Daniel Powis, paddling out on the inside. She's just had her best wave. She didn't require very much, Tash, to get out of third into second, because Sierra Kerr also not very high scores. It's only our surfer in green. It seems to have the wave magnet
Look at her, she
in her
found
pocket
another
at the
one.
moment. Right, Mariah Kedda off the bottom. Bang, another one. A lovely turn. If that had been at the end of any wave, it would have looked impressive. It looks even more impressive because it's difficult conditions, and you really are judging these waves by only the one turn in this heat. So, goodness me. You know that saying, that the wave magnet?
Yes.
And she has that wave magnet in her wetsuit right there, because she has had 7 waves and has scored higher than her other competitors on every single one. She does it again. That wave comes in at a 6. So really on form, great light-footed surfing in difficult conditions from Mariah Kedda, surfer with the green singlet, dominating the heats. Now check this, Tash. Scores are in. Look at the difference between Mariah Kedda and Ty Zabrowski. Ty now needing an 817, a score in the excellent range in order to catch Mariah. So dominant performance so far from our surfer in green. It's now a fight for second between these other 3 surfers.
Well, it is, and we've just seen the South African Danielle Powis get a 2.63, so she's back. She's in the game. She wasn't really in the game to start with. She is in the game. She's only looking for a 2.05. Sierra Kerr in third, only needing a 2.35. So I reckon the lady in the blue singlet is feeling a little bit of the pressure there. Priority is what is going to be the point of difference here with 7 minutes remaining.
That was a replay of Danielle Powis's wave, and they will know now that it's coming down to just the big maneuver, and Danielle Powis doing well there to put a score on the board. It's not a big score, but you know what? Chipping away at the requirements, Danielle is well within striking distance of second place in this heat. She needs a 2.05. That's really just one big turn at the stage.
So she knows what she needs. She knows what she just got. So she's like, wow, if I've got a 2.63 on that small little closeout turn and I only need a 2.05, I can do this.
So you see there, Tash, how they all had to duck under that wave. Had they been sitting further out, you might have been able to catch that set. But quite a big risk sitting out there waiting for just one wave like that. And what happens is, with lots of waves on the inside, you tend to get sucked closer in. And if all the other surfers are catching there as well, you kind of get sucked into, well, that's where the energy must be. All of them missed that set. Had you got onto that one, that certainly could have been a heat winner right there. We see Mariah Kedda. She's not doing arm exercises. She's actually asking for the scores from the beach announcer. And the water isn't cold. That is the signal that the surfers give to the beach announcer for an update. An update. The beach announcer would have told her, Mariah, you are well out in the lead. You have a 6 and a 5.17. And Surf in Blue looking for an 8.17. Now Mariah, after hearing that information, is paddling across to the left-hand side of the beach. So with that information in mind, she's made a decision to take off on a wide one. Here we go. Smacks the lip. Goodness me, she really has some great form in this heat. Nobody else can catch anything of significance. And Mariah continues to go into
Well, we've
the
seen
higher scores.
we've seen a change of situation here, Mike.
So we didn't see that wave of Sierra Kerr. It was a 3.23. So Sierra must have had a wave
She's
out of
hit the
shot
peak. Yeah.
and done a turn as well, because she scored a 3.23, which in the context of this heat, Tash, is actually a pretty solid score. Sierra's back out there. Have a look, middle of the screen. That's Sierra Kerr in whites. Having a little look at that one, opting not to go. There's a bigger wave behind it. Right, this is a replay of Danielle Powis. Daniel didn't require much to move into second there, Tash. And Sierra Kerr, middle of the screen, takes off. Oh, hits a turn with a bit of flair, but coming unstuck. That lip coming towards her very late and just knocking her off her board. 4 minutes to go. Sure. So look at the number of waves that are in here. 4, 5, there's 9, 18, 25 waves ridden in this heat with scores outstanding. So 27 waves. That's a lot of waves, Tash.
Yeah, the girls are looking. The girls are trying. It's not like they're just sitting and waiting. It just shows that they really are trying to find those scores.
It continues to come through. So it's Sierra Kerr and just looking who's on the right here. It's Daniel Powis. They are very far in. And this is the biggest set of the heat. It breaks much further out on the sandbank. Breaks where it has been breaking through the morning on the lower tide. All 4 surfers going to get a bit caught out by this set. But you know what? Even that big set wave didn't have the open face.
No.
It was a big closeout again. So 3 minutes remaining. It's been a difficult heat, this, with a lot of scrapping on small ones to try and manufacture scores. Oh, and this could be the first 2 turns of the heat. It is. So Mariah Keda really having a great heat out there. 2 turns. I'm not sure what the other surfer on that wave did. Might have gone left. Sierra Kerr requesting a situation update. And scores dropping in for Mariah Ikeda. 2 waves. The first 2-wave combination of turns in the heat. Check that. Mariah Keda's last wave is
that was a second to last wave. That wasn't even the wave we've just seen, actually. We're still waiting for another score from Mariah Keda. So we missed the second to last ride, the 8th wave, which has come in as a 6.27. We're still waiting for another score.
And have a look at this. In the meantime, Ty Zabrowski has actually regained that second place. So Sierra Kerr went up to second for a little bit, but Ty Zabrowski, her last wave was a 3.23. She's regained that second place from Sierra Kerr. Wow, you can't take your eyes off the screen or the scoreboard here because it's changing between second, third, and fourth so many times in the heats. Mariah Keda, a dominant performance. She's been in the lead the whole heat.
Yeah.
Okay, a 6 and a 67. But that second place has bounced now a number of times between Ty Zabrowski and Sierra Kerr. At this point in time, with 90 seconds on the clock, it's Ty Zabrowski in second with Sierra Kerr looking for a 3. Goodness me. A 3, and she has priority. Okay, check this out. So, Tash, have a look at this one.
For the Aussie, Sierra Kerr. There's a little bit of flair, something different. She hits it off that section, but my question is going to be, did she go into that section with power? She's only looking for a 3-point ride. I have to say, she's probably got it.
I think that was 1 minute to go. In my opinion, Sierra might have it there because the whole heats we've only seen one closeout turn. The closeout turns have been rewarded in the 3s for like sort of a marginal one. Mariah Keda's gone into the 6s with one big turn. Here, Sierra does a slash. On the replay there was actually quite a technical first turn. She got the tail out, then backed it up with another one, and you know what? She even had a little snap on the inside.
She's riding right on the rocks there.
I reckon with that, in that last 30 seconds, this heat could have changed, Tash.
I agree with you.
Score's starting to drop in. It's a 3.8. Sierra Kerr regains that second place. So is Ty Zabrowski now with 20 seconds remaining going to get on another one? She only needs a 3.8. Wow, what a battle between the white and blue there. Not the best conditions, but an exciting heat if you analyze it in terms of just turns. And wow, 30 waves ridden in this heat. Incredible, Tash.
Yeah, and here's our heat winner. She was the magnet today. Good heat for her, and seeing her advance through.
If I was a surfer in the next couple of heats, I'd be going straight to young Mariah Keda and asking her if I can please get that magnet before I paddle out. She had 10 waves, a 6, a 627, a 4, a 483, a 417, and a 317, more than any other surfer in the heat.
Yeah,
So,
and out of the 10 waves, most of them were the highest scores other than one.
Yeah. So, an exciting heat. It turned out to be in tough conditions. Congratulations to Sierra Kerr and Mariah Ikeda. Stay tuned. The Ballito Open will be right back.
And welcome back. This is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. And this is the round of 32, heat number 8. So this is the last one in the round. And we are excited to get back underway with competition. Thank you so much, Tasha Mentasti and Mike Frew, that took us through the last couple of heats. And I'm being joined by my co-commentator. It's been such a great opportunity to be with you here, Greg. Been getting to know each other a lot better. We've been on all the heats together. I hope you've been enjoying the action. And we've got another stacked heat in the lineup. So, representing in the red, we've got Sarah Baum. In the blue, Leilani McConigal. In the white, Alyssa Spencer. And in the green, Lilea Tabai. So welcome back to the studio, Greg. It's great to be here with you, and we're ready to get underway with this heat.
Epic, Johan. Yeah, it's been a good day of surfing and tough conditions out there, but we've still got opportunities. It's peaked up a little bit, but there's a couple of fun-looking bowls out there. A couple of surfers having a look here, and Leilani is going to get this one on the backhand. So working it through, sets up, nice little whack up into that second turn. So keeping Sarah Baum off that one, she had a higher priority. So manages to get her second wave. So it gets up into that pocket and gets a second turn. So a smaller wave, but just trying to get her feet in the board and test out the conditions here. So Sarah Baum just getting that 1 point ride to start. Leilani getting the 0.5. And then, of course, a second score to come. It will leave Lilias Tabai in green and Alyssa Spencer out the back. So they're going to be a little bit more patient, wait for the slightly bigger sets. We see the surfers putting quite a bit of distance between themselves at the moment. So using the entire lineup. So all surfers looking for a bit of space to find those opportunities out here. And there is opportunities, Johan, up and down this beach. You know, it's calculated luck, I guess you can call it. But the surf does get broken up, and it can shift up and down the beach when those sets come. And you've just got to hunt and find it, and almost almost will the waves into you. You just go and sit in a spot and go, I know this is where the waves are going to come. And it is a bit of luck at times, and you just look out there and you go, come to me, wave. Come to me.
Yeah, definitely, Greg. I mean, there's a lot of different factors that need to come together to take out heat wins. And definitely a little bit of luck, that's for sure. And a little bit of a smaller inside wave. This is Leilani McConigal in the blue singlet. And it looks like she's trying to get nice and busy early on in this heat, watching surfer in the white. This is Alyssa Spencer. So, of course, Alyssa Spencer, really talented surfer in the white. She's competed on a very high level as well in the past. Still a young lady is Spencer, but the talk here is red, also up and riding, trying to find a decent one. That's Sarah Baum.
So Leilani on that left looking good and up and riding. Oh, Lily is just going over that front foot a little bit too much, digging that rail in. But I think Leilani's third wave is going to be the best of the heat. That single turn on that left, she really got into that section and pushed out that tail. But looking tough out there. Even Alyssa Spencer, super fast normally along these waves, finding those sections. She battled to find any opportunity on her opening wave. We saw Sarah Baum champion at the last WQS 2000. And that was in Durban last week, the eThekwini Surf Pro. She was so fast in those little waves. Today, battling to get the start, but she'll be on the same bit of equipment, I'm sure, that she used over at North Beach, Durban. And she really surfed with a lot of speed. And this is the replay from Alyssa. So that wave just breaking itself in half, going a touch soft. So I think for the moment, Leilani McGonigal will get the best score for that last wave that she had, the 3.67. So together with a 3.33, does have the early lead. And there we see that wave from Lilias Tabai, just getting stuck over that front heel and digging that rail in. That looked like a good wave with a good section. So you'll say opportunity lost there for Surfer in green. Early days, still 19 minutes on the clock, and Sarah Balm as well. Just a tricky wave. It's difficult to read those sections. No clean wall. So yeah, it looked like a bigger wave, but really there wasn't a good section on that wave.
Yeah, as we see another paddle here, this is Lias Tabai, and she ended up getting a decent result just about a week ago. A second place finish to Sarah Balm at the eThekwini Surf Pro, but up and riding, and she's been busy, is Leilani McConigal. She's going to try and work this one. We know it's high tide when they're pumping through to the inside section to try and find a finish, and unfortunately not carrying enough speed on that one. She is sitting with a 3.67 and a 3.33, so just building her score is Leilani McConigal.
So we've still got the men to come after this. So we're hoping that conditions can hold. I was chatting to some of the surfers, Luke Thompson, as well as Connor Schleipen in the competitive area a little while ago. And, you know, they were still sort of upbeat about the conditions. They were, you know, the tide was still a touch lower, but they were just talking about this wind. And they were saying it's going to be all the air in the air when their heats come around, because you've got these air sections. And so that's what we're looking forward to when the men go in, is a couple of punts into this wind, perfect air wind, and hopefully we see some of these outside sections holding for them.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. That's the men's round of 16, heat number 1 up next. So nice long day of competition down here. So a couple scores are dropping through, and it looks like it is blue in the lead currently. Second to last, the green was a 2.17. So Lilias Tabai in second position, and now looking for a 4.83 to move up into the lead. Sarah Baum requiring a 1.25. So still the early stages of this heat, and as you can see, a beautiful view of the ocean there in picture, and just a show of the rocky outcrop in the beach. And this is the conditions we're dealing with, so it's definitely gotten tricky, that's for sure. A couple slower patches, but every now and again there's a little bump and an opportunity to score some good waves. We saw Mirai Ikeda get a couple of them in the last heat, so definitely still a little bit of potential out there. Up and riding surfer in the green.
Sure. And there we go. You got to keep hunting though, and you just accept that some waves will not work out, and you know, just keep a cool head and keep hunting. And that's what Leilani McGonigal's doing. She's done that all heat, and now she finds the money section. That's a big turn straight into that's going to be the best score of the heat. So onto her 5th wave already, but I like that strategy that she's got for this one. And you just keep looking and hunting, keep going on waves, you'll find those sections. And here we go, Alyssa Spencer behind, sets up the first turn. Nice little bit of clean wall here, gets a combo of turns, so quickly gets 3 maneuvers in there, and a little 4th finish. So it does well to find that space on that small wall. So that will be Alyssa Spencer's best wave, and behind Sarah Baum as well. So we're not sure what Sarah had on the outside. It looked like a slightly bigger wave, but got a couple of combos there towards the end. And I think this last 15 minutes with this pushing tide, we're really going to see these girls hunting this lineup for those opportunities.
Yeah, 100%. So I really like the tactic of Leilani McConigal. She's seemed to find the best wave so far in the heat, but there have been a flurry of other waves coming through. This was just that last wave from green. She couldn't really capitalize on that, so I don't think that that's going to go up too high. But this one is the talking point.
Oh, that's a nice section, that. And good spray coming off the board as well. So
yeah, she really seems like she's in rhythm. She's been finding the good ones. This was Spencer up and riding as well. Of course, Alyssa Spencer competed on that tour level, the championship tour at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. So really experienced young competitor in the white, and Sarah Baum. And she finishes off. So numbers actually dropping in for all 4 of our surfers, with 14 minutes remaining.
So I'll say Surfer in blue gets the best score, white the next best, followed by red, and then green.
Yo, there we go. I'm going to remember
Putting,
that.
putting it on the line there.
I like that. I like that, Greg. Definitely a good prediction. And we'll see if that turns out to be correct, because you'll have a career in judging if it is.
No, I don't want it. I'm happy where I am. But it is, if you're a surfer or a pro surfer, former pro surfer, you've got to be a good judge, because if that's your job, you've got to know what your requirements are, how to surf to those requirements. And it's important to know. The surfers know the scoring. They know how to surf to the criteria. It's what they've got to study it. That's their job.
Yeah, we've been watching so many surf heats and contests that you immediately start judging in your mind. But I'm thankful that we aren't officially having to lock those numbers in. So we'll leave that job up to the judges. And you were correct in saying that blue was the best, Greg, because it did come through at a 7-point ride for that single maneuver. Obviously, the goofy foot surfer just pushing hard into that wave. Would be cool to see another replay of that. Meanwhile, we're going to see a replay from red. This is Sarah Baum.
Oh, there we go. Hold on. So she does hold on to that last turn. So Sarah has been hunting. She's found those waves that have chopped themselves in half, a bit tricky. But I think that was Sarah's fourth wave. I think she's got 2 scores to come here. And definitely looking like she's starting to find a bit of open space now. So it will be that last of white, or previous of white, that interests me, where she had those 4 turns. It was a smaller wave, but put the turns together. And then I'm also interested in that wave of red that we saw, where she got that setup and then that nice finish. But of course, Leilani McGonigal getting a 7 in these conditions, that's a trump card right there. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, very solid. She managed to find a wave that stood up really nicely. It's tricky to find those. And we do have a couple more numbers dropping in. It does look like last of white is going to drop in as well. And that was the turn on the backhand, or a couple turns. And that one does drop in at a 667. So that's a pretty solid number as well for Alyssa Spencer in the white. So coming in just under that requirement. Well, not the requirement, but under the score of blue. Meanwhile, green up and riding. You can see that board shooting up. And interesting to see what they'll make of Sarah Baum.
And here we go. Leilani just keeps on swinging away. That one not working out. So she'll think to herself, I've got that 7, but I don't need a 3.67 in my scoreline. I could get rid of that and keep building. Even if it's a 4, 4-5, still, that's a lot of pressure thrown back on the other competitors.
Here we go, just the replay. The surfer in the green, Lilias Tabai. And that one is not going to be a keeper for her. Meanwhile, Leilani McGonigal ends up finding a turn off the top. So that most likely won't go into her top 2 either. And here we go, live action.
Yep, here we go, Sarah. So she's on her own sort of peak there. It seems like a slightly wider peak. And that is her 5th wave. I think she's still got a wave that's owed. That one that we saw, we didn't see it live. We saw a replay of those 2 turns. I'm still interested in that. There we go. So we can see already now that there's, on our scoreline, that there's 2 scores coming in for Sarah. And that's going to have a big effect on the scoreline. Lovely turn there for Alyssa Spencer. Doesn't hold on. And I think that Sarah Baum is going to have 2 numbers that are probably going to be in her top 2 when they come in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the second to last one that's about to come in. 2 nice looking turns on her backhand. And then, of course, throwing in another wave. So which one was this? So this might have been her last wave, potentially.
Yeah, that was the last one. She had one before that also looked like a good wave. So she's just a little bit wider on that bank, just finding some of these right-handers into that next sort of little bay. Yep, I think that was the last one. So 2 solid turns for Sarah. And here we go, Alyssa Spencer. That was that good turn, and she just didn't hold on. So at the moment, you'll say that Leilani looking strong, Alyssa looking strong. Sarah's going to come fighting back here, and surfer in green, Lilias Tabai just battling to hold on to a good score here. early in the first half of the heat. She's going to have to really work in this last 10 minutes to find some numbers.
Yeah, the judges are taking their time on last of red. Normally that's a sign that it is a score that's going to be somewhat significant to the heat, that's for sure. So we'll just anticipate last of red. You can see red with her arms up there as we watch the replay of green. You can see on her expression there, she was looking for something a little more. So those numbers will be dropping in shortly for red, Sarah Baum. Meanwhile, we've got 8.5 minutes remaining. And of course, I'm sure they're comparing that one of Baum to Alyssa Spencer's 6.67 potentially. Up and riding once again. Surf in the blue, your heat leader.
Yeah, Leilani working that one well. Good first turn. Gets up into the second. And I think the judges will be talking about comparisons here. You know, that Sarah Baum, she had 2 waves quite quickly. Her last one, I think, was a good mid-range score, but I get the feeling the wave before was a better wave. I might be wrong. It's just the feeling, what I saw on screen, what I saw. And having a look at this replay, Leilani, this could go into her top 2 because that first turn's nice and whoopy off the top. Lots of spray. Gets up into a completion. So only looking to drop a 3.67 in that scoreline. I'm sure she's going to do that and extend that lead. But definitely got to wait for a couple of these scores for Sarah, and have a look there. That's what I'm talking about. That previous of Sarah Baum, a 6.27, and then still a score to come. So we could see a situation changer once the score drops. So important talking points is last of red, Sarah Baum, and last of blue as well.
Yeah, here we go. Surfer in the white.
Oh.
She's currently hanging on to that second spot. That is Alyssa Spencer. And really throwing up nicely into that one.
Oh.
Green with a nice wrapping turn.
So much work for our cameraman. These surfers are pretty much basically on a football field size, you know, the area that they're surfing. And they're just hunting up and down this beach. It's a big area. There's a lot of opportunities up and down the beach. As we see it panning, look how much space there is between these surfers.
Yeah, we've actually almost seen 30 waves surfed so far in this heat.
Oh.
Green on 10 waves, her last one dropping into 3.13. That's her highest score, the surfer in the green, Lilias Tubai. And then, of course, we're still waiting for a number for red, and it looks like red's going to get up and going again.
Yep, Sarah Baum up and riding, strong up into that first turn. Clicks it up to connect down the line, but nothing on offer. But that's fine. She needs to hunt. That's the game out there right now. If it did stand up suddenly, it's hard to tell when you take off on a day like this out the back what you're going to have on the end section. You kind of predict it, but you just got to hammer and go, okay. And then sometimes it can just jump up and give you that bonus section. Depends if the stars align or not.
Definitely.
But sometimes not.
That score did actually come in. It was a 5.73 for Sarah Baum. And that is going into her top 2. So there's a situation change there. Just like that, the judges must have been comparing some of those scores and analyzing those waves of red. And she hops up into the lead. It's Sarah Baum in the lead with a 6.27 and a 5.73. Blue, Leilani McConaughey, drops down to second. She's looking for a 5.0 to jump back up into the lead. And then, of course, Alyssa Spencer has been knocked down to third. She's looking for a 5.24. Here's a replay for, I think it was the second to last of red, or the last, no, that was the last to red.
Yeah, so that's not going to affect the scoreline. That won't go into a top 2. The talking point now, last of Alyssa Spencer, it looked like she got 2 good turns on that wave. Is it going to be the 5.24? And we will wait and see. But I think Alyssa Spencer could be challenging that second position, now held by Leilani McGonigal. Or maybe not, just under. It's a 4.5.
4.5
Right.
coming in for white. So she was looking for a score in the mid-5s, and she's still looking for a 5.24 to move up to second. So with 4 minutes remaining, it's a tight one here. Of course, it is Sarah Baum the South African in the lead, with Leilani McConaughey in second in the blue. But it's been a busy one. It's been a busy one, Greg. We've had pretty much about 30 waves ridden.
And just thinking, Sarah Baum's been a bit wider to the left of the other surfers, and in the start, those first 3 waves, not counters, but she stuck on that zone. So she's had a clear strategy that she's seen a right-hander there, and she's worked it. They haven't worked out, and then suddenly, in a space of 2 minutes, she found a 6.27 and backed it up with a 5.73. And this is what happens. You just get into some sort of a rhythm, but she hasn't moved from that zone. She hasn't gone, okay, I'm throwing this plan A away, I'm going to plan B. Plan B doesn't work, you end up with plan C, and lots of frustration. She's stuck with plan A, and she's making sure that plan A works.
Yeah, sometimes that's the best approach, is to keep focused on one goal, and she's focused on that, and she's seems like she's doing all right because she's in the lead. So sticking to plan. With 3 minutes remaining, it's blue in second, white Alyssa Spencer looking for a 5.24. Alyssa Spencer, a really talented young surfer, definitely a dangerous one, so you can never count her out. Of course, she's a Challenger Series competitor, and she's looking for a 5.24. So the last one came in at a 4.5, but she can really easily get that number if she's getting the right wave. And then Lilias Tabai looking for an 8.77 to advance. She's getting a little bit left behind, not impossible for the surfer in the green. And I actually realized that this is all goofy foot heat, so it's not often that you see 4 regular footers or goofy footers. And over here we've got the battle of the goofy footers in terms of the round of 32 heat number 6, or heat number 8, sorry. So with 2 minutes remaining,
Alyssa Spencer's got a friend.
I can see that. I can see that. So it's blue with priority over surfer in the white. And
Friends on land, enemies in the water. Right now, it's a friend she doesn't want.
no, it seems like they're playing tag out there, following each other.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you can leave me now. No, I'm going to be here.
Yeah, for the next 1.5 minutes.
And Leilani does have priority over her. Giving her a little chance. Maybe they are a bit friendly. Let's see. Whacks it up into that section. Body language says no.
Yeah, she might need something a little bit more significant to that. Alyssa Spencer, she's looking for a 5.24 with a minute remaining. So Leilani must have checked that one out and saw that there wasn't too much potential on that wave. It was a risk to give it to her, but it might just work in Leilani's favor. But she's going to use her priority on this one.
Still risky though. She didn't need to do that. So leaving a slight gap.
She's going to try and work it through the inside with 40 seconds remaining. And now she's just got to hope. She looks at her watch.
If Spencer gets half a chance here, she'll take it with open arms. But that ocean's looking a bit quiet.
Yeah, 30 seconds remaining. You never know. But not much time on the clock. It's red and blue. Blue's on the beach, so she doesn't have another opportunity. So now it's in the hands of the ocean. Will it throw up a last chance for white and green?
Yeah, so last of white. A nice turn, but it's not going to be a 5.24.
Yeah, it came through to 3.2, so under the requirements, and this one running out. So I'm not sure if there will be another opportunity for white. Alyssa Spencer. This was the last wave for blue. Leilani McConaughey.
And a competitive heat, I enjoyed that. It was lots of tactics, lots of decision making, and waves a bit tricky, but it really on a fun heat to watch.
100%. So this is the Ballito Open. We'll be right back. We'll see you guys soon. And welcome back. We are live with action in the lineup. Green, Jarvis Earl getting to an early start here. This is an official start. We've moved on to the round of 16, heat number 1. Welcome if you guys are tuning in. We are in sunny Ballito here, and we are excited to take you guys through this next heat. I'm being joined by my co-commentator here in the box, Greg Emsley, and this is exciting, Greg. I'm looking at these names. This is electric heat in the water. In the green, we saw him get underway, is Jarvis Earl. Really talented young surfer. We saw him with a great heat earlier in the day. He's going to get up and going once again. This is Jarvis Earl, and hops off the back. He's also being joined by Connor Slipen, the local boy in the blue. We've got Oliver Zietz. He's impressed. He's in the white singlet. And then, of course, we know the name of Luke Swanson. It's the one that you shouldn't forget. He's in the red singlet. So welcome, Greg, and we're excited to see this round of 16 unfold.
I'm not going to forget any of these guys' names. They've all had quite a good run through this event so far, and I've been impressed. Swanson's been great. Connor's obviously a name that we've heard for many years in South Africa through the junior ranks. Exciting young surfer. Progression and innovation always comes to mind when I think of Connor. Jarvis Earl, just strong surfer on the back end. He's put on multiple good performances here in Ballito, including being the champion at the JQS last year at Ballito Pro. As we see Jarvis working this one through, nice strong carve to start, whips that tail around. And let's not forget Ollie Zietz in white as well, surfed really good through the opening 2 days here.
Yeah, Jarvis Earl getting started nice and early. And what I've liked from Jarvis so far is his backhand surfing. He is a goofy foot surfer. He's been really solid. But if he gets the chance on his forehand, he likes to go for those big punts. But this is a backhand wave for the goofy foot surfer. And look at that. Nice and vertical. Nice slow motion there as well, Greg.
I think I've seen Jarvis here for maybe 2 years now, or 3 years. But I mentioned earlier, something I've noticed about Jarvis is, those afternoons after the contest that almost look like this, and they call the event off because it's too high tide and the conditions have gone bad. He hits the water and he finds and he surfs and he tests the break. So he's always out there. So these sort of conditions he's used to because he spent a lot of time out here learning the break, testing all the conditions. And when it gets a little bit tricky like this, borderline of, competing, that's when he's going to be really dangerous because he'll say, I've spent the time out here, I know this ocean.
Yeah, and he's a professional surfer. He's an athlete, and he wants to make sure that he's prepared to surf any condition out here at Willard Beach. So that's what it takes to be the best, is you got to be able to put your time in the water. Like you like to wake up early, Greg, and get in the water. That's what it takes if you want to be able to win events. These surfers have got to be free surfing as much as possible, getting used to their surroundings, and obviously catching lots of waves. That's Jarvis.
Yeah, and I don't even think it's about what it takes. It's I always say if you want to do a job, you must love your job. So it's not even, I've got to go and work now and surf. It's like, I want to go work. And he paddles out and does what he does on that last wave, goes for airs. He's loving it. Absolutely. The worst part of the job is awesome. And that's what's so cool about surfing.
That's a good point, Greg. We all love surfing. This is why we're doing this. Oh, Jarvis Earl. He's just chucking those fins. He just looks like he's having a ball out there.
He's probably not even looking at the beach. He's just going, I'm going to go and just free surf. I'm going on 100 waves. I'm going to do a couple air rotations. I'm going to blow the tail, and I'll come up for air at the end and check if I've made the heat.
There we go. I like that strategy. Of course, it's the QS 2000, so it's just a good warm-up for Jarvis before he heads into that Challenger Series event that's starting next week. That's the important one. That's the one that these surfers will be looking at, specifically the traveling professionals to qualify for that championship tour.
And who won that last heat? Sarah Baum. Where's Jarvis Earl? He's sitting down wide on Sarah's peak and finding all those waves as well.
There we go. This is a replay. This looks like Oliver Zietz.
Yeah, just a couple of turns, but a bit white watery through those sections. Jarvis Earl sitting on 5 waves already in this heat.
Yeah, he's going to lock in a number. His third scoring wave is going to come in shortly, and it might be one of substance that might help him. That was the backhand wave where he got a couple turns. So a couple scores coming in. Meanwhile, red and blue are paddling around in screen. It's tricky to find the right peak. As you were saying, Sarah Baum in the previous heat, she kind of found her rhythm on a peak down the beach. And these surfers trying to just see where they need to position themselves to get into position for that right wave. And it looks like we might see a little paddle here up and riding. This is the local surfer.
Watch the air. Boost. Make it. Get in front. Get in front of the whitewater. You got to get in front, does he? I don't know. You've got to ride out. And we saw last year with guys like Ed Grodier just doing multiple airs, and not all of them were being deemed complete if you didn't ride out that whitewater. And I mean, you would say it's a complete air, but I don't think he had enough distance in front of that foam. Big turn for Swanson, and just a bit late there. So yeah, this is going to be a fired up heat. These surfers have all got that X factor. There we go. Earl, oh, vertical up into that turn, slicing, giving Swanson a bit of a shampoo on that second turn.
Yeah, showing him what he needs to do. So that was Jarvis Earl, and that was a beautiful turn up. I'd love to see a slow-mo replay of that. Meanwhile, Connor Slipen's also going to lock in a wave, and it is so tough to deem if that really was complete or not. That's why I'm stoked that I get to take you guys through the heats, and we aren't judging that one. Watch this.
Oh, that was a lovely turn. So gets the little combo with a nice slice as well. So that was good surfing. So yeah, I would basically, if it was me in Connor's position, I would say that was complete. But if I was judging, I would say it's incomplete. Because I don't think he rode out in front of that whitewater clean enough. It wasn't convincing enough.
Yeah, that's a good point, Greg. So we'll see that score come in.
I like to reminisce about when I see these conditions about the old days in the late 80s, and let's just watch this replay, and into the sort of 90s and early 2000s. So you see he's stuck in the whitewater. He hasn't got that board in front yet. So he's trying to work his hands, maybe for a split second, but I still don't think he rode out. He was stuck behind the whitewater. He didn't project with speed. The board didn't push ahead of the whitewater. It was stuck in the whitewater. So I would still say incomplete. You want that board to actually pick up speed in front, get that one pump clear.
Yeah, it was also tricky because it was running into some deeper water there. So it was the wave was kind of fading over the deeper section. So I think he really did his best to try and land that one. I think he probably thinks he's done it, but
he knows.
we'll see.
I think he'll know. The surfer knows. It's like a cricketer when he nicks the ball and he gets caught behind. He knows whether that ball's hit his bat or not. But back to my story, the old days, the old criteria years ago, 4 waves, length of ride, and on top of that, you know what they did? You could only have a maximum of 10 waves. I mean, we really punished ourselves, didn't we?
Wow.
We then went to 3 waves, which was a luxury, and they might have pushed it to a maximum of 12 waves. And then when I was on tour, actually being one of the surfers reps, alongside Sonny Garcia and Jake Patterson, we decided, let's test out this 2-wave theory, you know, when the conditions are good. Why? We want good surfing. And then the one event we decided, okay, we're testing the 2-wave system out. And we never, ever looked back. You know, we were going to just one event, let's try it. Let's try one round, 2 waves. We'll go back to the 3 waves. We never looked back. It was the best decision ever. And then we threw away the maximum allowance because, you know, why maximize it? A day like this, you want to see surfers having multiple opportunities, right?
Wow.
Hunt it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm sitting next to a pioneer here.
Well, not a pioneer. It wasn't me. I was just surfing. But yeah, it's always, that's what surfing is. It's always about improving the sport. How do we evolve with the sport? And it's important that everyone evolves with the sport as well. Even us as commentators, judges, officials, coaches, surfers, surfboard manufacturers, the equipment. And that's actually why it's such a fun sport, because it's never at a dead end.
100%. It's always changing, and a good point that you're making here. Now we're sitting in 2025 and we're seeing some of the craziest stuff go down by 12-year-old girls in wave pools. Would you have
Exactly.
believed that we would have been here 20 years ago? Maybe not. But man, look at that list of waves for Jarvis Earl. He's sitting on 8 waves so far in this heat. And those numbers did drop in, Greg. That third scoring wave for Jarvis, that was about 7 waves ago, 10 waves ago, 15 waves ago. It was a 5.17. And then last of green drops in at a 4.0. So he is our heat leader. That one of Connor Slipen, you were correct there, drops in at a 1.23. So that one wasn't deemed complete. Luke Swanson dropped in at 2.0, and then there's still a wave coming in for Surf in the White. Second wave of white was a 3-point ride, and still one more score to drop in for Oliver Zietz in the white. So 13 minutes remaining. Jarvis Earl with an early lead.
So that score for white does look like it is coming in, mid-range. But in the context of the heat, looks like white's going to put himself in a decent position here. Jarvis Earl out in front. So the strategy of just catching lots of waves is working for him for now. But again, we're not going to stamp it as the best strategy. Sometimes, if you have a bit of patience, a really good wave can come your way and you can find a good score. But the strategy of Earl working right now.
Definitely. So all the scores are in. Last of red dropped in at 2.6, and here he goes. Luke Swanson just takes a look and says nope. Hops back off the back, and he'll reposition. So priority is with blue, Connor Slipen, and he is obviously one of the Slipen brothers. We saw Luke Slipen in one of the previous heats today. So he's the younger of the two brothers, both of which representing on the Challenger Series. So the Slipen family, a proud surfing family, they'll be watching. Meanwhile, surfer in the red, Luke Swanson, and the talented Hawaiian going for an end section bash there. A bit of a smaller wave, but trying to just gain a bit of momentum here. Bit of a slower start for Swanson with 11 and a half minutes remaining.
I tell you, the last 30 hours of competition from yesterday morning to this afternoon, surfboard equipment would have changed a lot. We had some solid 4 to 6 foot surf, and the surfers were picking the pintail boards, something that could hold in with those big maneuvers. We're now seeing Swanson on a bit of a carbon fiber looking board. It will be a little small wave, possibly epoxy a board. The surfers in this round, you'll see, we'll be seeing a lot of small wave boards coming out, changing their equipment and looking for something that's just going to float up and over the sections nice and poppy, and get the guys that extra bit of squirt and projection over these bumps.
Definitely a little bit wider and shorter, potentially up and riding. Here we go. Luke Swanson goes to the air. And I knew at some stage we were going to see these surfers going for aerial maneuvers. And Luke Swanson specifically known for those big punts. So unfortunately he can't complete that one, and he'll go back to the drawing board with just over 10 minutes remaining. And we'll see what Jarvis Earl's got in his bags of trick as well. Well, his bag of tricks there.
Trick of bags.
Trick of bag. Being a little bit tongue-tied here. We've been talking a lot. But yeah, we'll see what he's got. Jarvis Earl, he might pull through an air or an alley-oop at some stage. So maybe he's watched Swanson's wave and he's getting inspired to try and take to the air as well. But obviously they need that section on the high tide. A little bit more difficult as there's a little bit more deeper water. And the bank is not as shallow as it was. So we'll see if there are opportunities. We got just under 10 minutes remaining.
It's very difficult in these conditions to have a patient start and then a busy finish, because if you're a bit patient and the other surfers that are getting busy get into a lead, they're then going to come and sit on you and block you as much as possible. So Slipen now working this one through, gets up and over that section, whacks it up, and just hitting deep water. Yeah, it's not quite the one he's looking for. But you'll see Jarvis Earl, he's actually settled down now. He's now going to start taking some priority positions. He's got first priority, sitting with 8 waves on the board. So he's going to put himself amongst these other surfers and make sure he limits their opportunities to attack his first place position.
Yeah, so they don't need huge scores, but in terms of the context of what we're facing, there are some significant numbers required. Surfer in the white looking for a 4.34. Oliver Zeitz currently in second. Luke Swanson's looking for a 5.69. And then Connor Slipen, his last wave coming in at a 2.4. He's looking for a 6.66 to jump up into that second advancing spot. So with 8.5 minutes, I think Jarvis Earl going to try and make it tricky for the surfers in the red and the blue. Here we go, last of blue.
Yeah, so connecting that turn, not quite getting up into that one, shakes the head. And here we go, a replay of Zeitz. And tries to spin it. So Oliver Zeitz sitting in a decent position in second place with that 4.83 and the 4.23. Swanson a touch out of sorts here by his standards, looking for a 5.69. And Connor Schleipen looking for a 6.66. So red and blue just haven't had much to hold on to, and they're really scrapping now at the end. And as I mentioned, it's difficult now to get busy at the end of the heat because your surfers in first and second are going to try and hold you off as much as possible.
Yeah, proper groveling for blue right there, Connor Slipen. And Jarvis Earl is just going to sit with that priority. He's in a good position. He's the Australian. He totaled a 9.17, so some of the guys have been getting through with scores like that, specifically as the conditions have gotten a little bit more tricky throughout the course of the afternoon. So green in priority, second priority is being held by our surfer in the red. That's Luke Swanson. He's also had a great run throughout the course of the competition. He surfed lots of heats. And then, of course, surfer in the blue. Just taking a look there. So surfer in the red, Luke Swanson. He's sitting with a 3.37 and a 2.6. He's looking for a 5.69 to advance. And we know that if Swanson does pick up a decent wave, that's not going to be a very difficult score. He's a very talented surfer. He's our surfer in the red. So surfer in the white, not out of the danger. I think just as we say that, taking a big paddle, and Jarvis Earl's going to stomp his authority onto that wave.
Yeah, so it's, Jarvis is, obviously getting a bit of practice here for next week. And you also, you don't want to only practice your surfing, you want to practice your heat strategies. And when it comes to the Challenger Series next week, the guys are ruthless. They give you no space. If you're in third and fourth in this position, ooh. So Luke Swanson actually had priority there. We might see a bit of an issue because you can't really cut a guy off. So Oliver Zeitz could find himself in a bit of trouble. Luke Swanson had unobstructed right of way, and he paddled. He wanted to go. He sort of got cut off.
Oh.
Now, I think there's trouble here for Oliver Zeitz. He'll be lucky to get away with this. As soon as you go in front of the line of a surfer with priority, you're done. That will be a priority interference.
Yeah, you saw him kind of look back towards the beach. He might have realized in that moment that he had second priority. We had a priority under that of surfer in the red, Luke Swanson. So we'll see what happens.
The only thing I can say, and I think it should be a priority personally, the only thing that, you could say is Swanson should have gone, even if, and really made sure he forced the error, but you cannot cut in front of him. He's basically about to go. Just pulling back there, he should have made sure he just went and stood up to really force the issue, and that's the only thing I can see there.
I think if he would have went, he would have potentially collided with Oliver Zeitz there.
Yeah, he could have waited and just gone over his line, but I still think his line was obstructed. So in my opinion, it's an interference, but depends what the judges see from their angle. One or two judges might feel it's not, and it might be a 2-3 decision or whatever it is, a 4-1. But looking at this, and they do have a TV screen, by the way, in the judging booth, so they'll check this out. And he's wanting it, he's watching it. Sure.
Yeah, Oliver Zeitz wasn't really concentrated there. You can see Luke Swanson threw his hand up, so he knew that he had priority, and he was trying to just let the judges know.
And it's unobstructed right of way, so you know, you got to say, was Luke Swanson obstructed? Was he put off? I would say yes, definitely.
So those numbers are dropping in for White. It's not going to go into his top 2, but we have reviewed that one, and I'm sure the right decision will be made with just over 3 minutes remaining. So, interesting. Our surfer in the green still in a lead, with White in second.
There we go, interference called.
Yeah, that's Oliver Zeitz, and he loses one of his scores there. The second highest score is lost for Oliver Zeitz.
So we are seeing that on our screens. It hasn't come up on our viewer screen yet, but I can tell you that there has been an interference call on Oliver Zeitz. So he slips now down to 3rd place. And here's the replay. So there we go. Just obstructs surfer in red, who has first priority, goes across his line, which as soon as that happens, there's no other way around it. It's an interference. No matter how good or bad it looks, if you cut the line of that surfer, even if he doesn't stand up, it's an interference.
Yeah, that's going to be very tough on the surfer in the white now to advance. He's looking for a 5.97. It's not impossible. So surfer in the red, Luke Swanson, hops up into second, and just like that, that's one way to hop up the leaderboard without even catching a wave. And he is now in second position, is the surfer in the red, Luke Swanson. Oliver Zeitz drops down to third, looking for a 5.97. So not completely out of the question, but it's going to be tough for White. And then surf in the blue, looking for a 3.57 to advance. So that's actually kind of also helped surf in the blue kind of sliping, because it's lowered his requirement convincingly. He's now looking for a 3.57. He was looking for a mid-6, and now he's looking for that 3.57. So,
well, I wonder if he's picked up on that. He needs to almost break away from surfer in red, because he has first priority. I would head down the beach and just swing away and try and get something.
definitely thrown a spanner in the works.
So interesting finish to this heat. And Oliver Zeitz was looking quite comfortable. For the conditions, he had 2 decent scores in his scoreline. And, you know, if Oliver Zeitz is left alone and finds a good wave down the beach and does a big turn into a massive punt, he'll get a 5.97 as well. So that's not out of the reach on one wave.
Definitely not. So 50 seconds remaining in this one.
And they have left him down there on his own. There's just not much coming through. So there could be a few talking points here still in this heat.
Yeah, he knows he's got to kind of go off and do his own thing. It doesn't help sitting in the pack. He needs a decent number, does Oliver Zeitz in the white. So 30 seconds remaining in this one, the round of 16 heat number 1. And an interesting first heat of the round with that interference. He was looking comfortable, and that is your surfer in the screen, Oliver Zeitz. And he's trying to hunt. We got 10 seconds remaining, up and riding Swanson.
So he's going to want to hold on to that heat. And then we do see Schleipen's going to get up right on the buzzer. Don't know if there was any opportunity on that.
Oh, it looked like I saw his board fly there. I'm not sure what he did there. That was Connor Schleipen.
But another very competitive heat to watch. I mean, so much interest in what's going on here. It's pretty crazy.
That was good. So this is the Ballito Open. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. It's the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. Here on the Kwadakuza coastline of South Africa, we are into Heat 2 of the round of 16 in the men's. Introducing the surfers to you in the seats. In red, we have Ntokozo Mapamulo. We've got in blue, Lucas Vicente. Aiden Masonkamp wearing the white singlet, and Geordie Marie in green. I'm Mike Frew, joined by Tasha Mentasti to take you through this heat. Having a look at the first quick in and out there, that is young Ntokozo Mapamulo, affectionately known as Surprise. And big heat on our hands here. All of these surfers want to get through to finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, Mike, and I've just been on the beach. The stream, the waves actually look worse than they are. I mean, it is difficult conditions. We've got very high tides, a lot of water on that sandbank. We had a dissipating swell. We've had the wind swing to onshore. But when you are on the beach, there still looks like there's a lot of opportunity to find the scores. Not as many waves coming through. But like you said, all these heats are stacked. This is the round of 16. So first and second advance through to the quarterfinals, and then it's going to be two-person heats. So man on man from the next round for this QS 2000.
We saw Jarvis Earl and Luke Swanson go through in the previous heat, a 917 and a 507 total score.
Yeah, there was actually an priority interference called in that heat the last 2 minutes. So unfortunately, Oliver Zeeks was actually sitting in second, I wouldn't say comfortably, but I mean, third and fourth place surfer looking for like a 5 and a 6. And then unfortunately that priority interference being called. So his second scoring ride zeroed pretty much, and having to be relegated down to that fourth position.
Just one score in the heat so far, a 0.77 for Surf in Red. That Surprise Mapamulo. These are 25-minute heats. We have 2 more heats today after this, the final 2 heats of this round, just 4 heats in this round. And then, as you say, Tash, from tomorrow morning, it goes into the person-on-person heats.
Yeah, two-person heats moving forward.
And the forecast looking nice for tomorrow. Again,
pretty similar, hey?
Very similar, I think, Tash. There's a nice northwesterly wind offshore tonight. It's super cold inland at the Drakensberg, and there was actually a cold warning for the Johannesburg area, so you know that the interior of South Africa is going to be freezing tonight. And with this warm Indian Ocean, what it does is it sucks the air off the land towards the sea in the night. It cleans up the surf. We get that lovely offshore breeze in the night, so I'd expect very similar conditions. And then just looking at the swell, it's a very similar size tomorrow, so around the sort of 1.5 to 2 meter size. There's just a little bit of an increase in the swell period, so maybe a little bit more energy. Okay. But I'd expect around sort of lunchtime tomorrow to have very good waves like we had today. Just a challenge on either side of that when the tide gets a bit high.
So live action. This is Surprise Mapamulo getting his board up into that lip, and then unfortunately catches his nose and goes down. But the intention is there. I get thrown off all the time when I hear Ntokozo. I don't think I've ever called him that. And Surprise, as he's known. And sometimes he throws out big surprises. So he had a good run of heats yesterday. He's definitely looking on capitalizing on that today. He got through that round of 32 into the round of 16. And like you were saying in a previous heat, he's 19 now. So yes, he's still a pro junior, but wanting to start building his rankings on the Africa QS. Oh, that was a proper hit by Lucas Vicente in the blue singlet.
So Lucas Vicente hammering a turn on his backhand there. And then just the other wave in the heat is by Surprise Mapamulo. 0.77 and a 0.832 throwaway scores there for Surprise by his standards. He's a previous winner of a WSL Pro Junior event. He won an event at Seal Point. I think it was in 2023. That's pretty much the highlights of his career on the WSL side. Up and riding. This is actually a previous Ballito Pro winner. Yes. It's Aiden Masonkamp. He beat Geordie Smith in the final of this event in 2021. It was the 1 year that we actually moved the event to December.
Yeah, we got
and
lucky.
we had good waves in their final, and Aiden beats Geordie Smith in the final. So he is a previous winner of the Ballito Pro Challenger Series, the event that's coming up.
I stand to be corrected, but it was a QS back then. It was
That's-
before the Challenger.
That
had
is
been-
correct.
It was a big win for Aiden, a massive confidence booster. I mean, anyone, if you beat Geordie, you know, like it's a big one.
So just a quick in and out there. It looked like a in and out there for young Geordie Marie, a surfer from Cape Town. If you Google or you look on Instagram at Geordie Marie, generally, if you look at Geordie Marie surfer, you're going to find him in the barrel.
I was going to
Super well known for getting the sets and good waves at Cork Bay especially. He spent a lot of time at Skeleton Bay in Namibia as well. He's had a lot of great video parts from that area.
And he does a lot of big West Coast missions.
Yeah, he sure does. This is Surprise. I think it's a replay of his previous wave where he just dug the nose in uncharacteristically. This is a replay of Lucas Vicente, and then we had Aiden Mason-Camp. Aiden Mason-Camp got probably the better of that exchange, Tash, and just very similar to that ladies heat we saw earlier where it was one big maneuver. I didn't actually watch the previous heat, but you were on the beach for the first of the men's heats. And did the guys find waves that were running, or was it a one maneuver type of situation?
One maneuver, pretty much. But Jarvis Earl started early, and he just built house, and he stayed in first position the entire time. The other three guys were sitting for about 7 minutes. It was interesting. Oliver Zietz in the white singlet in the previous heat, he actually sat further out, exactly what you were saying a couple of heats ago. You know, sit a bit further out, wait for those set waves, and he was looking good until that paddling priority interference. My apologies, until that priority interference. So it is one-hit wonders out here. If you get 2 turns, you're definitely going to have a higher score. And I think that's the goal in these conditions right now, to try and find a wave with a bit of wall where you can connect 2 turns quite comfortably.
I was speaking to some of the surfers on the deck during the break there. I actually had a quick chat to Aiden Mason-Camp and one of his coaches, Phil Null.
Yes.
And they were saying although the conditions look tricky out there, the surfers actually really wanted to just get out there, and they wanted to surf this round.
Yes.
Because leading up to next week's Challenger Series, a lot of these guys will feature in the Challenger Series next week. And what they want is practice at this beach, so they don't. The more waves they can get, the more familiar they can get with the conditions and everything out there, the better prepared they are for next week. So, as well as it being an Africa Series qualifier here for surfers like Lucas Vicente, who doesn't get points on the Africa Series because he's from South America, he just wants heat reps out there to prepare for the Challenger Series coming up next week.
Yeah, and he started off well. I think this is his second ride. It looked very similar to his first. Just that one hit. Look at that hammer. Got the board up, got that nose at 12 o'clock, right in front of the bricks.
So some of the scores are taking a while to drop in, Tash, and the reason for that is if it's coming down to just one maneuver per wave, the judges want to make sure that they can differentiate between the different maneuvers. There's, have a look at that thing in slow-mo, differentiate the technical breakdown, the bottom turn, up at the top, how high is the board coming out the water, do the fins break free in the top of the turn, and the judge is really analyzing that in order to differentiate between the different turns we're seeing out here.
Yeah, well, it's your point of difference. What is that point of difference? And that's what these judges are looking at. That's why the replays are coming into play. And it is taking a while to get scores out, but they're doing their job. They know how important it is, and it really is that slight little tweak that each turn has. There's no 2 waves that are the same. That's the reality. And with the judging, you don't put the same score on a different wave. If you've got a 5 already locked in, there has to be a point of difference in somebody else's wave. Oh, that was a nice closeout turn there from Mapumulo.
So two waves that are probably going to have some significance on the scoreboard. That last one of Aiden Mason-Camp, and then that one of Ntokozo Mapumulo. Having a look at the situation in the heat now, Tash, with 10 minutes having already gone on the clock. Scores consistently coming throughout the heat.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to give you an accurate situation at any point because there's so many waves being ridden and we've got scores still coming in from the judges. But at this point, if we look at the scores that are in so far, Lucas Vicente has a 5.5 and a 4.83. With 10 minutes of the heat gone, he's got a great base to build the rest of his heat on. Aiden Masonkamp with a 3 and a score still to come in. Surprise Mapamulo, we're also waiting for scores to come in. So look at this, Tash. It's a lovely breakdown. He hits the lip in the sweet spot, actually gets the tail right out. He confidently
This was a good
carries
turn.
on. This is Lucas Vicente's wave. Getting a bit of flair, but didn't ride out of that one. We didn't see the nose sort of come in front of the foam. He didn't ride out of it with forward momentum, so that's probably not going to go into his top 2. So surprise Mapamulo, the judges still looking at that score. It's the one score still to come in. It comes in at a 4.23. So having a look there, all scores are in. What you see on your screen is the summary of the heat. Lucas Vicente a 5.5 and a 4.83. Aiden Masonkamp in second. He's a 6.33 to take the lead. He's currently in second, which is one of the advancing positions in the heat. Young surprise Mapamulo in third, looking for a 2.77. He has a 4.23, which is the third highest score of the heat, but carrying that 0.83, which is kind of pulling it down for him. And then we've got Geordie Marie. Geordie very light-footed here.
Yeah, he's
coming
made his
to
way
the
through those
inside.
sections.
Goodness. So Geordie Marie, all the way through to the inside. Geordie still building a bit of a foundation in the heat. So all these guys would have selected their best small wave board and fins to deal with these type of conditions out there. Be as lightweight and as light-footed as they can. This is Geordie. We didn't see the outside of this wave, so he gets the one turn just to get back into where there's a bit of energy in the wave, and then the wave not really allowing too much on the inside. So it's just that one sort of half turn for Geordie Marie in the green singlet.
Yeah, Geordie hasn't got started yet. He's really still hunting for a wave. I mean, his highest single wave score was that wave, a 1.83. Halfway through this heat, though. My goodness, it goes quickly.
So Lucas Vicente establishing an early lead, and in the context of the heat, he's got 2 good scores, a 5.5 and a 4.83. It's a solid foundation. If he could pull something in the sort of 6s and above, it's going to push the requirement for Aiden Masonkamp to take the lead right up. Okay, we see the end of Geordie Marie's wave. I think he might have done something before that. Aiden Masonkamp now hits the lip. Aiden surfing with real intent. Look at the body language of Aiden when he kicks out of that wave versus what we saw of Geordie Marie there. Geordie obviously not happy with his wave. Aiden really surfing with a little bit more aggression and intention there.
Yeah, Aiden's very intentional, and he takes this seriously. This is his job, and he wants to do a good job, and his dream is to qualify. I know this is just a QS event, but this all counts. Oh, great backhand re-entry there from Surprise Mapamulo. Unfortunately incomplete, but he's on the right path. He just needs to ride out of these.
Just a quick in and out there for Lucas Vicente. So Surprise Mapamulo, he's got that 4.23. Another incomplete turn for him as we see live action. Aiden Masonkamp up and riding. Whoo! That was a nice flaring turn. Got the fins right out, but came unstuck. Would have been a sweet one if he'd got ridden out of that one.
Wow.
Geordie Marie slams the lip. That was a bit away from Geordie. I think that looking at his pair of scores there, 1.83 and a 1.67, he got that board super vertical in the lip. And that's more the type of surfing we're used to seeing from Geordie.
Yeah, we're going to wait for a score to come in. I like that. I mean, it was so quick. He got, as he stood up, he went straight into that lip and he had the control. So we can see the top corner of our screen. He's needing a 5.17. The judges are going to start doing comparisons to Vicente's 5.5. I think the only difference is, well, let's watch this replay. Surprise was looking good. I mean, he released the tail there, just incomplete as he came down. Otherwise, that was going to be a keeper score for sure.
So Aiden Masonkamp's previous wave comes in at a 4.67. it wasn't that one. So that was the 083 of Aiden. His previous wave of 467. It does improve his situation in the heat. And I like that turn.
That's the
from
score
Geordie
we're waiting
Marie.
for. Yeah, we're waiting for that score to drop in.
So Geordie Marie. The scores on your screen, a 183 and a 167. There is another one outstanding. It's a 4.6. So now look at the scores in the heats. It's a lot closer between the surfers. Surprise Mapumulo is now down to 4th. So 9.5 minutes remaining. Lucas Vicente is in the lead. His scores, the 10.33, are made up of that 5.5 and the 4.83. Aiden Masonkamp in second. He did need a 7 at one point to try and take the lead. He now only needs a 5.66. Geordie Marie in third, looking for a 4.08. And surprise Mapumulo in fourth, looking for a 4.45. Pretty close out there. Looking at the back to that first seat, did you see any aerials that the guys did? Were they taking to the air, or was it mainly turns on that closeout section, Tash?
I did, and it makes my heart sore. You know what? I saw Connor Slapp in his first wave. He did get the air reverse. He landed. He got caught behind the white water, but he actually rode out of it. And the judges deemed it incomplete because of the lack of momentum as he landed in that white water. And he had to like force his way through. So it ended up coming out at a 1.23, and I think it put him on the back foot quite a bit. We didn't see a lot of aerials. It was just a lot of quick turns, one big hit. But Jarvis Earl in that previous heat, he was so busy, Mike. He was not waiting for waves. He literally would turn around, paddle back out. If he saw a little corner, he was going.
So a number of waves ridden in the seat. We can see 5 for red, 4 for blue, 4 for white, and then Geordie Marie's had 7 waves. So they've all had plenty of waves out there, a lot of opportunities, but within that, only a couple of good scores. And the best of that is Lucas Vicente with a 5.5 and a 4.83. This is a slightly bigger wave. Geordie Marie's going to have a little look at it. Very bumpy in the onshore wind there. Who's got priority here? It's Lucas Vicente. Surprise Mapumulo. Having a little look at the wave on the inside here. It's a smaller one. Hits the lip. Now, uses that light frame of his to try and get through to the inside. You see that rock shelf getting exposed in front of the photographers on the beach. That's why he had to kick out of that wave. Surprise, the high tide has pushed the waves right up onto that rock shelf, which is in the middle of the beach here at Surfers. Aiden Masonkamp now. It's a very busy heat. Aiden keeping busy, going on pretty much everything. It was his 5th wave of the heat. He's in 2nd place at the moment.
Yeah, but he's also heard that 3rd place surfer in green, Geordie Marie's only looking for a 4.08. So he wants to separate that himself from 3rd and 4th place. He knows that Geordie is definitely capable of achieving a 4.08. If you look at what Geordie's highest single score, 4.6, that was for that one turn, and that really wasn't Geordie pushing it at all. So Aiden knows he's under pressure. He knows he needs to get rid of his 4-point ride, back it up with something stronger to be able to solidify that advancing position with 6 minutes 20 on the clock.
Quite interesting how they've all positioned themselves quite differently out there. There's no very definite takeoff spot. We got Aiden Masonkamp on the left and Lucas Vicente way out on the right. This is a better way from Aiden. 2 turns. He gets a nice bit of flair and into a 3rd, just to emphasize that for the judges on the inside. Geordie Marie hammers another turn. Remember that last one got him a 4, so his last big backhand re-entry got him up into the 4s. With that turn, Geordie will most likely drop that lowest score of a 1.83.
Yeah, I agree.
The surfer's staying very, very busy out there.
Yeah, Geordie's definitely going to drop the 1.83. The difference with his last ride to the 4.6, the 4.6 he had a bit of section to hit, where this last wave he went up into that white water. So slightly different when we look at it, the critical section. It still looked good. The timing was there. But was there a critical section? That's what the judges are going to look at.
We're down to 5 minutes remaining. We've had almost 25, almost 30 waves or so ridden in the heat. The judges have had a very busy time analyzing the surfers' performance out there. At the moment, Lucas Vicente In priority, the surfer in blue has the best of the exchanges with Aiden Mason-Camp in second. Jordi Marie is in third, needs a 4.08. And Surprise Mapumulo in fourth place. We're looking at this replay. This is the last wave of Aiden Mason-Camp. I like his aggression on the waves, very intentional. Look at his body language. He's owning this heat. He's owning his position in the heat. Then Jordi Marie. Jordi's got quite a casual style. That wave for Jordi. Score, we're still waiting for it to come in, as well as last of white, Aiden Mason-Camp. Aiden's comes in at a 4.2. Jordi's comes in at a 2.6. So with 4.5 minutes remaining, Aiden still in second, Jordi in third, with Surprise Mapamulo in fourth place. Looks like Aiden having a quick look there.
Yeah, well, what Aiden's done is he's created a tiny bit more distance. Before that last ride, Jordi Marie in third was looking for a 4.08. Okay. Now he needs a 4.28, and he's bettered his backup score. So Aiden's creating some space there. The interesting thing here is Lucas Vicente started with the 5.5. That's the single highest wave score of this heat, and that was the first wave of the heat. His backup score, his second ride, a 4.83. So, you know, he hasn't found anything yet, and it's been over 20 minutes. I mean, he must be feeling okay, knowing that he doesn't have to be hunting as many waves as what these other guys are doing, because it's the fight for second at the moment.
So this kind of heat, Tash, with so many waves. Aiden Mason-Camp has had 8 waves, and so has Jordi Marie. You've got to have an incredible amount of awareness around you, because you're in a heat with 3 other guys. There's so many waves being ridden. You want to concentrate and be able to know the heat situation at all times. You've had 8 waves. What do you need to get? I reckon that awareness is going to help you to settle down a little bit and just retain control. It can be quite easy to panic out there.
Yeah, and not just that. You've got onshore wind. You are listening for these scores, not always hearing it because of the wind direction. Not easy out there right now.
So, yeah, we see a replay of Aiden Mason-Camp. The board is working really nicely for him. He's projecting over those sections, goes for the slash there. The wave not really giving him a lot of power. He actually came right on the inside of that reef. But Aiden Mason-Camp staying very busy. And with 2.5 minutes to go, it looks like Lucas Vicente retaining the lead with Aiden Mason-Camp in second. And Jordi Marie hunting down that 4.2. Surprise Mapumulo looking for a 4.65. We've got 2 minutes remaining.
And we've just got an update. It sounds like this is going to be the last heat of the day.
Right, so thank you to our officials for the update there. So if you're watching online with us, this is the last heat of the day. So the next heat, Jackson Bunch, Joan Duru, Jose Falconer. Your heat will be coming up tomorrow. They won't hear us, but just for the sake of the viewers at home, this will be the last heat. Sometimes the lines get blurred between beach commentary and the booth when you do both all day. As I said to you earlier, Tash, I found myself twice this event wanting to shout out at the screen what they need or give them an update when they put their hands up, and then I realized we are actually sitting here. 1 minute remaining. We're down to the very sharp end of the heat now. Lucas Vicente and Aiden Mason-Camp holding down 1 and 2. A critical minute for Jordi Marie. He's looking for a 4.28 and Surprise Mapumulo a 4.65. Check this, Tash. Surprise Mapumulo has priority. He's potentially going to have one more go to try and get that score of 4.65. If he does, the 4.65 will have to be right up there with the top 3 scoring waves of the heat. Surprise looks at that one, opts not to go. So he retains priority with 40 seconds. Jordi Marie, he goes on that wave. He's looking for a 4. You can see from his body language, not that confident. Surprise opts to let another one go. And Lucas Vicente, he'll take that one with 25 seconds to go. Now, is there going to be another wave? Surprise, let those 2 go. 20 seconds, not very much period between these swells. Is there going to be a wave or 2 in the last 10 seconds? I see one on the outside, but there's 8 seconds remaining. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Is he up?
Oh, we're not sure. He is up. Not sure if it will count. Oh, he hammers the lip. He has a look at the judges. Surprise. So we did not hear the siren, Tash. We can't hear in the booth whether the siren went or not. One big hammer from Surprise Mapamula. He was looking for a 4.65. Now,
And Mark, let's think about the 4.23. I thought this last ride was a bigger section that he hit.
so Tash, having a look at the scoreboard, that wave did count. This is a replay of it. I think the judges will look at it a couple of times.
Oh, it's close.
An important score for this youngster. It's going to determine whether he goes from fourth into second or if he stays in fourth.
I think what we're going to look at is the 4.83 on wave 2 for Lucas Vicente. That's going to be the comparison. He gets it up, critical section.
Comes down with a lip.
He's comfortable though. There's control there. Look at that. That's
A
controlled.
lot of control, commitment. He looks straight at the judges.
That does nothing though. I can tell you that much.
No, they're not going to be influenced by his hand gestures. He waits on the beach. Big score for Surprise Mapamulo. This is the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. Someone thinks he might have got the score. And waiting for his reaction. The judges will be looking at the replays for young Surprise. Left it to the last 1 second.
Yeah,
We even counted
literally.
it down. He did get onto the wave. And someone else, that's Nate Taylor. So Nate giving him a high five. And Surprise asking him and the dog whether he got the score. They don't know. It's only the judges that'll know. Dog certainly seems excited. Nate, obviously breaking it down for him. Surprise asking.
I think
couple
it's very
people.
close, Mike. I really do.
Wow. So did Surprise get the 4.65? So it wasn't a 4.5. It's actually closer to a 5 that he required there, Tash. Anything around the 4.5 range is not going to be enough. Anything closer to a 5. And we only saw 1.5 in that heat. It was the first wave of Lucas Vicente, like you said. That's what the judges are going to compare it to. A 5 comes in at a 4.33. It's enough to get him into
Third.
it's third. So unfortunately, Surprise Mapamulo, not enough to go into second. Lucas Vicente, Aiden Masonkamp advanced through to finals day tomorrow, Tash. And unfortunately, out of the event, Surprise Mapamulo and Geordie Marie. An exciting end there to the last heat of the day. Stay tuned if you're watching online. Greg Bigfoot Emsley and Johan Frey will be taking you through the highlights of the day. We've got plenty to show you. We'll be seeing some of those excellent scores that came through around lunchtime. The waves are pumping in Ballito. Stay tuned. The Ballito Open presented by Flojos will be back.
Open presented by Flojos, and just a nice angle there of our beach. So that was the last heat of the day, and this is the post show. So welcome and thank you guys if you've been watching throughout the course of day number 2 of competition here at the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. I'm in the commentary booth with my co-commentator Greg Emsley, and we have been loving watching all the action here. Electric. So we had an awesome day of competition. We saw some many good rides, as well as quite a few excellent rides that went up into that category. and we were really excited to watch this day of competition. We saw some great waves this morning. Of course, we had a crisp offshore breeze throughout the course of the morning, wind still as that tide dropped out, and then the onshore picked up. So we ended up ending a little bit earlier, a couple heats earlier than proposed here on day number 2 of competition. But let's run through today's heats. So let's just take a look at that Luke Thompson heat. So you and I were both on that heat this morning. And wow, he definitely impressed us, Greg.
Yeah, so Luke Thompson, what I loved is how he started that heat off. He found that first wave, that first maneuver. He put the board up there, released that tail. I loved how hard he was pushing on that back foot. He then set up with a beautiful second turn, just linking those maneuvers, and then loaded up that speed, got that massive finish, semi-laybacking through that turn and just stamping it. It was an 8.67. We loved it. He then went straight back out, hunted around, found another wave, and then that air where he took off on that section, attacked that first maneuver, got the tail high air reverse, set up again and got a big finish for the 817. That was the heat of the day for me.
100%. Some really solid surfing. Of course, Luke Thompson, a local surfer from South Africa, he's going to be representing on that Challenger Series.
And let's not forget the Kajiro Nishi as well in that heat with a 767 and a 75. So both surfers putting on a really impressive performance.
100%, in my opinion. That was also the heat of the day to watch. And then, of course, we saw a really great heat as well for the local surfer, Jose Faulkner, dropping in an excellent ride, really surfing well. What did you make of that, Greg?
Oh, well, Jose was on form. That 8.67 from Jose. He thought he was back at home at J-Bay with that wave. It was one of those running waves, and he just got a series of big backhand turns. There were about 4 massive turns just in the pocket, driving through those maneuvers. The beach went mad with that wave. They loved it, and he got that 8.67, backed it up with a 5.83. Jose, the amount of messages I got on just saying how good does Jose look was impressive.
Yeah, just the athlete area there on the screens. That was Aidan Masonkamp advancing through, a good friend of Jose Faulkner. So we still got a great contingent of locals, South Africans, that are in the mix, but of course a lot of really talented internationals in the field as well that have advanced through to our finals day tomorrow. And then of course today it was exciting to see some of the women, and a standout was the heat number 8 of the round of 32. It was Sarah Baum.
Yeah, Sarah was working hard in that heat. She stuck to her guns. She was finding those right-handers, turning through every section. A couple of waves didn't work out for her. That was at the change of the tide. It was started pushing, saw that onshore bump coming in, making it a bit tricky, and Sarah just found those waves, and suddenly 2 in a row got her those numbers and dominated and won the heat.
Yeah, so what a great day of action we've seen. So, of course, this was day number 2 of competition here at the QS 2000, and we've got one more day tomorrow. We've got finals day, so tell us, what does our forecast look like for our finals day tomorrow, Greg?
I spoke it up a bit yesterday. I really thought today was going to be perfect. It was smaller than I expected, but still tomorrow, I think it's going to be the same sort of size. I wouldn't be surprised, I don't want to overcall it, if there's a slight bump tomorrow. There's a lot of activity in the deep south. We see that period of the swell get a touch stronger, so that might help it bump up the size. We're going to see very light winds, light variable winds, and the good thing is low tide is at 10 past 12. So the first call, I think, is 6:50, so 10 to 7. Low tide, 10 past 12. So we've got a nice low tide midday, light variable winds. We're going to see fun waves one way or another. It's going to be a beautiful beach day. Come down, bring the family, bring the blankets for the morning, settle in, a bit of coffee. We've got stalls, we've got food stalls, we've got everything down here, lots of action. Come down and join us if you can. If you can't be here, we're going to be here for you live, and we're going to bring you every single heat and talk you through the action.
Awesome. Yeah, it was a great day of competition, Greg. It's been a pleasure on behalf of the whole broadcast and commentary crew, Tasha Mentasti, Mike Frew, Greg Emsley, and myself, Johan Frey. And we're going to be signing off for the day. Thank you for sticking with us, guys. Tomorrow we will be back for a 6:50 a.m. call. This is us for the day for the Ballito Open presented by Flojos. Have a lovely afternoon or evening wherever you are in the world, and we'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning.
One more thing. Good luck, Boca. First game of the year. Gonna
Here
go
we
watch
go.
that now.
Here we go. Let's go have a couple beers and enjoy Ballito. It's Saturday. Have a great afternoon, and we'll see you guys tomorrow morning.